Chapter 837. A scale in Yang Feng's hand suddenly heated up, and strange light diffused from it. In the distance, rays of light flew this way. The red mountain bone monster and the other 4 infinity warlocks appeared in the void. Excitement flashed in Petrol Feather's eyes, and he said solemnly, "This Black Emperor realm is really a treasure land. With so many infinity warlock rank archgods, they don't know how to use their power. If we can kill them all, it'll be a huge fortune." Infinity warlock rank archgods are far weaker than human warlocks in the core world in terms of fighting strength. However, the bloodline of infinity warlock rank archgods is of great value. If all the bloodline of an infinity warlock rank archgod is extracted and refined, it's possible to create an infinity warlock rank archgod bloodline warlock family. In the Black Emperor realm, infinity warlock rank archgods can be seen everywhere. Although they have formidable talents, but as long as human infinity warlocks proficient in countless spells pay a little attention, they can hunt them down one by one and turn them into tremendous wealth. The Red Moon Fairy said solemnly, "If the Taboo Imperial Court obtains the Black Emperor realm, then with their research on bloodline power, they may be able to create 1 or 2 warlock monarch rank archgods. However, these archgods won't be of much use to our cultivation. Besides, there are also pinnacle powerhouses among these archgods. If we're not careful, we may be wiped out. We should find a way to steal the Empyrean origin force and leave this place. That's the best plan. Infinity Warlock rank Archgod bloodline can indeed be exchanged for a large amount of resources. However, resources above the Infinity Warlock rank are priceless. It is extremely difficult to exchange Archgod bloodline for cultivation resources. But Empyrean origin force is different. No matter what secret method a warlock cultivates, as long as they can absorb Empyrean origin force, they will get a huge improvement. When the other infinity warlocks heard the Red Moon Fairy's words, they nodded. "Let's go." The Red Moon Fairy shouted, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the place where a large hole was blasted open in the Holy Pulse Mountain. Yang Feng and the others followed her. The Holy Pulse Mountain is the center of the Black Emperor realm. With the means of the Red Moon Fairy and them, it is extremely difficult to enter the Holy Pulse Mountain. The fastest way was to sneak into the Holy Pulse Mountain from where the Holy Pulse Mountain was broken. Before long, a huge and unfathomably deep fist-shaped cave appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The fist-shaped cave was filled with wisps of strange demon chi. The strange demonic aura intertwined with the abundant mana in the surroundings, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. Countless strangely shaped life forms suddenly took shape and let out shrill and strange screams. Once existences below the Starry Sky Warlock rank hear the strange scream, their soul will shatter, and they will turn into corpses. The countless strangely shaped spirit body life forms possessed terrifying power. If careless, even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses would be torn to pieces by the strange spirit body life forms. Since Yang Feng and his party are all infinity warlocks, the countless strange spirits that can kill Moonlight Warlocks can't even get close to them, and are easily shattered to pieces. As soon as they entered the Holy Pulse Mountain, a boundless demonic sea covered in dense demonic chi appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The demonic sea churned, and the laws of heaven and earth above it twisted and changed, forming an unstable space. Black wind lingered around, and the demonic aura was dense, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Petrol Feathers pointed with a finger, and a feather suddenly flew out and turned into a great warlock rank extraordinary demonic swallow that flew into the sky above the demonic sea. Shortly after the extraordinary demonic swallow flew into the sky above the demonic sea, it suddenly trembled slightly, and, as if it lost all its strength, flapped its wings, and fell into the demonic sea. The demonic chi swirled slightly, and the transcendent demonic swallow completely disappeared, sinking into the demonic sea. Petrol Feathers said solemnly, "It is impossible to fly in the demonic sea. The laws of heaven and earth above it are chaotic. Unless you can analyze the laws of chaos, no one can fly on it." Looking at the demonic sea surging with demonic chi, the infinity warlocks frowned, and a dignified look flashed in their eyes. Infinity warlocks possess terrifying perception. Although the Red Moon Fairy and the others haven't come into contact with the demonic sea, but they can still vaguely feel the great terror hidden in the demonic sea. In the world of warlocks, There were many bizarre, outrageous, and unimaginable existences. For example, as long as they don't touch the water of Styx, even moonlight warlocks can resist it with spells. But once they are touched by a drop of Styx, even an infinity warlock will have their soul and memories erased, and they will turn into a walking corpse. The demonic sea gives people a very dangerous feeling. These infinity warlocks aren't willing to touch it lightly. "I'll do it." The red mountain bone monster's voice was hoarse. He stabbed his hand into his body, dug out a bone inscribed with all kinds of weird runes, and threw it towards the demonic sea. The bone was also brimming with demonic chi. It twisted and turned into a strange demonic ship that was brimming with demonic chi. It landed on the demonic sea. The bizarre devilish ship swayed slightly and hovered above the devilish sea. "My demonic bone ship can resist the erosion of the demonic sea." The red mountain bone monster's eyes flickered for a while, and then he took a step forward and boarded the ship. The eyes of the red moon fairy and the other infinity warlocks flickered with enigmatic light, and they boarded the ship. As soon as the 6 people boarded the demonic ship, 18 bony arms extended from the demonic ship, each holding an oar, and began to row the ship. The demonic ship floated towards the depths of the demonic sea. Suddenly, the demonic sea churned and roiled, and one after another, skeletons and rotting corpses emerged from the demonic sea. A layer of skeletons and rotting corpses appeared on the surface of the demonic sea. Most of the skeletons and rotting corpses are in the form of archgods, looking very strange and ferocious. A foul smell, resentment, and hostility diffused from the skeletons and rotting corpses and rushed towards the ship. "Come down. Die. Flesh and blood, I want the flesh and blood of living people." The will fluctuations of the countless skeletons and rotting corpses gushed towards young Feng and the others like a tide and slammed into their sea of knowledge. "Humph, a bunch of ants." Petrol Feathers smiled coldly, then recited an incantation, put on a ring, and pointed at the skeletons. The flame ring flashed, and a flame suddenly gushed out and turned into a sea of fire that enveloped a large number of skeletons. Enveloped by the sea of fire, hundreds of skeletons and rotting corpses were burned to ashes. The red moon fairy took out a holy light ring, put it on, and pointed at the skeletons and rotting corpses, and resplendent holy light entered the skeletons and rotting corpses and purified them. The other infinity warlocks also used secret treasures to release powerful purification spells and purify the skeletons and rotting corpses. When the 6 infinity warlocks joined forces, the skeletons and rotting corpses covering the demonic sea were purified, leaving nothing behind. Suddenly, the demonic sea churned, and a huge tail covered with countless bone spurs shot out from the bottom of the sea and slammed into the devil bone ship. Boom! The red mountain bone monster frantically urged his life force, countless runes appeared on the devil bone ship, and a black magic shield suddenly appeared and blocked below the devil bone ship. When the huge tail covered with sharp bone spurs slammed into the magic shield, it easily shattered the magic shield, and then blasted the devil bone ship into countless pieces. Yang Feng's group of 6 was forced to jump into the air. Yang Feng analyzed calmly, "The laws here are chaotic. There should be a fight between peerless powerhouses, which shattered the laws of this space. If you want to fly, you can only use the power of the small world inside you. Human infinity warlocks who have formed a small world inside them can exert terrifying power in different worlds. This is one of the advantages of infinity warlocks with a small world inside them by far over infinity warlocks without a small world inside them." The petrol feather flicked his finger, and feathers flew out and turned into extraordinary demonic swallows. He stepped on the extraordinary demonic swallows and fled into the distance. The red moon fairy waved her lily-white hand, and a handkerchief suddenly extended, became 10,000 meters long, and extended into the distance. She stepped on the handkerchief and flew into the air. The snake ancestor flicked his finger, and a 10,000-meter-long snake skin ejected. As soon as he jumped into the giant snake's skin, he strangely disappeared. The red mountain bone devil disintegrated into 3 red skeletons. The 3 red skeletons threw red bones at each other. When a red bone appeared in midair, it transformed into a new skeleton, and the original red skeleton disappeared in an instant. The god-form Devil Eye's body suddenly disintegrated, and then numerous eyes shot out like cannonballs towards the surroundings. It was an extremely strange scene. When young Feng saw this scene, he smiled slightly, operated a secret method, turned into a black shadow, jumped into the shadow of the Red Moon Fairy's handkerchief, and shuttled back and forth in the shadow. The devilish sea roiled and a pitilessly ferocious and terrifying aura suddenly erupted. A bloody mouth that had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, and only sharp teeth that were like saw teeth suddenly burst out with boundless devilish water. It opened its mouth and swallowed the petrel feather in a single gulp. Chapter 838. The petrel feathers trembled slightly, and then split into countless palm-sized extraordinary demonic birds with different innate abilities that fled in different directions. As if a huge whirlpool has formed, the moor swallowed wildly. The countless palm-sized transcendent demonic birds trembled and were entangled by the countless whirlpools, flying toward the bloody mouth. Save me! The countless extraordinary birds gathered in an instant and formed the petrel feathers, and he shouted with a look of horror on his face. The Red Moon Fairy and the others, however, fled even faster. None of them looked back at the petrel feathers. The Red Moon Fairy and the others were lucky enough to obtain the secret of the Black Emperor's treasure trove. They formed a temporary team to explore the Black Emperor's treasure trove together just to share the risks. They won't rescue their temporary teammates. When the moor closed, the magic light on the petrel feathers shattered, and he fell into the moor with a look of despair on his face, and was devoured and crushed to pieces. After the moor devoured the petrel feathers, it sank to the bottom of the demonic sea and disappeared. Seeing that the demonic sea is so dangerous, the remaining 5 Infinity Warlocks didn't dare to hold back anymore. They urged their life energy and cast various secret methods to rush to the other side of the demonic sea. In addition to the secret methods they practice, every Infinity Warlock has mastered many unimaginable secret methods. Even though the laws of heaven and earth above the demonic sea are chaotic, making it impossible to fly, but the Infinity Warlocks still have various means to cross the demonic sea. The 5 Infinity Warlocks frantically urged their life energy, took out one secret treasure after another, and crossed the demonic sea at a terrifying speed. Before long, they saw the end of the demonic sea. At this moment, the originally calm demon sea suddenly surged and churned. The bloody mouth that had just devoured the petrel feather suddenly burst out from the endless demon sea, stirring the heavens and earth as it chomped down on the demon snake old ancestor. Damn bastard! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The eyes of the snake ancestor flashed fiercely, and his aura suddenly changed. His body swelled up, and the snake hair on his head shattered. He turned into a 100-meter-long purple true dragon. A vast and boundless world energy seeped out from the purple dragon's body. It stretched out its dragon claw, and dragon energy surged, suppressing the world as it slammed into the bloody mouth. Struck by the dragon claw containing boundless world force, the bloody mouth split open. Black mucus and teeth shattered and sank into the demonic sea. Strands of incomparably strange profoundness surged in the demonic sea. Streams of demonic water that seemed to be able to crush and erode worlds soared into the sky from the demonic sea and swept towards the purple dragon in the sky. The purple true dragon's world energy surged wildly, forming a purple halo around its body. Demonic water covered the sky and purple light flashed. 2 extremely powerful forces intertwined in the demonic sea, churned, and offset each other. All of a sudden, the purple true dragon twisted slightly, crossed the distance of 100 kilometers, and appeared at the edge of the demonic sea. The boundless demonic water fell into the demonic sea and churned. Come back. Let's go together. Countless skeletons and rotting corpses were faintly discernible in the demonic sea and issued queer calls. Shrouded by the queer calls, even a glorious dawn warlock will have their mind shaken, their soul shaken, and they will fall into the demonic sea. Taking advantage of the time when the weird monster was entangled with the snake ancestor, the other 4 Infinity Warlocks took the opportunity to cross the demonic sea, land on the ground, and stared at the snake ancestor vigilantly. The Red Moon Fairy narrowed her eyes, stared at the snake ancestor, and uttered unhurriedly, "Should we call you the snake ancestor, or the 175th on the infinity list, purple true dragon Yunbo?" Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly. So this is an expert on the infinity list. Sure enough, he deserves his reputation. He's a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world. Powerhouses who have formed a virtual world or a small world inside them are far stronger than those of the same rank, and can display terrifying battle prowess in many worlds and environments. However, it is far more difficult for powerhouses who have formed a virtual world to promote to an infinity warlock than other warlocks. With the help of the Eternal Fruit, Yang Feng broke through the Godman boundary and obtained a level 9 soul aptitude, which is how he was able to advance to the Infinity Warlock realm. The 175th on the Infinity list is a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world. From this, it can be seen how strong an expert on the Infinity list is. Yun Bo said flatly, "I am the purple true dragon." The godly face demon eyes stared at Yun Bo. His voice was slightly distorted as he said coldly, "Purple true dragon, what is your purpose for sneaking into our midst?" Yun Bo glanced at the 4 Infinity Warlocks and said domineeringly, "My purpose? Of course it's the Empyrean origin force in the center of the Black Emperor realm. Didn't you all come here for the same reason?" As an expert on the Infinity list, Yun Bo is extremely powerful. Even when facing 4 Infinity Warlocks, he isn't afraid. The gap in strength between Infinity Warlocks is enormous. Supreme Infinity Warlocks can insta-kill Junior Infinity Warlocks. As an expert on the Infinity list, Yun Bo is an outrageous genius who has formed a virtual world inside him. Even if he faces the Red Moon Fairy and the other 4 Infinity Warlocks, the outcome of the battle won't be known. The Red Mountain Bone Monster said coldly, "All right. Everyone's purpose is the Black Emperor realm's Empyrean origin force. Now that the Empyrean origin force hasn't appeared yet, it will only make people laugh if we fight among ourselves. Let's move on." The other 3 Infinity Warlocks looked at each other and nodded silently. The group continued to explore. But Yang Feng's group of 4 formed a small group, vaguely rejecting the Infinity List powerhouse Purple True Dragon Yun Bo. Yun Bo didn't care and walked straight ahead. After crossing the demonic sea, a vast and endless cluster of palaces appeared before everyone's eyes. Within the palace complex, there were traces of battle everywhere. Corpses were scattered all over the ground, making it look like a ghost town. All of a sudden, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned to look at the void. Then, he turned around and continued to look at the palace complex covered in corpses. The Red Moon Fairy scanned the palace complex with her soul force, and then frowned and uttered, "Flying is prohibited in this area. Infinity Warlocks are proficient in many secret methods, and many escape secret methods require flying to be cast. Since flying is prohibited in this palace complex, it means that the escape secret methods prepared by many Infinity Warlocks will be ineffective, or even greatly weakened. However, every Infinity Warlock who dares to come here is a person with a firm mind." Without hesitation, they stepped into the palace complex. As soon as they entered the palace complex, Yang Feng and the others saw that there are archgod skeletons everywhere. Each archgod skeleton is riddled with scars, and resentment and ferocious breath diffuse from the archgod skeletons and soar into the sky. The Red Mountain Bone Monster glanced at the archgod skeletons and sighed slightly, and regret shimmered in his eyes. Unfortunately, these bones have been here for too long. These archgods were extremely powerful when they were alive, with the weakest being Moonlight Warlock rank existences. However, after nearly 10 million years, the extraordinary power inside their bones has completely faded away with the passage of time. Now, they are just ordinary bones without any extraordinary power. Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower. Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of an extraordinary plant, bent down, and grabbed a palm-sized, red extraordinary plant surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. The Red Moon Fairy's eyes lit up, and she uttered with a tender smile, "As expected of the Black Emperor's world, there are treasures everywhere. The Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It needs to be watered with the blood essence of archgods with Lightning God bloodline, and only by chance can it be born. If it is a warlock who cultivates lightning secret methods, then even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse will pay a huge price in exchange for it." Yun Bo glanced at Yang Feng, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. Then, he regained his calm, as if he doesn't care about the Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower. Fire God Jade Tree. Wind God Blood Origin Stone. After Yang Feng harvested the Lightning God Myriad Blood Flower, The Red Moon Fairy and them also searched and obtained many treasures of heaven and earth that will move the hearts of infinity warlocks and even warlock monarchs. Since no one has come here for millions of years, the palace complex is full of treasures of heaven and earth that are rarely seen in the outside world. However, Yang Feng and them still went straight to the center of the palace complex. Empyrean origin force is the ultimate goal of Yang Feng and them. Although the other treasures of heaven and earth are precious, but it is still difficult to promote an infinity warlock to a warlock monarch. But Empyrean origin force can make a person advance to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse in a single bound. In the center of the palace complex, there is a 10,000-meter tall magnificent palace made of a rare mineral gold jade. Even ordinary warlock monarchs can hardly harm it. But at this time, the magnificent palace is strangely divided into two. One half has disappeared into thin air, as if it doesn't exist at all. At the very center of the palace was an extremely strange disk. At the center of the disk was a black crystal. Strands of world origin energy radiated from the black crystal. Empyrean origin force. With a thought, Yang Feng cast a secret method, jumped into the shadow, and disappeared. Since the Empyrean origin force has appeared, then go to hell. Yunbo's eyes flickered with a ferocious gleam as he unleashed all the power he could muster. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the godly face's demon eyes. His claws were imbued with the aura of a true dragon, as though he had transformed into a true dragon hunting its prey. Suppressing the void, he grabbed out at the godly face's demon eye's heart. Chapter 839. The spells of warlocks who cultivated ocular techniques and ocular secret methods were extremely strange. No one knew what kind of extraordinary power their ocular techniques possessed. Among infinity warlocks, warlocks who cultivate eye techniques and eye secret methods may not be the strongest in head-on combat. However, if they hide aside and release all kinds of strange eye techniques to their heart's content, then even supreme infinity warlocks in the top 10 on the infinity list will be hit if they are careless. The eyes on the transcendent eye's body opened one by one, and the eyes of different extraordinary life forms suddenly erupted and barreled towards the purple true dragon Yunbo He. If you were given time to prepare, your eye technique would indeed pose a great threat to me. But after all, you aren't the true body of those eyes. Instead of hurriedly opening so many eyes, you might as well just open one eye. Yunbo sneered. Suddenly, purple dragon scales appeared on his body. It was as if he had transformed into a humanoid dragon. Rings of purple dragon aura wrapped around his body, exuding a terrifying pressure of a true dragon. When the light fired by the transcendent eye's eyes slammed into Yunbo, the purple dragon chi blasted through the purple dragon chi, hit the purple dragon scales, and scorched, twisted, frozen, and corroded the scales. Yunbo took this opportunity to slam his claw into the chest of the transcendent eyes, and fearsome dragon chi slammed into the transcendent eyes in an instant. The eyes on the transcendent eye's body exploded, and a copious amount of mucus flew into the air, and then evaporated. His head exploded and flew into the distance like a cannonball. The transcendent eyes is a battle-hardened powerhouse. When he was seriously injured by Yunbo, he decisively gave up the fight for the Empyrean origin force. Although treasures are good, but his life is more important. Instead of chasing after the transcendent eyes, Yunbo turned to the Red Moon Fairy and the other two and sneered, "If the three of you leave at once, I can spare your life. Otherwise, if you don't have a fortuitous encounter, you'll die in 1,000 to 2,000 years." Red Moon Fairy's eyes flickered with panic as she gritted her teeth and said, "Purple True Dragon, aren't you afraid that the three of us will join forces and kill you here?" Yunbo smiled coldly and said in a domineering and confident tone, "Even if the three of you join forces, you're still nothing in my eyes. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. My true identity is Purple Star Dragon King Mo Chen, ranked 76th on the C roll, 76th on the C list." Red Moon Fairies and Red Mountain Bone Demons' expressions changed. The core world is a place where Tsangji Plains human warlock experts gather, and there are more than 5,000 infinity warlocks. There are only 200 infinity warlocks on the infinity list, and the top 100 on the infinity list are recognized as supreme infinity warlocks or existences with supreme infinity warlock rank battle prowess. If the Purple Star Dragon King Mo Chen goes all out, He may be able to insta-kill junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses like the Red Moon Fairy and the Red Mountain Bone Monster with a single spell. I quit. Yang Feng's embodiment of the Shadow Killer suddenly jumped out from a corner, jumped out of a shadow, and entered another shadow. Within a few breaths of time, he had jumped hundreds of kilometers away. The Red Moon Fairy's complexion changed several times, and she sighed in disappointment. I quit as well. Nothing is more important than your life. The Red Moon Fairy knows that she is not Yunbo's opponent. If she stays, only death will await her. Too late. A sneer suddenly came from the side, and a purple dragon chi instantly erupted from the Red Mountain Bone Devil's body. A dragon claw suddenly stabbed towards Red Moon Fairy's body. The warlock robe worn by the Red Moon Fairy burst out with countless runes in an instant, and all kinds of mesmerizing dance and illusory figures suddenly appeared, making people's blood boil and unable to control themselves. Layer after layer of seductive and enchanting fragrance wafted in all directions. Mixed with the mesmerizing dance and beautiful illusions, even an Infinity Warlock would find it hard to control themselves. The Red Mountain Bone Demon's eyes narrowed slightly, and purple dragon chi rose from his body. His whole body was covered with purple dragon scales, and a vast, ancient, and terrifying true dragon purple chi erupted from his body in an instant, broke through the Red Moon Fairy's illusory boundary, and blasted into the Red Moon Fairy's body, blasting her body into pieces and splattering blood everywhere. Yunbo stepped forward and uttered with a smile, "Big brother, your purple true dragon claw has become even more powerful." The Red Mountain Bone Demon frowned slightly and said, "The Red Moon Fairy is really extraordinary. She actually aroused my lust. It seems that I have to complete the mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Yunbo said with a smile, "There are humanoid archgods in the Black Emperor realm, and the females of those humanoid archgods are also very beautiful. If you can't control yourself, you can use those humanoid archgods to quench your lust in the future." The Red Mountain Bone Demon said solemnly, "All right." Yunbo said, "Let's divide the Empyrean origin force according to our previous agreement, 60% for you and 40% for me. You absorb it first. I'll stand guard for you." "Okay." There was a flash of warmth in the Red Mountain Bone Demon's eyes, and then he looked towards a dark corner and said coldly, "But before that, we brothers have to join forces to get rid of this hidden enemy." When Yunbo heard this, his eyes flashed gravely, and purple dragon chi surged all over him. He was full of vigilance. Purple Star Dragon King Mo Chen and Purple True Dragon Yunbo, two powerhouses on the Infinity List, are actually brothers. If this news gets out, it will shock the world. The void twisted slightly, and a strange existence that seemed to hover between real and illusory formed a trembling shadow that appeared in front of the two powerhouses on the Infinity List. Mo Chen's face suddenly changed dramatically, and his eyes flashed gravely. Ninth on the Infinity List, Heart Shadow Ju Yi. Yunbo's face suddenly fell, and Purple Dragon Chi surged, ready to attack at any time. Heart Shadow Ju Yi. The top 10 powerhouses on the Infinity List are monsters among monsters, geniuses among geniuses. Virtually all of them possess supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess and have the potential to attack the Warlock Emperor realm. Although the experts on the Infinity List are full of confidence and arrogance, but they are well aware that the top 10 powerhouses on the Infinity List are not on the same level as them. Mo Chen said decisively, "Heart Shadow Ju Yi, how about the three of us divide the Empyrean origin force equally? We brothers only want 50%. The other 50% belongs to you." The top 10 experts on the Infinity List are extremely powerful. Since the Mo Chen brothers aren't certain of victory, they can only choose to compromise. Ju Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Okay." Mo Chen probed, "Then I'll absorb it first, then you, and finally my brother. What do you think?" Ju Yi replied with a smile, "Okay." Mo Chen took a deep look at Ju Yi, frowned slightly, and strode towards the Empyrean origin force. Mo Chen's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he sneered in his heart, "Idiot, after I absorb enough Empyrean origin force, I'll attack the Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop. Once I succeed, even if you are Heart Shadow Ju Yi, who is ranked 9th on the Infinity List, you will still die at my hands." The further along a Warlock's cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to challenge someone of a higher realm. There is a great realm between the Warlock Monarch and Infinity Warlock realms. Even the top 10 freaks on the Infinity list may not be able to defeat the weakest human Warlock Monarch. In the depths of Ju Yi's eyes, a ring of stars formed. Countless strange runes flickered in the boundless universe. Wisps of extremely strange fluctuations shot out of his eyes and entangled Mo Chen and Yun Bo, blinding their minds. Normally, with the cunning Mo Chen and Yun Bo, they would be able to detect that something is wrong. However, their greed was aroused by the Empyrean origin force, and they relaxed a little because of Ju Yi's concession. Their minds fluctuated, which gave Ju Yi an opportunity to take advantage of. When Mo Chen walked up to the materialized Empyrean origin force crystal, his eyes shimmered with greed, and he extended his hand towards the crystal. Suddenly, the earth split open, and a monster covered in black armor with sharp bone spikes, dragging a black tail behind it, suddenly flew out. Its torso was 90% similar to a human's, and its claw was shrouded in pitch-black demon chi, stabbing toward Mo Chen's heart. Mo Chen is indeed a peerless powerhouse ranked 76th on the Infinity list. In an instant, purple dragon scales appeared on his body, and purple dragon chi gushed out. The dragon chi distorted the void and merged with his powerful life force field, which can even resist the attacks of many Infinity Warlocks. When the monster's pitch-black claw stabbed into the magic force field formed from dragon chi, the magic force field was eroded by the demonic chi, and a large hole was opened. The pitch-black claw stabbed into Mo Chen, pierced through the dragon scales, and dug out an infinity core from Mo Chen's forehead. After the monster killed Mo Chen with one blow, it grabbed Mo Chen's corpse and stuffed it into its mouth, and it issued hair-raising chewing sounds. Its pitch-black vertical pupils turned and fell on Yun Bo and Ju Yi. Yun Bo let out a roar of grief and stared at the monster in shock and anger, yet didn't attack. Big brother. Ju Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered with a smile, "Is this a powerhouse from another high-energy level universe?" To be able to insta-kill a powerhouse ranked 76th on the Infinity list, his strength is really extraordinary. This is a monster from a high-energy level universe. So strong. I wonder what level this monster is in the high-energy level universe. Yang Feng, who had been hiding in the darkness and blending with the shadows, was also slightly startled and stared at the monster. Chapter 840. Everyone, come out. The top 10 on the Infinity list are still hiding. Compared to the 8 Warlock Emperors when they were young, your courage is really lacking. Ju Yi looked around with a faint smile on his face. With a flick of his finger, strange ripples spread out in all directions. A copious amount of flesh and blood of the Red Moon Fairy, who was blasted apart by the cloud wave, flew into the air, and formed a beautiful woman dressed in a silver-white warlock robe. She has a pure and beautiful temperament and a holy temperament, looking like a sacred and beautiful goddess. Empyrean origin force is of great importance. It's an opportunity for me to promote to a warlock monarch. It's a matter of course to be cautious. At the time, didn't the Star-Lord also hide from the Nine Realms Lord? Streams of black dragon chi surged as a handsome and burly young man who gave off a domineering aura walked out. He was like a humanoid dragon as he spoke indifferently. Compared with the young man, the dragon chi of the brothers Yun Bo and Mo Chen is not worth mentioning. It's like the gap between a young dragon and an adult dragon. Ju Yi uttered with a smile, number 500 on the Infinity list, Queen of Change Luo Jejie, and number 6 on the Infinity list, Dark True Dragon Mo Xin. The rumor that the two of you got a clue about the Black Emperor's treasure trove is true. Luo Jejie smiled sweetly, looking like a goddess. Heart Shadow Ju Yi, legend has it that you know a lot of secrets. You are in charge of the most mysterious intelligence agency in the core world, the Eyes of Insight. It seems that the legend is true. Ju Yi smiled slightly and flicked his finger, and strange ripples swept towards Yang Feng's location. The transparent tentacles of the Phantom Ruler appeared around Yang Feng and resisted most of the strange ripples. But some ripples still entered his body. Indeed, compared to the 8 Warlock Emperors, my courage is still too lacking. When the strange ripples landed on Yang Feng, his mind shook slightly, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Along the way, Yang Feng has relied on Shizu technology and battle robots to destroy countless powerful enemies, obtain countless resources, practice cultivation to the advanced Infinity Warlock realm, and become an Infinity Warlock. However, hiding behind the scenes all year round, Yang Feng didn't cultivate the indomitable and invincible aura and confidence of a Warlock Emperor. Every top powerhouse had their own pride and confidence. That pride and confidence allowed them to perfectly unleash their strength, and even unleash 120% of their strength. As for those who lacked confidence, even if they had 100% of their strength, they would only be able to display 50% to 60% of their strength at critical moments. This was the power of the spirit. The Shizu's AI robots are able to display 100% of their strength in any environment. After all, I'm just a human, and the power of the soul is equally important to me. Yang Feng looked pensive, as if a layer of fog had been erased from his mind, and his body became even more relaxed. Distorted light flickered, and Yang Feng, who had been hiding in the shadows and darkness, appeared. Hiding in the shadows and darkness as a peerless assassin wasn't my wish. My wish is to be invincible, to roam the world, to settle debts of gratitude and enmity, and to suppress the Devata realms with absolute power. The Shizu's technology and power are just my tools and weapons for gathering resources. At the moment when Yang Feng appeared, his breath suddenly changed, and he broke through to the pinnacle Infinity Warlock realm from the advanced Infinity Warlock realm, and he turned into a huge whirlpool that frantically devoured the surrounding life magic energy. Countless magic crystals suddenly flew out and turned into powder, and a tremendous amount of life magic energy poured into Yang Feng. In this area, the powerhouses in the top 10 on the Infinity list quietly watched Yang Feng break through. None of them took action. The eyes of the monster covered in black armor that just devoured Mo Chen shimmered fiercely, and it suddenly turned into a black bolt of lightning and flew towards Yang Feng. In an instant, the monster appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's heart. "You want to kill me on your own?" Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he looked at the monster and extended a hand. Runes appeared in an instant, and a primal chaos force field slammed into the monster like a mountain. Boom! The monster's black armor suddenly caved in, and it fell to the ground and spewed out a large mouthful of blood, seriously injured. A dignified shade streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Not dead. What a powerful fleshly body. Without extracting the world force inside him, Yang Feng used 80% of his power in this strike. Even if it is an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be torn apart and their soul will shatter, leaving only an Infinity core behind. Although the monster was hit by Yang Feng, yet it didn't die. Its life force is simply terrifying. Seriously injured, the monster opened its mouth and issued a sharp and ear-piercing scream. With the monster as the core, fearsome sound waves spread in all directions. Even if it is a powerhouse below the Moonlight Warlock rank, once they are enveloped by the fearsome sound waves, their life force field will shatter and their soul will shatter. Along with the monster's scream, the earth trembled slightly. 9 huge black eggs with a diameter of 20 meters and countless runes engraved on them emerged from the ground. The 9 giant black eggs trembled slightly, and with a cracking sound, they shattered. From the mucus, 9 monsters wearing black armor and exuding fearsome auras crawled out. Each of their auras is more than a notch stronger than that of the monster Yang Feng just injured. Ju Yi sighed emotionally. This is the underlying strength of a high-energy universe. It can casually send experts on the Infinity list. Besides, these monsters should be monsters left from the Black Emperor era. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he speculated, it's impossible for these monsters to come from the outside world. They can only sleep in the Black Emperor realm and eventually be devoured by the core world. The only possibility for them to recover is that the Infinity Warlock rank power devoured in the demonic sea awakened them. Ju Yi uttered with a smile, that's right. Any intelligent life form above the Moonlight Warlock rank that enters the core world will be monitored by the core world. Only inanimate objects, existences sealed to the point of death, and existences shielded by the inner world of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can block the core world from spying on them. The core world is a powerful world that the Time Lord and countless generations of human warlock supreme geniuses spent countless resources and treasures to develop. It is the final base of human warlocks. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will find it difficult to discover it. However, The core world also has its flaws. Once it devours the remnant world of a warlock emperor, the life forms of that world can easily integrate into the core world and become a member of the core world. Ju Yi glanced at Yang Feng and asked curiously, "I am Heart Shadow Ju Yi. Friend, how do I address you and where are you from?" Yun Bo, Luo Jejie, and Mo Xin focused their gazes on Yang Feng, revealing looks of curiosity. Every Infinity Warlock is extremely powerful. As long as the 5,000 Infinity Warlocks in the core world don't deliberately hide their identity, they will be known by other Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng's sudden appearance as an unfamiliar pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse has a suspicious origin. Yang Feng answered calmly, "I am Endless Darkness Yang Feng from the Zhangji Plains surface world." Disdain flashed in Mo Xin's eyes, and he sneered coldly, "An aborigine of the surface world. There is a big gap between the surface world and the core world's warlock civilization. As a powerhouse in the top 10 on the Infinity list, it is normal for Mo Xin to look down on the surface world's warlocks. Each of these monsters possesses quasi-warlock monarch rank strength. Let's take care of them." Dark True Dragon Mo Xin is very domineering. Black dragon scales erupted all over his body, and he looks like the incarnation of a humanoid true dragon. He took a step forward, appeared in front of a black monster, and punched it in the head. The instant Mo Xin's fist landed on the black monster, the power collapsed. A terrifying power erupted and blasted the black monster's body. The black monster's body caved in an instant, and it spewed out a mouthful of black blood and was sent flying for tens of kilometers. Crack, crack. Along with crisp sounds, black gas filled the black monster's body, and its bones creaked. It recovered, blurred into motion, and rushed towards Mo Xin. The other black monsters blurred into motion and rushed towards Ju Yi, Yang Feng, Yun Bo, and Luo Jejie respectively. Heart Shadow Ju Yi smiled faintly. His double pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes. Waves of strange ripples spread out from his eyes and swept toward the two monsters. Ju Yi's figure was reflected in the eyes of the two monsters rushing towards Ju Yi, and then their bodies stiffened. As if they were hit by a paralysis spell, black gas diffused from them and disappeared. Their bodies were also strangely crumbling inch by inch. Luo Jejie smiled lightly, then flicked her lily-white finger, and silver-white ribbons suddenly flew out and wrapped around the two freaks. The silver-white ribbons suddenly shone, countless runes appeared, and wisps of white gas erupted and suppressed the black gas exuding from the two monsters. Yun Bo's figure fluttered, and he turned into a purple true dragon and rushed towards the monster that was seriously injured by Yang Feng. Chapter 841. The three intact black-armored freaks suddenly rushed towards Yang Feng. Three quasi-warlock monarch rank black-armored freaks, interesting. In that case, let me see just how strong you guys are. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black moon, which looks like it can devour the world, suddenly appeared and swept towards the three black-armored freaks. The three black-armored freaks were instantly enveloped by the devour black moon, and power poured towards Yang Feng like a breached dam. Suddenly, a strange eye filled with countless runes opened on the black armor of the three black-armored freaks. As soon as the strange eye appeared, the power of the three black-armored freaks strangely linked together, and they broke through to the supreme Infinity Warlock realm in an instant. With a mad stab, they blasted the devour black moon apart with demonic chi. They can even combine power. These freaks are really scary. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of two black-armored freaks. With a palm strike, two spatial spells hit the two black-armored freaks and teleported them 100 kilometers away. When the other black-armored freak appeared in front of Yang Feng, he stabbed the other black-armored freak with his hand, and a berserk devour force broke out in a flash. The black-armored freak collapsed, and its life force flowed away frantically. In just a breath of time, it turned into a withered corpse, which turned into dust when the wind blew. Seeing this scene, Ju Yi exclaimed in admiration, "What an amazing spell! This is the essence of Devour. It can devour all the power of the enemy and turn it into nourishment for one's own growth." Luo Jejie took a deep look at Yang Feng, raised her eyebrows, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with apprehension. The essence of Devour. In the world of warlocks, geniuses are as common as clouds and powerhouses are as common as rain. In order to obtain formidable power, warlocks have created countless secret methods and studied the extraordinary powers of countless worlds. At the same time, information on countless essences has been circulated in the world. Before Yang Feng, there were peerless geniuses who comprehended the essence of Devour and walked the path of Devour. Among them, the one who cultivated the essence of Devour the most was the world-devouring Great Holy, who once competed with the sixth Warlock Emperor, the Golem Lord, for the throne. The realm-devouring Great Sage cultivated the profound meaning of devouring and was also a peerless demon. At the time, in order to improve his strength, he promoted to a Holy Spirit Warlock. The world-devouring Great Sage devoured 1/20th of the Tsangji Plains population as well as many Grade 9 and Grade 8 planes in one go. The insane behavior of the world-devour Great Holy angered the Holy Spirit Warlocks of the human warlocks at the time, and the Holy Spirit Warlock was seriously injured by the Holy Spirit Warlock. After thousands of years, the Holy Spirit Warlock was barely able to advance to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Taking advantage of the thousands of years, the Golem Lord, who was only slightly better than the Realm Devourer Holy, took the lead in reaching the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, and then left the Realm Devourer Holy in the dust. After the World Devour Great Holy, the strength of the warlocks who cultivate the essence of Devour has improved rapidly, and they possess fearsome battle prowess. However, none of them has been able to cultivate to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In the core world of warlocks, although the essence of Devour is not a taboo, but it is not popular either. After Yang Feng devoured a monster, his figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of another monster, stabbed a claw into the monster, and sucked the monster dry. When the other monster rushed to in front of Yang Feng, he stabbed a claw into the monster, and sucked the monster dry. After Yang Feng killed the three monsters, he looked at Heart Shadow Ju Yi and the other three experts on the Infinity List. After Yun Bo turned into a purple true dragon, he fought back and forth with the monster that was seriously injured by Yang Feng, gaining the upper hand. The reason why Mo Chen was instackled by the monster was that he was ambushed by the weird monster. Otherwise, in a real fight, Mo Chen would be much stronger than the monster. Ju Yi suddenly laughed, the strange ripples in his double pupils suddenly strengthened by 10 times. All of you, die. The two weird monsters trembled slightly, twisted, and their souls shattered, and they turned into two corpses that fell to the ground. Luo Jejie smiled sweetly like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Countless strange runes appeared on the white ribbon. The two monsters trembled slightly, twisted, shrank, and entered the white ribbon and formed two imprints. Mo Xin roared furiously, and his strength suddenly doubled. He casually tore a monster in half, and a true dragon head appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and swallowed the monster in one gulp. Mo Xin's figure flickered and he appeared in front of another monster. He casually tore the monster in half. The true dragon's head reappeared and swallowed the monster. Trash, you're a disgrace to us experts on the Infinity List. Mo Xin looked at Yun Bo, who is fighting with another monster, smiled coldly, took a step, and appeared behind the monster. The true dragon head suddenly appeared behind him, opened its maw, and bit the monster to pieces in an instant. After the 10 monsters were wiped out by Yang Feng and the other 3 powerhouses, a tense atmosphere pervaded the space. There is only one portion of Empyrean origin force. If a person devours it, they will not only be able to promote to a warlock monarch, but also gain a large amount of accumulation needed to advance to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. This kind of great opportunity may only come across once in a person's life. After all, the number of Warlock Emperors is very small. In the past millions of years, only 8 have been born in the human race. Even in the Archgod Age and the distant Eternals Age, Warlock Emperors were extremely rare. Only after a Warlock Emperor rank existence dies, and a wisp of origin force falls into the world inside them, can Empyrean origin force be born. Warlock Emperor rank existences are divided into different races. For example, the Kindred True Ancestor doesn't have a world inside her. Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses like the Kindred True Ancestor naturally can't produce Empyrean origin force. Empyrean origin force is even rarer than the Eternal God Tree. It's a great opportunity that's hard to come across. Ju Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, "How about the 4 of us divide the Empyrean origin force equally? Although it's a bit less, But if the four of us absorb the Empyrean origin force separately, we'll all gain the potential to advance to the Warlock Monarch realm. She's a woman, so she should get a bit more. How about this? I'll absorb 40% of the Empyrean origin force, and you three divide the remaining 60% equally. Luo Jejie suddenly smiled, and her entire body flickered with light. Layers of strange light enveloped her delicate body, causing her charm to increase by thousands of times. She was peerless and captivating. Yun Bo, who is standing quietly aside, suddenly felt suffocated. He stared at Luo Jejie with adoration in his heart, as if he is willing to die for her. Ju Yi closed his eyes. Layers of strange ripples twisted and trembled around his body. This is a charm spell. To be able to sway my mind, what a powerful charm spell. If it was before I entered the world of the light of eternity, I would have to cast all kinds of powerful mind defense spells in order to resist such a charm spell. Yang Feng took a look at Luo Jejie and felt that she is extremely beautiful. Even the floor lord of the 777th floor, the succubus empress, is not as beautiful as her. It is almost impossible to refuse her request. With his hands behind his back, Mo Xin glanced at Heart Shadow Ju Yi and Yang Feng and said with a cold smile, Luo Jejie, if you want to absorb 40% of the Empyrean origin force, then join forces with me to defeat the aboriginals of the surface world and Heart Shadow Ju Yi. After we kill them and drive them away, I can absorb 60% of the Empyrean origin force, and you can absorb 40%. If you want to fight, then I'll fight. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step forward and extended his hand, and a Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and turned into a small black hole. Devour force capable of devouring stars and destroying worlds crushed towards Mo Xin. Lowly aboriginals of the surface world, you dare to attack me. Since you're so reckless, I'll let you see the gap between us. Mo Xin flew into a rage. Countless black dragon scales appeared on his body, true dragon breath gushed out, and black dragon chi revolved around him. Behind him, one after another, archaic black dragons filled with archaic breath and ferocious-looking archaic black dragons suddenly appeared. Of the dozens of archaic black dragons, some are devouring worlds, some are biting killins, and some are accepting the worship of countless intelligent life forms. Each one of them exudes formidable breath, far surpassing that of an ordinary Infinity Warlock. Mo Xin's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long archaic black dragon. The dozens of ancient black dragons' silhouettes that emitted terrifying auras entered his body one after another. Mo Xin's incarnation of an archaic black dragon extended a claw, dragon chi revolved around it, distorted the void, and grabbed the Devour Black Moon. The Devour Black Moon formed from the essence of Devour twisted slightly, entered a stalemate with the archaic black dragon claw, and frantically devoured the archaic black dragon's dragon chi. The power of Mo Xin's incarnation of an archaic black dragon is condensed to the extreme. Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, which can instantly devour all the power of an Infinity Warlock, can only devour the archaic black dragon's dragon force bit by bit. Shatter. Mo Xin's incarnation of an archaic black dragon roared, and tremendous world force spread from him, turned into a whirlpool, and evolved into true dragon force. His power doubled and forcibly crushed Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. Go to hell. When he broke Yang Feng's spell, Mo Xin's incarnation of an archaic black dragon appeared in front of Yang Feng with a cruel gleam in his eyes, and a claw descended from the sky and sealed the void. 10,000 dragons roared and crushed down. Chapter 842. The top 10 on the Infinity List have a well-deserved reputation. Each of them has formed a virtual world. Without using world force, if you want to defeat them, you must have a special secret treasure or a heaven-defying secret method. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he frantically extracted the world force of the 9 small worlds from the world ring inside him. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body, runes appeared on his body, and primal chaos breath enveloped him. Then, he punched the claw of the archaic black dragon Mo Xin has transformed into. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, the claw of the archaic black dragon Mo Xin has transformed into was distorted by Yang Feng's punch, and a copious amount of blood splashed about. Bombarded by the tremendous force, the bones of the huge dragon body twisted, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood. In the eyes of the onlookers, it looks like a small ant sent a huge elephant flying with a blow, forming a strange visual effect. Yun Bo's eyes shimmered with astonishment, and he exclaimed, How is this possible? The fleshly body of a true dragon is the most powerful existence among extraordinary life forms. Even the fleshly body of giants is only slightly stronger than that of true dragons. He doesn't have giant bloodline, and the secret method he cultivates isn't a giant-type secret method. How can he be so powerful? An enigmatic ray flashed in Ju Yi's eyes. Amazing. The archaic black dragon Mo Xin has transformed into exuded formidable world force. The tremendous world force revolved, and the injuries of the archaic black dragon healed by 70%. Yang Feng took a step forward, appeared on Mo Xin's head, and stomped on Mo Xin's head. Violent world force erupted, and an extraordinary force blasted into the archaic black dragon Mo Xin has transformed into. Mo Xin opened his mouth and ejected a mouthful of dragon blood that sprinkled on the ground. The entire earth trembled. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. As if an ant bombarding a giant elephant, Yang Feng punched Mo Xin in his incarnation of an archaic black dragon over and over again, breaking the bones of the archaic black dragon he has transformed into. Powerful world energy revolved around the primordial black dragon, constantly healing Mo Xin's body. Lowly aborigines of the surface world, let us perish together. Blasted by Yang Feng, Mo Xin's avatar of an archaic black dragon trembled, unable to resist. His eyes flashed with despair and madness, and he opened his mouth, and a black dragon bead engraved with countless mysterious runes suddenly appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng. The black true dragon pearl was a king-grade secret treasure that Mo Xin possessed. It was originally a dragon ball born from a holy spirit warlock rank black true dragon, which is a holy grade secret treasure of the black true dragon. After that black true dragon fell, after countless years, it fell into Mo Xin's hands and became a king-grade secret treasure. That black true dragon pearl was also a king-level secret treasure that had the highest chance of becoming a saint-level secret treasure. It was extremely powerful and was Mo Xin's strongest trump card. As soon as the black true dragon pearl appeared, a premonition of death welled up in Yang Feng's heart. As if the whole world was enveloped by the black true dragon pearl, it repelled all non-dragon forces. Vast dragon force, which seems capable of crushing a world, diffused from the black true dragon pearl and barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng flipped his hand, and the mountain shield suddenly appeared. As if supporting heaven and earth, mountain projections suddenly emerged and blocked in front of him. The black true dragon pearl descended from the sky and slammed into the mountains, and endless dragon chi gushed out. In the wake of the dragon chi, the mountains crumbled and shattered one after another. After shattering countless mountains, the black true dragon pearl finally slammed into the mountain shield and sent it flying. At this moment, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and black light of devour emerged around him, devoured everything around him, and severed the lock of the black true dragon pearl. When the black true dragon pearl slammed into Yang Feng, it blasted him into pieces. Mo Xin's face suddenly changed dramatically, and alarms went off in his heart. Dead? No. A blurry projection appeared behind Mo Xin and formed Yang Feng in an instant. A cold look in his eyes, a set of battle demon armor appeared on Yang Feng's body, and the world ring inside him extracted his power frantically. Shrouded in black light of devour, his hands pierced through Mo Xin's life force field, tore apart dragon scales, and stabbed into Mo Xin's body. The essence of devour erupted in an instant and devoured flesh and soul. The black true dragon Mo Xin has transformed into possesses extraordinary resistance. Whether it is sealing spells, curses, or other spells, they have no effect on him. Only with peerless power and essence can you crush everything, suppress everything, and seriously injure and kill him. In an instant, a large part of Mo Xin's body caved in, and bursts of severe pain spread throughout his body. His face suddenly fell, and he operated a secret method, contracted his body, and converged his power in an attempt to resist the devour force. Mo Xin only persisted for a breath of time, when he felt that the power inside him was still disappearing like a breached dam, and his face fell at once. Yang Feng, you dare to hurt me. I won't rest until you're dead. Mo Xin issued a world-shaking roar, then countless runes appeared on his body in an instant, and his life force field became chaotic. In an instant, a copious amount of dragon chi exploded. As if the whole world collapsed, violent dragon chi engulfed Yang Feng in an instant. A black true dragon head flew out from the explosion, grew a pair of wings, and flew away while riding the law of wind. Ju Yi and Luo Jieje glanced in the direction Mo Xin escaped, and their eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and then their gazes fell on the center of Mo Xin's explosion. A black ray of devour suddenly emerged from the smoke and devoured a copious amount of dragon chi. Yang Feng strolled out of the smoke and dust with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. The battle demon armor is in tatters, and he is holding the monarch-grade secret treasure Black True Dragon Ball in his hand. Yang Feng praised, "To be able to injure me, a powerhouse in the top 10 on the infinity list is really extraordinary." Ju Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said with a smile, "Yang Feng, how about we divide the Empyrean origin force equally?" "Shit." Yang Feng refused decisively. His eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit, and he revealed a domineering smile. "I want to keep the Empyrean origin force for myself. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I can't give it up. I know that you won't give it up either, so let's fight. On the path of cultivation, there is no retreat. Every opportunity is very important. At a critical time, if you take a step back, you'll be one step behind. With the Great Tribulation approaching, although there are far more opportunities than in the past, but the number of opportunities that can be divided equally among everyone will become extremely small. The Black Emperor's treasure trove is the only Warlock Emperor rank treasure trove that Yang Feng currently knows of. Empyrean origin force is even rarer than the Eternal God Tree. Naturally, Yang Feng can't give it up." Yang Feng turned to look at Yun Bo, and killing intent swept towards him like a tide. "Yun Bo, scram at once. Otherwise, this will be your burial place." Yun Bo trembled slightly, surged with purple dragon chi, turned into a stream of light, and fled into the distance. "In that case, let's compare notes on spells." Ju Yi smiled slightly, then a double pupil suddenly appeared in his eyes, and countless runes emerged. Distorted, queer, and unpredictable light of the soul pierced through the battle demon armor and entered Yang Feng's mind. In an instant, Yang Feng's soul was pulled into an empty, silent, and empty world. After a dizzying sway, Yang Feng strangely returned to earth. "Yang Feng, why did you fall asleep? Hand in your homework. Class is about to start." A clear and melodious voice sounded. Yang Feng raised his head to take a look, only to see the girl that he once fell in love with sitting in her middle school seat, pushing him. First love. A faint sourness pervaded Yang Feng's mind. The girl he once had a crush on in the past now seems to be just a cute girl full of youthful vigor, not too beautiful. Even the gifts given to him by many warlock families can't compare to her. Around his bedroom, the countless beautiful maids that could be plucked were far more beautiful and adorable than her. But when he saw her, Yang Feng seems to have returned to the past, and ripples set off in the tranquil lake in his heart. Following the traces of ripples, strands of incomparably strange power almost made him want to immerse himself in this world, never to wake up again. To be able to master such a queer spell, as expected of Heart Shadow Ju Yi. Unfortunately, it's not enough to make me immersed. Yang Feng sighed slightly. With a thought, he extinguished his nostalgic feelings. Strange tentacles fell from the sky and stabbed into the world. The world collapsed in an instant. At the moment when the world collapsed, the girl he fell in love revealed a miserable and desperate look in her eyes. When the world collapsed, Heart Shadow Ju Yi's spell was broken, and he bled from his facial orifices. Blood dripped from his double pupils, and his body trembled. He was seriously injured. A look of shock on his face, Heart Shadow Ju Yi exclaimed, "My Heart Shadow world has just begun, even if you saw through it, but how could you break it so quickly?" Chapter 843. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Ju Yi and sent a fist flying. Countless primal chaos runes emerged on his fist and crushed towards Ju Yi like a world of primal chaos. Heart Shadow Ju Yi is proficient in psychic spells, which are strange, mysterious, and extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for the Phantom Ruler, it wouldn't be so easy for Yang Feng to break his spells. Warlocks who cultivate psychic and ocular spells are extremely strange, and are the most unstable variables. If they are careless, as long as there is a flaw in their mind, even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse may die to Heart Shadow Juyi's psychic spells. In a group battle, the first to be defeated or killed is the Warlock who possesses ocular spells and psychic spells. Luo Jejie took out the Monarch-grade secret treasure Divine Transformation Mask and put it on, then her figure fluttered, and she transformed into Yang Feng's appearance and sent a fist flying. Countless primal chaos runes shone, surrounded by world force, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The Queen of Reinvention can even imitate more than 90% of my power. That's the Queen of Reinvention for you. With a flash of admiration in his eyes, Yang Feng frantically operated the essence of Devour, world force permeated the air, and a Devour black moon that looks like a black hole suddenly appeared behind him. Break. The Yang Feng that Luo Jejie has transformed into roared and sent a fist covered in primal chaos runes slamming into the Devour black moon in an instant. A tyrannical law of power wrapped around Luo Jejie's fists. The devouring black moon was struck by her fists, but before its devouring power could explode, it was shattered by her fists. As soon as the Devour black moon collapsed, a swarm of Type 2 Undyings poured out like a tide and slashed at Luo Jejie with their blades. Luo Jejie sent a fist flying, and a terrifying force containing the law of force erupted in an instant and slammed into the Type 2 Undyings. Crushed by the pitilessly terrifying law of strength, the Undyings were all smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. At this moment, Yang Feng's fist slammed into Heart Shadow Juyi. Heart Shadow Juyi twisted and collapsed. In his place, a heart formed from shadows collapsed and shattered. 20 kilometers away, a pale Heart Shadow Juyi's true body appeared. Heart Shadow Juyi's true body has just appeared, when Luo Jejie's domineering fist containing the law of power slammed into Heart Shadow Juyi, pierced through his force field, and slammed into his body. Luo Jejie, wake up. Heart Shadow Juyi's double pupils were sinister as he glanced in Luo Jejie's direction. He saw many illusory lines that were invisible to the naked eye connecting to Luo Jejie's body. He immediately let out an angry roar, and his double pupils flashed, turning into a sharp sword that slashed out and severed the phantom lines released by the phantom ruler. Illusion. I'm an illusion. Damn it. As soon as Luo Jejie woke up from the phantom ruler's control, she became furious and rushed towards Yang Feng. As Luo Ling and Ling, Lun Luo of Luo Yi Feng, Long Luo Luo, and Yi Out. The single attack of the Type 2 Undyings couldn't even break through Luo Jejie's protective life force field. However, the attacks of tens of thousands of Type 2 Undyings could completely wear down Luo Jejie's protective life force field and consume her power. They were like enlarged ants blocking in front of her. Devouring ultimacy. A cold light flashed in Luo Jejie's beautiful eyes, and a devouring black moon suddenly appeared. It was as if a terrifying black hole that could swallow the heaven and earth had suddenly appeared. The densely packed main battle robots were swallowed up by the black hole like a tide, all of their strength absorbed, and turned into piles of scrap metal. Yang Feng took a step forward. Like an invincible transcendent, his eyes indifferent, his fist shrouded in primal chaos runes and shrouded in world force barreled towards Juyi with the might of a mountain. Juyi waved his hand, and a level 9 secret treasure, Black Skeleton Demon Shield, suddenly flew out. A black light flashed, and an incomparably huge black skeletal devil suddenly appeared. It spat out a black demonic light, and 6 skulls suddenly flew out, forming an incomparably strange defensive barrier in the void. When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the barrier shattered, and the terrifying law of power crushed down and blasted the black skeleton demon into pieces. The Black Skeleton Demon Shield also shattered in an instant, and the broken pieces flew in all directions. Juyi's body collapsed in an instant, and he disappeared. Did he escape? Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, runes appeared all over him, and he extended his hand, and 3 devouring black moons suddenly appeared, sealed the level 4-8 desolation, suppressed the starry sky, and swept towards Juyi. Amazing. The Empyrean origin force is yours. Juyi instantly appeared in front of a devouring black moon, took out a green leaf, and waved it. The green leaf burned, turned into a green sword that split the sky, and slashed the devouring black moon apart. His figure fluttered, and he flew out of the scope of the devouring black moon. Then, his body collapsed, and he disappeared after leaving a sentence. What a troublesome fellow. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows. When he turned around, he saw Luo Jejie, who looks exactly the same as him, has the same breath, spells, and essences. A devouring black moon rose behind Luo Jejie and frantically devoured Yang Feng's 4th-generation battle robots. In just a few breaths of time, 40,000 4th-generation battle robots were devoured by her, drained of their power, and turned into scrap iron. Luo Jejie stared at Yang Feng with a ferocious gleam in her beautiful eyes. Her figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye. World force revolved around her, primal chaos breath pervaded the air, countless runes flickered, and she sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng with the momentum of a mountain. Interesting, you imposter. Let's see how much of my ability you've obtained. Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and 6 devouring black moons suddenly appeared, turned into 6 black holes, devoured everything, destroyed the world, and pressed towards Luo Jejie. Primal chaos breath surged around Luo Jejie, and she smashed a devouring black moon with a punch. Then, she stimulated the law of power and punched another devouring black moon. In the void, devouring black moons suddenly rose, and then were blasted apart by Luo Jejie's punch. As if a peerless god is destroying stars, heaven and earth shook. Infinity Warlocks are known as Almighty Warlocks. Each of them has the power to pluck stars and seize moons, and destroy a world. The power contained in the devouring black moon is stronger than that of a star, yet it was still destroyed by Luo Jejie with a punch, demonstrating her tyrannical power. At the moment when Luo Jejie destroyed the 23rd devouring black moon, her breath weakened for a moment. The 24th devouring black moon swept Luo Jejie into it. Endless darkness enveloped Luo Jejie and frantically extracted the power of her limbs and bones. The surroundings were enveloped by a terrifying devouring power, devouring all energy and preventing soul power from spreading out. Luo Jejie operated a secret method and sealed every cell in her body, and the formidable life force field suddenly contracted and merged with her true body. After the life force field merged with Luo Jejie's true body, the loss of her power dropped to a minimum. At this moment, the devouring black moon collapsed on its own, and the endless darkness disappeared. In its place, endless light descended from the sky, and a fist engraved with primal chaos and countless mysterious runes emerged from the endless light and barreled towards Luo Jejie. Luo Jejie hurriedly sent a fist flying, and primal chaos breath emerged. Enveloped by world force, the primal chaos breath formed runes that barreled towards the fist in the sky. Boom! 2 formidable forces containing the law of power erupted. Luo Jejie spewed out a mouthful of blood, flew back like a broken rag doll, and slammed into the ground, blasting open a large hole. She was seriously injured. Yang Feng, you win today. Rays of 7-colored light emanated from Luo Jejie's delicate body, turning into rays of 7-colored light and disappearing from where she stood. As a powerhouse in the top 10 on the Infinity list, Luo Jejie has had countless fortuitous encounters and possesses many precious escape secret treasures. Even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse would find it very difficult to kill her. Yang Feng's eyes flickered for a while, then whirlpools suddenly appeared on his body, and a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots poured out like a tide and filled the void. The 4th-generation battle robots can't even injure Infinity Warlocks. But they can block most Infinity Warlocks for a short period of time. For a pinnacle Infinity Warlock like Yang Feng, so long as he has a short period of time, he can do many things. After Yang Feng released hundreds of thousands of battle robots, he strode to in front of the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, a scorching shade in his eyes, and extended his hand towards the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal. In an instant, the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal erupted with terrifying power and swept towards Yang Feng as if a star exploded. Even a Bright World Warlock would find it difficult to resist this terrifying power. Yang Feng smiled faintly and spread his hand, primal chaos runes churned, and he grabbed the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal's explosive force, and black light shone and devoured the explosive force. Infinity Warlocks, even in the era of the 8 Warlock Emperors, were powerhouses who dominated a region. They weren't small fries. They were powerful enough to explore various relic sites. Chapter 844. At the moment when young Feng grabbed the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, a vast and fearsome force gushed out of the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal and entered his body. If a Bright World Warlock is hit by this vast and boundless force, then no matter how strong they are, their soul will collapse and their fleshly body will shatter. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he operated the Primal Chaos imperishable body, and mysterious Primal Chaos runes suddenly appeared on his body. Primal Chaos runes appeared in every cell of his body. Yang Feng's body turned into a bottomless abyss that frantically devoured the Primal Chaos runes and absorbed the fearsome power contained in the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal. With every breath of time, Yang Feng's body grew stronger by a fraction and evolved continuously. Suddenly, from the distance of the ruins, a purple true dragon rose directly and floated in mid-air. The dragon's eyes flashed with a crazy and ferocious light. It opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying dragon flame that could destroy the heavens and the earth condensed in its mouth. A strange transparent thread emerged on the purple true dragon Yunbo. He stiffened slightly, and then spewed dragon flames capable of destroying everything from his mouth in an instant. The violent dragon flames enveloped him and burned him wildly. "No. Stop. Don't kill me. Stop. I beg you." A look of horror and despair on his face, Yunbo issued miserable screams and twisted his huge dragon body, yet he couldn't cast a single spell. The screams of horror and despair lasted for a full 20 seconds before Yunbo was burned to ashes by the dragon fire he spewed out, leaving only an infinity core and a storage treasure. The godly face demon Eye, who was hiding far away and using his eye ability to observe everything, felt a chill in his heart. What a scary fellow. No wonder Heart Shadow Ju Yi, Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie, and Black True Dragon Mo Xin are not his opponents. The Empyrean Origin Force Crystal is a peerless treasure. Any Infinity Warlock would desire to obtain such a treasure. Naturally, no one will give it up. It seems that this is the only way. The Transcendent Eyes gritted his teeth and flipped his hand, and a ruber-like, dreamlike blood, exuding a queer aura, hovering between the real and the illusory, appeared in his hand. Inside the Transcendent Eyes, a blood-red eye suddenly opened and radiated dreamlike light that shone on the blood. The strange blood immediately twisted and turned into a red mist that disappeared into the demonic eye. "Come with me to the dream world." The Transcendent Eyes came to a tall building and looked at Yang Feng 100 kilometers away from them. The queer eyes twisted, and queer dream force swept towards Yang Feng like a tide. The dream world is extremely weird, and its laws are very different from those of the real world. Only Holy Spirit warlocks with a trace of eternal characteristics can resist the erosion of the dream world. Otherwise, even if it is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, if they don't have a special secret treasure, they will be pulled into the dream world and slaughtered. Bursts of distorted dream force pulled the Transcendent Eyes into the dream world in an instant. "What's this? Where's Yang Feng?" As soon as the Transcendent Eyes entered the dream world, he looked into the distance along with the queer dream force, and he was stunned at once. He saw that in the place where Yang Feng should be, there is a distorted phantom ruler that hovers between the real and the illusory. The phantom ruler suddenly opened a strange eye. The pitch-black eye seemed to transform into a terrifying black hole, frantically devouring all dream force. The Transcendent Eyes trembled slightly, and then was pulled towards the phantom ruler by the devouring force. The Transcendent Eyes' face fell, and he operated a secret method. His body fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-long astral dream scorpion with a human face. The stinger on his back suddenly erupted and stabbed towards the phantom ruler. The astral dream scorpion's stinger contains dream poison. Once an intelligent life form is stabbed by the astral dream scorpion's stinger, it will be transformed into a dream life form and sink into the dream world. In a queer state that is neither dead nor alive, they will wander the dream world forever. The astral dream scorpion stinger has just been stabbed, when it suddenly trembled and flew into the phantom ruler's strange eye. The phantom ruler devoured the stinger and turned it into pure dream force. In the real world, the Transcendent Eyes lost his soul, his eyes went blank, and he fell to the ground like a walking corpse. Once ordinary humans lose their soul, they will die immediately. Infinity Warlocks, on the other hand, have terrifying vitality. Even though their soul is shattered, which is equivalent to death, but their fleshly body can still survive for a long time, just like a vegetable. There's no chance. Curses. Black True Dragon Mo Shin, who is hiding nearby, gritted his teeth, cast a secret method, and disappeared silently. Nourished by the Empyrean origin force, Yang Feng easily reached the Quasi-Warlock Monarch realm, and then took another step and stepped into the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm. Generally speaking, after human Infinity Warlocks advance to the Quasi-Warlock Monarch realm, they can attack the Warlock Monarch realm. However, the Infinity Warlock realm is the most critical realm before advancing to the Warlock Emperor realm. Only after reaching the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm can human warlocks have the potential to attack the Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor realms. In the Supreme Infinity Warlock realm, the more profound your foundation is, the easier it will be for you to attack the Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor realms in the future. When Yang Feng is about to absorb the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal and advance to the Warlock Monarch realm in one fell swoop, a Karma spell suddenly shot out from the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal and stabbed into Yang Feng. As soon as the Karma spell entered Yang Feng, his Warlock Monarch realm bottleneck, which has already loosened, suddenly became more solid. Karma spell. What kind of karma is this? With a thought, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and tributaries of fate appeared in his eyes, reflected on himself, and peered into karma. Settle down all life forms in the Black Emperor realm, look for direct descendants of the Black Emperor's bloodline, and give them this book. After completing these two tasks, I will be able to completely devour the Black Emperor realm's Empyrean origin force and promote to a Warlock Monarch in one fell swoop. With a thought, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a pitch-black box appeared in his hand. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and sank into his thoughts. Countless data flashed in his eyes as he performed calculations frantically. After countless calculations, Yang Feng finally made a judgment. It seems that it's more cost-effective to complete this karma spell. The power of the karma spell cast by the Black Emperor is extraordinary. But Yang Feng has mastered the peerless secret method fate algorithm, which allows him to sever karma without any restrictions. However, the moment the karma spell is severed, the remaining Empyrean origin force will collapse, and the entire Black Emperor realm will collapse in an instant, making it difficult for Yang Feng to obtain anything. Unless Yang Feng can promote to a Warlock Emperor, he won't be able to stop the collapse of the Empyrean origin force. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the crystal formed from Empyrean origin force flew into his hand at once. Holding the Empyrean origin force crystal, Yang Feng willed, and, as if the embodiment of the Archgod Era's Warlock Emperor Black Emperor, his perception covered the entire Black Emperor realm. Shit, he has mastered the Black Emperor realm. Mo Shin, who is about to leave, suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Without hesitation, he took out a small black mirror and pointed it at the void. A black passage suddenly took shape leading to the outside of the Black Emperor realm. Mo Shin's figure fluttered, and he turned into a black ray flying towards the passage. Suddenly, a jade-white hand descended from the sky and pressed down on the black passageway. The black passage collapsed at once, and Mo Shin was strangely pulled out by a terrifying force. A jade-white finger descended from the sky like a giant pillar, crushing toward Mo Shin with the might of the entire Black Emperor realm. Yang Feng, do you really want to fight me to the death? Mo Shin roared, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a 1,000-meter-long black true dragon and sent a giant claw barreling towards the jade-white finger. Most of Mo Shin's body has already been destroyed by Yang Feng. But as a peerless expert in the top 10 on the Infinity list, he consumed several precious treasures to forcibly restore his body. But this hastily restored body is more than twice as strong as his original black true dragon body. Yang Feng had no intention of replying. In the sky, a huge jade-white finger touched the claw of the black true dragon. The 1,000-meter-long black true dragon Mo Shin has transformed into collapsed inch by inch and turned into ashes that drifted about, leaving only an infinity core and a storage treasure behind. Number 6 on the Infinity list, Dark True Dragon Mo Shin has died. As if an invincible transcendent, Yang Feng scanned the entire Black Emperor realm, yet he didn't find Heart Shadow Ju Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration. As expected of a powerhouse in the top 10 on the Infinity list, they are very decisive. When they saw that they couldn't get their hands on a treasure, they immediately gave up. Let's return to the core world. If Heart Shadow Ju Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie didn't leave in time, then after Yang Feng takes control of the Black Emperor realm, he doesn't mind attacking them. Even if he doesn't kill them, he will make them stay. In the Black Emperor realm, Yang Feng's battle prowess is comparable to that of a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. But he is still far inferior to a Holy Spirit Warlock. Once a Holy Spirit Warlock on the Holy List takes action, it is entirely possible for them to take the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal from Yang Feng. Chapter 845. The Black Emperor realm has really degenerated. It doesn't even have a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Through the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, Yang Feng scanned the Black Emperor realm and sensed the breath of infinity Warlock rank archgods. However, he didn't see a single Warlock Monarch rank breath. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. With the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal in hand, Yang Feng is the main force of the Black Emperor realm. He can even suppress Warlock Monarch rank archgods. A Warlock Monarch rank archgod, whether killed or taken as a subordinate, is of great value. Yang Feng naturally feels a little regretful that he didn't see any trace of a Warlock Monarch rank archgod in the Black Emperor realm. The current position of the Black Emperor realm isn't safe. Move. With the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal in hand, countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, as if he has become the embodiment of the Black Emperor realm. The core world, deep in the Black Cloud Mountains, the cliff that carries the Black Emperor realm trembled slightly and collapsed in an instant. A blurry, pitch-black oval existence that looks like it can devour everything trembled slightly, blurred, and disappeared. It seems that he has really taken control of the Black Emperor realm and made it conceal itself. Even if the Holy Spirit Warlocks on the Holy List take action, they won't be able to lock onto his position. On a certain mountain peak in the Black Cloud Mountains, Heart Shadow Ju Yi looked at the disappearing Black Emperor realm with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed. Luo Jejie's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic light, and she said with a confident smile, "I didn't expect that such an outstanding figure could be born in the surface world. He is definitely my greatest enemy when it comes to ascending the Warlock Emperor throne in the future." Heart Shadow Ju Yi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered, "The Black Emperor's treasure trove fell into his hands, yet you still have the confidence to defeat him in the future?" Luo Jejie's beautiful eyes shimmered with ambition. "The Great Tribulation is coming. Another universe is about to overlap with our universe and devour each other. This is the greatest crisis of our universe, but it will also be the greatest opportunity for all life forms in our universe. If there is a victor when two universes devour each other, then the life forms standing on the victor's side will have a chance to become eternal sovereigns." With that, Luo Jejie turned around, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared from where she stood. Ju Yi sighed. "An eternal. How ambitious. My ambition can't even compare to a woman." The Eternals were only seen in legends, and there were traces of eternity left in some ruins, proving that they had existed. In human history, the most powerful beings were the 8 great Warlock Emperors. The ultimate goal of all human warlocks was to become a Warlock Emperor, to become unparalleled under the heavens, to suppress the world, and to shake the heavens with their might. As for Eternals, apart from the 8 Warlock Emperors, none of the other warlocks set them as their goal, because it was too illusory and unrealistic. However, based on these signs, it seemed like many terrifying existences who should have died long ago were showing signs of recovering. Many of these bigwigs aimed to advance further and become Warlock Emperors. Those who were ambitious and had great foresight set their sights on eternal sovereigns. Ju Yi frowned slightly and said unhurriedly, "It's not only us humans, but also the Archgod Age, and even more ancient monsters are beginning to recover. Can we compete with them?" The Tsangji Plain is not only the birthplace of human warlocks, but also the center of the universe. It has existed for more than 10 billion years. In this long history, who knows how many terrifying existences have been born. Human warlocks were able to develop taboo stones, a method to seal themselves and resist the scouring of time. The terrifying existences that had survived since the Eternals era naturally had similar means. Ju Yi's origin is mysterious, and he knows countless secrets. He is well aware that in addition to the terrifying existences among human warlocks, Some old monsters who have survived the Eternal Age have also begun to slowly awaken. Juyi pondered for a while, then sighed slightly and disappeared. In the Black Emperor realm. In the deepest part of the Dragonstone tribe, which is one of the largest tribes in the Black Emperor realm and has a population of 100,000, there sits a burly five-eyes crocodile transcendent with a crocodile head, an eye on each arm, and an eye on the chest. Wisps of Supreme Infinity Warlock rank breath diffused from the five-eyes crocodile transcendent and distorted the surrounding space. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse doesn't control their physical power, then just by standing in a city on Earth, the power they emit at will can easily kill all the humans in the city. A fragile plane like Earth cannot bear the existence of an Infinity Warlock. If an Infinity Warlock forcibly enters Earth, the entire planet will collapse. Only Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can perfectly control their power. They can be strong or weak, and they can integrate with the plane origin will of various planes at will. No matter how weak the plane is, they can descend with their true body and exert the terrifying power that the plane can bear. All existences whose bloodline power has reached the third step, go to the Holy Pulse Mountain at once. A magnificent and tremendous voice echoed in the five-eyes crocodile transcendent's ears, causing him to open his eyes. Most adult archgods possess Moonlight Warlock rank power. In the first Warlock dynasty era, only human warlocks who have practiced to the Moonlight Warlock realm can fight against adult archgods. Among archgods, the first step of bloodline power is equivalent to the Glorious Sun Warlock rank, the second step is equivalent to the Bright World Warlock rank, and the third step is equivalent to the Infinity Warlock rank. The five-eyes crocodile transcendent frowned slightly. Who's talking? It seems that I can't resist. As a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, the five-eyes crocodile transcendent is one of the most powerful existences in the Black Emperor realm. He had extraordinary perception, and that extraordinary perception kept reminding him to follow his instincts and obey the owner of the voice. The five-eyes crocodile transcendent hesitated for a while, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a ray of light flying towards the Holy Pulse Mountain. In the Black Emperor realm, rays of light flew towards the Holy Pulse Mountain like meteors. Following the guidance of the aura, the five-eyes crocodile transcendent landed on a wide square in the Holy Pulse Mountain. He looked around, and his heart shook at once. There were more than 400 powerful ancient gods standing on the square. Each of these archgods possesses Infinity Warlock rank power. If this force appeared in the Tsangji Plains surface world, it would be able to sweep through the four dynasties of the Eastern world and the Western world. The four dynasties of the Eastern world and the Western world have Empyrean-grade secret treasures to suppress their destiny. However, Empyrean-grade secret treasures are extremely powerful. If Infinity Warlocks want to stimulate their power, they have to consume their life and pay a terrifying price. Although the 400 archgods are much weaker than human Infinity Warlocks one-on-one, but they all have queer innate abilities. In a large-scale battle, 100 archgods can crush 30 human Infinity Warlocks. In a field battle, the 400 Infinity Warlock rank archgods can sweep through the Great Cloud Dynasty's Warlock Legion. Only a place like the Cloud Capital can withstand the siege of 400 Infinity Warlock rank archgods. When the five-eyes crocodile transcendent arrived on the square, the surrounding Infinity Warlock rank archgods revealed a look of fear in their eyes, and they retreated to the side. Supreme Infinity Warlock rank archgods are much stronger than ordinary Infinity Warlock rank archgods. The five-eyes crocodile transcendent is usually a fierce bigwig. Infinity Warlock rank archgods don't dare to get close to him, for fear that he will suddenly attack and kill them. Dragon, you're here as well. The five-eyes crocodile transcendent's gaze suddenly fell on a 3-meter-tall archgod who no one dares to approach. The archgod has a fiend head, a dragon horn, a 3-meter-tall body covered in dragon scales, and a fearsome aura. Dragon turned around and revealed an ugly and ferocious smile. Five Eyes, you're here as well. Of the three of us, only Tyrant Monkey isn't here. Five Eyes, Dragon, and Tyrant Monkey are the leaders of the three strongest tribes in the Black Emperor realm. The three of them are the only three Supreme Infinity Warlock rank experts in the Black Emperor realm. Five Eyes frowned and said, "Who exactly summoned us here?" A dignified look in his eyes, Dragon looked towards the void and said solemnly, "He's here." Five Eyes' heart stirred, and he looked towards the sky. He saw a white cloud floating in the sky. On the white cloud, there is a person sitting. It is young Feng. What's that? A new archgod. The archgods looked curiously at young Feng in the sky and commented spiritedly. In the Black Emperor's era, the Tsangji Plains humans were still ape-like, which was fundamentally different from modern humans. Furthermore, they were slowly changing. After the first Warlock dynasty's Time Lord dominated the world, the form of human warlocks of that era was fixed, and they looked exactly like modern humans. In the Black Emperor's era, there wasn't even the concept of humans. There was only the concept of archgods and slaves. Yang Feng said flatly, "I am Yang Feng, the new master of the Black Emperor realm. According to the Black Emperor's will, you have two choices. The first choice is that I send you out of this world, and then we will have nothing to do with each other. The second choice is that you become my subordinates and work for me, and I will shelter you from the oppression of human warlocks. Before you make your choice, anyone who disobeys my orders will die." Yang Feng extended his hand and entered the void. In an archgod tribe, a huge hand resembling white jade fell from the sky, grabbed a 3-meter-tall, monkey-shaped archgod exuding a violent and domineering aura, crossed the void, and appeared on the square. When Five Eyes saw the monkey-shaped archgod, his complexion changed dramatically, and he cried out, "Tyrant Monkey." Chapter 846. Tyrant Monkey. That's Tyrant Monkey. How did he get captured? Tyrant Monkey is a pinnacle third-step powerhouse who may step into the fourth step at any time. How could he be captured without any resistance? The archgods stared at Tyrant Monkey with a dignified look in their eyes. Tyrant Monkey is from the Tyrant Devil Ape race. When the Tyrant Devil Ape matures, it will possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank battle prowess. An ultimate form Tyrant Devil Ape can become an Infinity Warlock rank existence, while a perfect form Tyrant Devil Ape can become a Warlock Monarch rank existence. In the Black Emperor realm, Tyrant Monkey is one of the top 3 peerless powerhouses. Only Five Eyes and Dragon can match him in strength. Struggling frantically in the jade white hand, Tyrant Monkey roared with an unruly expression on his face, "Did you capture me, you bastard? Let me go. After I break free, I'll tear you to pieces. I am the ruler of the Black Emperor realm. From now on, those who refuse to obey me will die." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with indifference, and he closed the fingers of his hand. The earth-shattering jade-white hand closed its fingers and squeezed hard. It was as if the terrifying power of the entire Black Emperor realm was acting on Tyrant Monkey's body, trying to crush him into powder. "I, Tyrant Monkey, have spent my life fighting heaven and earth. If heaven wants to kill me, then I'll destroy it. You want to kill me by yourself? Open." Tyrant Monkey roared furiously. Surrounded by golden light, his body suddenly swelled, and he turned into a 10,000-meter-tall Tyrant Devil Ape God, who looks like an invincible being that can suppress heaven and earth, and forcibly broke the jade-white hand. Boom! The moment the jade-white hand was broken, the fearsome divine body of the Tyrant Monkey suddenly exploded. His soul, flesh, and blood collapsed and turned into powder. Then, they were collected into a jade box and sealed completely. Every part of a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank archgod is a treasure. As long as Yang Feng extracts the bloodline essence of the Tyrant Monkey and deduces a secret cultivation method of the Tyrant Demonic Ape race, he can establish an Infinity Warlock rank Tyrant Demonic Ape bloodline Warlock family. Dead. Tyrant Monkey was killed just like that. How is this possible? When the more than 400 Infinity Warlock rank archgods saw Tyrant Monkey's broken body and shattered soul, they were struck dumb and filled with shock. They looked at Yang Feng sitting in the clouds with fear in their eyes. Five Eyes quietly opened the eye on his chest and saw through Yang Feng at a glance, his heart filled with shock. He's just a rank 3 powerhouse, how can he be so strong? Casually killing Tyrant Monkey? Tyrant Monkey is a Supreme Infinity Warlock rank existence. His fighting strength is comparable to that of the top 20 human warlocks on the Infinity list. It is very difficult for Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses to suppress him. When Yang Feng casually killed the Tyrant Monkey, fear flashed in the eyes of the archgods present. Yang Feng extended his hand again, and the giant jade-white hand appeared again, entered the void, and grabbed an Infinity Warlock rank archgod with a centipede head from the Black Emperor realm. Rock centipede. He is also one of those who did not come. That's a rock centipede. The Infinity Warlock rank Archgods looked at the Infinity Warlock rank Archgod centipede in Yang Feng's hand, and their hearts trembled. Yang Feng closed his hand, and the giant jade white hand closed. Rock centipede unleashed various special abilities, but could not break free from the giant jade white hand. In the end, he was crushed to death, and all his flesh and blood were suppressed and stored in a jade box. In the square, an archgod suddenly roared, "Everyone, let's join forces and kill him. Otherwise, we will all be killed by him. In the Black Emperor realm, those who oppose me will die." Yang Feng glanced at the archgod with a look of ridicule in his eyes. With a flash of faint light, the archgod appeared on Yang Feng's giant jade white hand. The giant jade white hand closed. No matter how the archgod struggled, he was still crushed into countless pieces of flesh and blood that entered a jade box. These Infinity Warlock rank archgods do not represent all life forms in the Black Emperor realm. If these Infinity Warlock rank archgods resist Yang Feng, he doesn't mind killing them all. An Infinity Warlock rank archgod is covered in treasures. Many archgods are top materials and treasures that human warlocks need to practice secret methods. If all 400 Infinity Warlock rank archgods here die, the wealth formed from their corpses may be exchanged for warlock resources that will allow Yang Feng to take the crucial step and advance to the Warlock Monarch realm. Shock filled Five Eyes' heart, and cold sweat trickled down his back. How can he be so strong? Not even a fourth-step powerhouse can be as strong as him. In the Black Emperor realm, Warlock Monarch rank archgods have been born in the past. But those Warlock Monarch rank archgods do not have Yang Feng's incredible heaven-defying strength. That is because Yang Feng has the Empyrean Origin Force Crystal, which is equivalent to obtaining the power of the entire Black Emperor realm. Crushed by the power of the Black Emperor realm, these Infinity Warlock rank archgods are not his opponents. The eyes of a 10-meter-tall three-eyed archgod shimmered with an unruly gleam, and he barked, "Who do you think you are? Everyone, let's kill him. Die. Go to hell." Among the 400-plus Infinity Warlock archgods, the eyes of 34 irascible and unruly archgods flickered fiercely, and they unleashed their innate abilities barreling towards Yang Feng. Fire, ice, bone spurs, petrification, curses, and other extremely powerful innate abilities barreled towards Yang Feng from all directions like a tide. Even if it is a supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, if they don't have a protective secret treasure, they will be blasted to pieces by the joint attack of the 34 Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng smiled faintly and instantly severed the lock on his soul by the 34 archgods. When the 34 innate spells slammed into Yang Feng, they blasted him into pieces. With a flash of light, spatial ripples enveloped the 34 ancient gods. In an instant, the 34 archgods disappeared and were teleported to different corners of the Black Emperor realm. On the white cloud where Yang Feng was originally sitting, light flashed and quickly formed Yang Feng's figure. A jade white hand traversed the void and grabbed randomly. An ancient god who had launched an attack was pulled out from the void. With a casual squeeze, he was crushed into minced meat and suppressed and sealed in a jade box. Sitting on the white cloud, Yang Feng looked at the Black Emperor realm's archgods with an enigmatic smile on his face. One by one, he grabbed the archgods that launched an attack, crushed them, and threw them into a jade box. In the Black Emperor realm, except for Holy Spirit warlocks, even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses can teleport to any place in the Black Emperor realm with a thought if they don't have special secret methods or secret treasures to protect themselves. This is the terror of the Black Emperor realm's realm lord. When the other archgods saw the rebellious archgods being crushed by Yang Feng one by one, their scalp turned numb, and a chill filled their hearts. This method is simply unstoppable. Five Eyes smiled bitterly and looked at his old rival dragon. He saw that his old rival dragon was also looking at him, and there was a flash of helplessness in their eyes. Yang Feng's method of dividing archgods is simply heaven-defying. Even Warlock Monarch rank archgods don't have such heaven-defying methods. In front of this method, unless someone can defeat Yang Feng head-on, they are just ants that Yang Feng can crush at will. Okay, now tell me, do you choose to leave here? Or do you choose to stay, submit to me, and serve me? Yang Feng quietly crushed the 60-plus Infinity Warlock rank archgods that rebelled and didn't come here one by one, and then looked at the hundreds of archgods below with an indifferent gaze. The Flame Law Tribe's High Priest Shankingpu knelt on the ground and shouted, "I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit." The 300-plus Infinity Warlock rank archgods hesitated for a while, then knelt on the ground and uttered loudly, "Archgods are respected by the strong." When Warlock Monarch rank archgods passed by, no archgods resisted them. After Yang Feng displayed irresistible power, these archgods chose to submit. These archgods are the leaders of the major forces in the Black Emperor realm. When they chose to submit to Yang Feng, the entire Black Emperor realm fell into Yang Feng's hands. The Black Emperor realm is a complete world formed from the Black Emperor who once dominated the world and even had several Warlock Emperor rank archgods as his subordinates. Even though the Black Emperor has died countless years ago, but there are still countless treasures of heaven and earth in the Black Emperor realm. After the archgods of the Black Emperor realm were subdued by Yang Feng, most of the most precious treasures they accumulated fell into Yang Feng's hands. The bones of 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgods. Unfortunately, they ate their flesh and blood. The Black Emperor realm, in an exquisite and luxurious palace, Yang Feng looked at the bones of the 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgods with regret in his eyes. In the Black Emperor realm, more than 100 Warlock Monarch rank archgods have been born. However, when most Warlock Monarch rank archgods died, their flesh and blood were devoured and turned into resources for other archgods to evolve. The remaining skeletons could not withstand the erosion of time. All of their extraordinary powers would disappear, forming all sorts of strange phenomena in the Black Emperor's realm. In the Black Emperor realm, extraordinary plants and strange phenomena can be seen everywhere. It is very difficult for existences below the Starry Sky Warlock rank to survive in the Black Emperor realm. Similarly, all adult archgods in the Black Emperor realm are Moonlight Warlock rank existences and above, and the strange phenomena have no effect on them. The 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones are the only 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones left in the Black Emperor realm. Chapter 847. With these 13 Warlock Monarch rank archgod bones, I should be able to refine at least 3 Warlock Monarch grade secret treasures. Coupled with these treasures of heaven and earth, I should be able to exchange them for 7-color Aurora Starstone. Yang Feng looked at the various treasures of heaven and earth in the room with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. There are all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth everywhere in the Black Emperor realm, including many treasures of heaven and earth needed by Warlock Monarchs. For archgods, cultivation is different from that of human warlocks. For archgods, only treasures of heaven and earth that can be consumed directly can have a good effect on them. Human warlocks, on the other hand, can use all kinds of extraordinary minerals and extraordinary plants to refine all kinds of incredible elixirs to enhance their strength. The Black Emperor realm, which evolved from the world inside the Black Emperor, is extremely rich in resources. Originally, even though it has been slowly weakening due to the erosion of time, but the essence of this world is still extremely powerful, and it can still give birth to Warlock Monarch rank existences. But archgods, who have evolved by relying on the power of their bloodline, only know some superficial cultivation methods based on instinct. Since they don't know the treasures of heaven and earth in the Black Emperor realm, they can only give birth to supreme Infinity Warlock rank existences. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. If the resources of the Black Emperor realm are fully developed, I can promote to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. However, compared to Empyrean origin force, those resources are not worth mentioning. It seems that I have to find a way to find the bloodline of the Black Emperor and give them this box. Before that, the most important thing is to improve my strength. I must get the 7-color Aurora Starstone. The 7-color Aurora Starstone is a core treasure for Yang Feng to upgrade Shizu technology to level 5. Once Shizu technology is upgraded to level 5, more powerful battle robots will be born, allowing Yang Feng to better deal with the upcoming Great Tribulation. The core world, in the center of the Linghai province, there is a huge white cloud covering an area of millions of square kilometers. Above the huge white cloud, there is a continent with no end in sight. The continent called the Linghai continent was the center of the core world's Linghai province, and it was filled with powerful life magic energy. Only Starry Sky Warlock rank experts and above could get a ticket to the Linghai continent. In the Linghai continent, except for the family members of powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank, if the family members of other warlocks aren't outstanding Starry Sky Warlocks or have made great contributions to the Linghai continent, then once they reach the age of 100 and haven't reached the Great Warlock realm, they will be sent out of the Linghai continent and settled elsewhere in the Linghai province. In the Linghai continent, experts were as common as clouds, great warlocks could be found everywhere, and Starry Sky was as common as a dog. Only transcendent rank powerhouses such as Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Dawn Warlocks have a noble status, but they are still common. In the Linghai continent, there is a magic network of the core network. Warlocks in the Linghai continent can connect to the core network through magic balls. Through the core network, they can obtain better services and functions than those of Earth's network. Mo Fuxing is an ordinary student of an advanced Warlock college in the Linghai continent with level 3 Warlock rank strength. What he likes to do most is play with magic balls. Like internet addicts on Earth, he is addicted to the core network, unable to extricate himself. Mo Fuxing grabbed a blue magic ball, poured his spirit force into the magic ball, and entered an illusory world. In the illusory world, he formed another body and appeared in a coffee house. Through the magic ball, Mo Fuxing's spirit force entered the virtual network world constructed by the core network. In the virtual network world, even ordinary warlocks can possess all kinds of incredible abilities. Therefore, it is extremely popular among ordinary warlocks. In the virtual weave, everything felt extremely real. One could enjoy a life that was both real and dazzling, mysterious and incomparably convenient. The new issue of the Infinity, Monarch, and Holy lists is out. I wonder if there are any new Holy Spirit warlocks. Mo Fuxing picked up a cup of coffee and quietly took a sip. Then, a newspaper appeared in his hand, and his gaze swept the Infinity, Monarch, and Holy lists. There are no changes to the Holy and Monarch lists. This is a matter of course. After all, the cultivation time of those terrifying existences is calculated in hundreds of years. How can there be such a simple change? Infinity list, eh? Third on the Infinity list, Endless Darkness Yang Feng? Where did he come from? When Mo Fuxing saw the name that appeared abruptly, he was shocked at once, and then continued to read. Endless Darkness Yang Feng, from the Tsangji Plains Surface World's Great Cloud Dynasty's Battle Demon Sect. Battle record. In the Black Emperor's treasure trove, he defeated Heart Shadow Ju Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie, slayed Black True Dragon Mo Xin, and occupied the Black Emperor realm. Accordingly, he ascended to the third place on the Infinity list. As Mo Fuxing read, his eyes flashed with incredulity, and he muttered in a low voice, "Impossible, how is this possible? Black True Dragon Mo Xin, Heart Shadow Ju Yi, and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie are all outrageous geniuses who formed a small world inside them and set foot on the strongest warlock path. How come they were defeated by Yang Feng? That's impossible." Information about transcendent rank powerhouses is completely sealed in the Linghai province's other continents. Only transcendent rank powerhouses can get first-hand information through the core network. But the Linghai continent and some special holy lands in the core world are not restricted at all, and can get information about transcendent rank powerhouses. That was why the Spirit Sea continent and the many sacred grounds in the core world were so popular that many people wanted to go there. Endless Darkness Yang Feng, how could a warlock from the surface world defeat Heart Shadow Ju Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie? Is this information accurate? Heart Shadow Ju Yi personally admitted it. The surface world can give birth to such a monster. Mo Fuxing's eyes flickered, and he entered the forum and immediately saw the discussions of countless warlocks. From the discussions, Mo Fuxing confirmed that Yang Feng defeated Heart Shadow Ju Yi and Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie. After practicing cultivation for less than 100 years, he has already become an Infinity Warlock and is a peerless powerhouse in the top 3 on the Infinity list. People can't be compared at all. Mo Fuxing smiled bitterly, then exited the core network's virtual world and sighed, a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Mo Fuxing broke through and promoted to a level 3 warlock at the age of 70. In a small place like the Turandot subcontinent, This kind of cultivation speed is definitely a genius among geniuses. But in the core world, this kind of cultivation speed is quite mediocre, and even somewhat low. The difference in resources between the Turandot subcontinent and the Linghai continent is more than 100 times. If the great warlocks of the Turandot subcontinent practiced cultivation in the Linghai continent, they would have a chance to advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank. Mo Fusheng casually put the magic ball inside his clothes, then left his home and headed in the direction of Spirit Flame Advanced Warlock Academy. Black Emperor's bloodline. Mo Fusheng had just left his home when he saw a very young man in a white warlock robe come to his side and look at him. Mo Fusheng's body trembled slightly. He immediately felt that his entire body was exposed to the young man's eyes. There were no secrets at all. A thought emerged in Mo Fusheng's mind, a warlock above the Moonlight Warlock rank. Only a Moonlight Warlock can so easily freeze a level 3 warlock like Mo Fusheng, leaving him powerless to resist. Although the bloodline is a bit thin, but it is still the Black Emperor's bloodline. I can trace the true Black Emperor's bloodline through him. Yang Feng glanced at Mo Fusheng and operated the fate algorithm. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Mo Fusheng. The bloodline in Mo Fusheng's body suddenly started to boil, giving rise to traces of incomparably strange ripples that turned into many strange runes. In Yang Feng's eyes, he can clearly see thin bloodline threads spread in all directions and linked to different warlocks with the Black Emperor's bloodline. As long as Yang Feng wants to, he can use Mo Fusheng as a medium to cast a bloodline curse spell and kill warlocks with the Black Emperor's bloodline through the bloodline threads. With the passage of time, most of the formerly powerful Black Emperor's bloodline has become extremely thin. This person has the highest concentration of Black Emperor's bloodline in the world. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that someone with the Black Emperor's bloodline used a powerful secret treasure to protect themselves, preventing my spell from prying into them. However, I can give it a try. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a box suddenly flew out and fell into Mo Fusheng's hand. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, but didn't find that the karma spell on him disappeared. Yang Feng frowned slightly. No, he isn't a Black Emperor's bloodline. In that case, someone with the Black Emperor's bloodline should use a powerful secret treasure to protect themselves, making it difficult to sense them. Yang Feng retracted his pressure and asked lightly, "What's your name?" Mo Fusheng answered honestly, "My name is Mo Fusheng." Yang Feng uttered, "I am Endless Darkness Yang Feng. Your bloodline is a bit special. Are you willing to become my disciple in name?" Overjoyed, Mo Fusheng knelt on the ground and bowed to Yang Feng, saying, I am willing. Teacher, please accept a bow from your disciple. Get up." Yang Feng waved his hand, and a stream of air lifted Mo Fusheng up from the ground. After Mo Fusheng stood up, a smile of excitement appeared on his face, and his eyes flickered with both excitement and incredulity. Becoming a disciple of an Infinity Warlock, even if it's just a disciple in name, is a great opportunity that countless Starry Sky Warlocks dream of. Chapter 848. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a ray of light containing countless pieces of knowledge entered Mo Fusheng's forehead. In an instant, countless pieces of precious knowledge entered Mo Fusheng's mind. At the same time, a storage ring appeared in his hand. The first test I'll give you is to go to the surface world, the Undying Mountain. A faint voice echoed in Mo Fusheng's ears. Yang Feng has already disappeared. Mo Fusheng is just an ordinary human warlock with a trace of Black Emperor bloodline, and his soul aptitude is only superior level 4. On the warlock path, he is just an ordinary existence. Yang Feng just casually laid out a plan. Sensing the countless pieces of knowledge and top-secret methods churning in his mind, Mo Fusheng said in his heart, "Yes, teacher, I will go to the surface world and reach the Undying Mountain." So this is the core network. The crystallization of warlock civilization. The core world is indeed the core of the world of warlocks. Yang Feng grabbed a magic ball and looked at it carefully. Countless runes appeared in his eyes, and he analyzed the magic ball in an instant. With a thought, a wisp of soul force entered the magic ball. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the center of a wide square. Yang Feng looked around, runes flashed in his eyes, and he scanned himself with soul force. Understanding everything at once, he showed a smile. Interesting, This virtual world created by the core network is comparable to the virtual reality world created by Shizu technology. After ordinary human warlocks enter the core weave's virtual world, everything will be under the control of the core weave world. With the blessing of the core network, ordinary human warlocks can exert infinity warlock rank power in the virtual world. If the core network world deprives them of their power, then even bright world warlocks will be reduced to ordinary human warlocks, and may even be defeated by ordinary human warlocks. Only infinity warlocks can resist part of the power of the core network world and modify soul data so that they can exert infinity warlock rank power in the core world. Of course, that is only if the core network world has no master. Infinity warlocks can modify soul data with soul force. If there is a Holy Spirit warlock presiding over the core network world, then when other Holy Spirit warlocks enter the core network world, they will be easily suppressed by the Holy Spirit warlock presiding over the core network world. When necessary, the core network world can also extract the power of warlocks with magic balls in the core world and combine them to attack the enemy. With that kind of power, I'm afraid that even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses can contend against it. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes as he analyzed the existence of the core network world. In a world inside him, thousands of level 4 optical computers operated frantically and formed an optical computer network to assist him in analyzing the core network world. In the Feisuor plane, Yang Feng once consumed an apple of wisdom, which opened the gate of wisdom for him and gave him infinity warlock rank comprehension and computing ability. It is very easy for Yang Feng to comprehend various secret methods below the infinity warlock rank. However, every secret method above the infinity warlock rank is extremely mysterious. The wisdom enhanced by the apple of wisdom is no longer enough for Yang Feng to surpass other infinity warlocks. The optical computer network created by Shizu technology is one of Yang Feng's trump cards. Through the huge optical computer network, he can quickly analyze various secret methods and practice cultivation at a speed far faster than that of ordinary infinity warlocks. If the Shizu technology can be upgraded to level 5 and a level 5 optical computer network is built, Yang Feng's computing power will increase geometrically, which will be of great benefit to his comprehension of various laws and essences. Forums, live streams, videos, shopping malls, magic arenas, all developed with magic. Sure enough, in the world of warlocks, there's only the unthinkable and nothing that's impossible. Enigmatic light flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he browsed the various new things in the core network. The virtual reality created by the Weave was many times more powerful than the internet on Earth. It was incomparably interesting. However, Yang Neng is an infinity warlock who pursues the pinnacle after all. With a thought, he withdrew from the core network. The Linghai continent is the center of the Linghai province, and the Konghai city is the center of the Linghai province. The floating Konghai Pavilion is one of the 3 major forces of the Konghai city, and it has 5 infinity warlocks. Sir, this is the private territory of the floating Konghai Pavilion. If you want to enter, please show me your invitation. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the floating Konghai Pavilion, 2 Starry Sky warlocks stepped forward and stopped him politely. Those who can enter the floating Konghai Pavilion are all transcendent rank powerhouses, and there is no lack of infinity warlocks. The 2 Starry Sky warlocks don't dare to slight Yang Feng. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a gold card suddenly appeared, exuding infinity warlock rank breath. It turns out to be Sir Endless Darkness, who ranks 3rd on the infinity list. If I was rude before, please forgive me. Please come in. Startled, the 2 Starry Sky warlocks stepped aside and said respectfully. Yang Feng entered the floating Konghai Pavilion. A beautiful and seductive woman with a charming aura walked up to Yang Feng and uttered with a sweet smile, a fragrance wafting from her, "Greetings, Sir Endless Darkness, I am Xiangling. I am your exclusive attendant. If you need anything, you can tell me. The floating Konghai Pavilion will try its best to meet all your needs." Yang Feng glanced at Xiangling and said, "Moonlight Warlock, the floating Konghai Pavilion is really generous to have a Moonlight Warlock as an attendant." Moonlight Warlock rank experts were transcendent rank experts. Whether it was in the core world or the surface world, they were existences with extremely high status. To be able to have Moonlight Warlocks serve as attendants, Their underlying strength must be extremely deep. Experts were as common as clouds in the sky. After saying that, Yang Feng didn't say anything else, and then followed Xiangling into a hall of the floating Haisheng Pavilion. In the hall of the floating Konghai Pavilion, there are infinity warlocks sitting calmly in their seats. Beside them are attendants of handsome men and beautiful women, each of whom possesses Moonlight Warlock rank strength. The core world is rich in resources, has complete inheritances, and has the core network, which connects the resources of the entire core world. The number of powerhouses in the core world far exceeds that in the surface world, which is why the floating Konghai Pavilion has the confidence to have Moonlight Warlocks as attendants. Yang Feng glanced around and saw that there are more than 400 Infinity Warlocks sitting in the hall, which is equivalent to 1/10 of the Infinity Warlocks in the core world. The Wealth Gold King walked over with a complicated look in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Yang Feng, who ranks third on the Infinity list, how amazing. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Even Heart Shadow Ju Yi, Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie, and Black True Dragon Mo Xin are not your opponents." Amazing. When the Wealth Gold King was defeated by Yang Feng, he thought that Yang Feng was only slightly stronger than him. If he goes all out, the Wealth Gold King has many secret treasures. However, when Yang Feng defeated Heart Shadow Ju Yi, Queen of Reinvention Luo Jejie, and slayed Black True Dragon Mo Xin, the Wealth Gold King realized that he is not Yang Feng's opponent. Yang Feng smiled faintly. It was just a fluke. His Yang Feng. Endless Darkness Yang Feng. Third on the Infinity list, Endless Darkness Yang Feng. Is this a monster on the same level as Titan Demon Lian Wui, Green Thunder God Yang Maoan, and Brilliant Ninth Heaven Bu Liantian? I wonder who is stronger, him or Lian Wui. The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks flickered slightly, and strange gazes filled with curiosity, envy, and jealousy focused on Yang Feng. Each of the top 10 on the Infinity list is a terrifying existence with combat power far exceeding that of a supreme Infinity Warlock. They are all influential bigwigs in the core world, which naturally attracts the attention of others. When Yang Feng and the Wealth Gold King took their seats, the Infinity Warlocks retracted their gazes, not daring to continue peeping. Soon after, a thin Infinity Warlock dressed in a green warlock robe with an unearthly temperament walked to the dais at the end of the hall. The Infinity Warlock extended his hand, and a transparent crystal bottle containing a black elixir appeared in his hand. I am the Floating Sea Pavilion's Great Elder Hei Kuei Kongguang. Everyone is clear about the rules, so I won't waste any more time. This is the Illusion Night Spirit Water refined by the Floating Sea Pavilion. I will only exchange it for 10,000-year-old hazy moongrass, 1,000 gold nether lightstone, Luo Luo miststone, an astral dragon snake corpse. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Illusion Night Spirit Water. This is a rare treasure for cultivating illusions. It can't be found in the surface world. I didn't expect to see it here. As expected of the core world, its level is really high. Illusion Night Spirit Water is a top-notch Infinity Warlock rank elixir for cultivating illusions. If this elixir is in the surface world, it can bribe an Infinity Warlock who cultivates illusions. I have hazy moongrass. I have 1,000 gold nether light stone. Every Infinity Warlock is a mobile treasure trove. As soon as the Illusion Night Spirit Water appeared, it was quickly exchanged for by other Infinity Warlocks. The Floating Sea Pavilion's Great Elders took turns to take the stage and exchanged many Infinity Warlock rank treasures of heaven and earth with the other Infinity Warlocks. After getting the treasures they need, they left the venue, satisfied. The Floating Sea Pavilion went to great lengths to hold this Infinity Warlock exchange meet in order to get the first chance to go on stage and exchange for the treasures they like. After all, many treasures are extremely precious. Once they are exchanged, it will be difficult to get them back. Those who exchange first can naturally get great benefits. Chapter 849. The treasures of heaven and earth that these Infinity Warlocks use to cultivate are all kinds of bizarre. Many of the materials are simply unheard of and incredible. Many Infinity Warlocks have even fought over treasures of heaven and earth to the point of breaking their heads. Sitting aside, Yang Feng quietly watched the Infinity Warlocks exchange treasures of heaven and earth. After Yang Feng took control of the Black Emperor realm, his wealth skyrocketed, and he obtained many Infinity Warlock and even Warlock Monarch rank cultivation resources rarely seen in the outside world. The treasures of heaven and earth taken out by the Infinity Warlocks are very precious, but none of them is what Yang Feng needs. A petite Infinity Warlock walked onto a dais and flicked his wrist, and a fist-sized stone shining with 7 colors, which seems to contain the mysteries of the stars, appeared in his hand. He said flatly, 1 7-color Aurora Starstone in exchange for various eternal God tree fruits, heaven and earth treasures that can break through the Godman boundary, or Monarch-grade True Dragon Origin Core Stone, or Monarch-grade Cheline Flame Essence. When this statement came out, the scene fell silent. The Infinity Warlocks looked at the petite Infinity Warlock with ridicule in their eyes. The 7-color Aurora Starstone is indeed very precious, but the treasures demanded by the petite Infinity Warlock far exceed the value of the 7-color Aurora Starstone. Naturally, no one is willing to come forward to exchange with him. Yang Feng said flatly, I will use a quasi-warlock monarch rank archgod corpse with primordial dragon bloodline to exchange for your 7-color Aurora Starstone. The eyes of the petite Infinity Warlock lit up at once, and excitement streaked past his eyes. An archgod corpse with primordial dragon bloodline. Archgods are born powerful. Most of them possess the bloodline of countless Warlock Emperor rank existences from the primordial era. The Second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord hunted a large number of archgods, extracted their powerful bloodlines, fused them with his body through various secret methods, and then purified them. In the end, he obtained the strongest Taboo bloodline and ascended to the position of Warlock Emperor. For bloodline warlocks, Archgod bloodline is the treasure they desire the most. The Archgod corpse containing Warlock Emperor rank primordial dragon bloodline is even more precious and rare in the world. The petite Infinity Warlock restrained the excitement in his eyes and said lightly, not enough. Yang Feng uttered, add a Warlock Monarch rank Archgod skeleton. How generous. As expected of the Black Emperor realm's endless darkness. The bones of a Warlock Monarch rank archgod are first-rate materials for refining Monarch-grade secret treasures. The Infinity Warlocks in their seats looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy in their eyes. The Black Emperor realm is a world evolved from the world inside the invincible Black Emperor who once suppressed the universe in the Archgod era. Even though countless years have passed, but the wealth hidden in that world is still astonishing, enough for an Infinity Warlock to advance to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. There was a flash of greed in the eyes of the skinny Infinity Warlock, and he refused again. Not enough. Yang Feng offered, plus the corpse of a pinnacle Infinity Warlock archgod with Cheline bloodline. The skinny Infinity Warlock hesitated for a while, and then continued to shake his head. Not enough. Yang Feng took a deep look at the Infinity Warlock, then suddenly smiled strangely, closed his eyes, and no longer offered a price. The value of the Warlock Monarch rank skeleton is far greater than that of the 7-color Aurora Starstone. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Feng was in urgent need of the 7-color Aurora Starstone, he could have spent more than a decade to purchase it in the core world. What an idiot. This guy seems to be blinded by greed. This guy is dead. The Infinity Warlocks stared at the petite Infinity Warlock with strange smiles on their faces and whispered. Every Infinity Warlock has come from a reign of terror and has taken the lives of countless powerhouses. They have vaguely guessed Yang Feng's thoughts. As long as the petite Infinity Warlock dies, the 7-color Aurora Starstone in his possession will naturally fall into Yang Feng's hands. The petite Infinity Warlock suddenly sobered up, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Shit, he is a powerhouse in the top 3 on the Infinity list. If he wants to kill me, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death. Infinity Warlocks are indeed very difficult to kill. However, the top 10 Infinity Warlocks on the Infinity list are extraordinary existences even more powerful than Supreme Infinity Warlocks. It is very easy for them to kill ordinary Infinity Warlocks. The petite Infinity Warlock is just an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock powerhouse. In front of a Supreme Infinity Warlock, he has no way to resist. The petite Infinity Warlock spoke, sorry, endless darkness. The bones of a Warlock Monarch rank archgod are already enough to exchange for the 7-color Aurora Starstone. These are the bones of an archgod with primordial dragon bloodline, the bones of a Warlock Monarch rank archgod, and the bones of an archgod with Cheline bloodline. They are all yours now. Yang Feng opened his eyes and waved his hand, and 3 crystal jade boxes suddenly flew out and fell into the petite Infinity Warlock's hand. "Thank you." When the petite Infinity Warlock received the 3 crystal jade boxes, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face at once, and he thanked Yang Feng. Then, he handed the 7-color Aurora Starstone to Yang Feng, and turned around and left the exchange meeting. The Infinity Warlocks stared at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. Since Yang Feng is willing to pay a huge price to buy the 7-color Aurora Starstone, he will naturally be willing to pay a huge price to buy their treasures in the future. After getting the 7-color Aurora Starstone, Yang Feng got up and said, "I'll go first." The Wealth Gold King responded, "Okay. Yang Feng, it's you who killed my daughter." As soon as Yang Feng stepped out of the floating Konghai Pavilion, a young man dressed in a red warlock robe, exuding an overbearing aura, as if he is the center of the world, walked over. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely, and he asked in a deep voice, "You are the Red Monarch?" "That's right. I am the Red Monarch." "Yang Feng, hand over the Black Emperor realm, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, after I capture you alive, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, and let you taste all the pain in the world." The Red Monarch's eyes flickered with a twisted and crazy light, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and 5 red moons suddenly appeared. When the 5 red moons appeared, they crushed towards Yang Feng with the power to purify and destroy everything. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng frantically extracted power from the world ring inside him and operated a secret method, and 9 devour black moons suddenly appeared and crushed towards the 5 red moons. Boom! Boom! When the 2 fearsome forces collided, a violent energy shock wave spread in all directions. The floating Konghai Pavilion and the surrounding shops instantly shone with rays of magic light, forming a magic barrier. Under the bombardment of the violent energy shockwave, except for the floating Konghai Pavilion, the magic shields of the shops within an area of tens of thousands of meters in radius collapsed, and the main body of the shops was torn apart. Warlocks flew out of the shops and fled into the distance. Who the hell is it? To dare attack in the Konghai city? Who dares to attack in the Konghai city? Isn't he afraid that the floating Konghai Pavilion will suppress him? Shocked and angry voices came from the side, and one by one, warlocks cast spells to look over here. The Red Monarch. That's the Red Monarch. The Red Monarch attacked Yang Feng. Interesting, what kind of hatred do they have? In the floating Konghai Pavilion, Infinity Warlocks cast spells and watched the battle from afar. None of them took action. Gazes of ridicule fell on the several Infinity Warlocks of the floating Konghai Pavilion, wanting to see how they will deal with the situation. The expressions of the several Infinity Warlocks of the floating Konghai Pavilion are unsightly, yet they remain silent, showing no intention of stopping the battle outside. Although the Red Monarch is one of the last few Warlock Monarchs on the Monarch list, but every Warlock Monarch is a pinnacle Infinity Warlock. Infinity Warlocks and Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses traverse a formidable secret realm. Unless they have a Holy Grade or Empyrean Grade secret treasure, the floating Konghai Pavilion cannot defeat the Red Monarch. The floating Konghai Pavilion's Infinity Warlocks are shrewd people. Naturally, they won't appear at this time. Of course, after the battle is over, they will send a bill to the Red Kingdom. The Red Monarch won't mind paying compensation. That's the Red Monarch. The Red Monarch attacked. What do we do? Just watch. When the other 2 tycoons of the Konghai city, the Transcendent Fist and the Mandara Ares Warlock groups saw the Red Monarch attack from afar, their Infinity Warlocks remained silent. They just activated magic barriers to protect their properties. In the Konghai city, the Purification Red Moon and the Devour Black Moon intertwined, bombarded, and annihilated each other, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread in all directions. After a dozen-plus rounds of fierce fighting, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he suddenly turned into a black ray and soared into the sky, flying towards the outside of the Konghai city. There are hundreds of Infinity Warlocks in the Konghai city, and they are proficient in countless queer secret methods. If Yang Feng and the Red Monarch fight to the bitter end, the Infinity Warlocks won't mind killing them with a spell and taking away all their wealth. The Red Moon disappeared. An enigmatic ray flashed in the Red Monarch's eyes, and he blurred into motion, turned into a red ray, and chased after Yang Feng. What a pity! As expected of an expert on the Infinity list and a powerhouse on the Monarch list. The eyes of the Infinity Warlocks shimmered with regret, but they didn't chase after him. If they chase after him now, the Red Monarch will likely kill the Infinity Warlocks and plunder everything. Chapter 850. As soon as he flew out of the Konghai city, Yang Feng's figure flickered several times in a row, crossed thousands of kilometers in an instant, and appeared in a dense forest and a mountain range covered with countless extraordinary plants. At the same time, in the hidden mountain range, a warp gate shone brightly, and Yang Feng plunged into the warp gate and appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. The warp gate activated its self-destruct system, and then collapsed and disappeared. With a flash of red light, the Red Monarch appeared in the place where the warp gate collapsed and disappeared in the next moment. Enigmatic light flashed in the Red Monarch's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and cast the spell time reversal. Along with flashes of light, the image of Yang Feng flying into the warp gate and then disappearing appeared in the Red Monarch's eyes. A spatial teleportation array, or a secret treasure similar to a spatial teleportation array. Although you're from the surface world, but you have a lot of secret treasures. No wonder you're so arrogant to dare to kill my daughter. Unfortunately, since you've been hit by my tracing mark, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, only death will await you. Killing intent streaked past the Red Monarch's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless red runes suddenly flew out and circled around him, giving him a queer, mysterious, and dangerous feeling. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, a red light suddenly flew out from Yang Feng's feet, landed in midair, and turned into a red moon. Countless runes twisted and formed the Red Monarch's true body, who exudes a world-suppressing Warlock Monarch rank breath. The Red Monarch looked at Yang Feng with ridicule and said flatly, "Yang Feng, the strength of a Warlock Monarch is beyond the imagination of an Infinity Warlock like you. No matter where you escape to, as long as I want to, I can easily cross space, come to you, and kill you." Yang Feng looked at the Red Monarch's true body in the sky with a scorching shade in his eyes. Amazing, to be able to cross a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers with a spell, that's really amazing. Warlock Monarchs are really powerful. However, Red Monarch, if you want to kill me, then come to the surface world. Yang Feng smiled, then a passageway leading to the surface world appeared around him, and he turned into a black ray of light and entered the passageway leading to the surface world. Humph. No matter how you stall for time, only death will await you. The Red Monarch smiled coldly, then a passage leading to the surface world appeared around him as well, and he turned into a red ray and entered the passage. The Tsangji Plains red sand desert was covered in endless red sand, as if it was a forbidden zone for life. In the middle of the red sand desert, there was an oasis. The oasis covered an area of several hundred square kilometers. Relying on the water source of the oasis, a desert kingdom, the Gaoan Kingdom, was established. In the center of the Gaoan Kingdom was an incomparably huge altar. At the center of the altar was a blood-colored tower. The tower was engraved with countless mysterious runes. Human skeletons and dark red blood were scattered all over the place. It was a strange sight. A beautiful girl with snow-white skin and a noble temperament walked towards the blood-red tower under the protection of 200 guards and over 20 priests with a face full of despair. In the wake of the beautiful girl, the people of the Gaoan Kingdom prostrated themselves on the ground. Suddenly, a handsome young man with a bare upper body, revealing pitch-black yet shiny muscles, opened his eyes, drew his scimitar like a tiger, and rushed into the midst of the guards covered in a layer of faint light. Streaks of dazzling saber light flashed. Wherever the saber light passed, the scimitars in the hands of the guards were knocked away and kicked away by the young man. As if a wounded mad tiger, the young man roared, "Shazu, come with me. I won't let them offer you as a sacrifice to that fiend." The beautiful girl's eyes shimmered with mist, and she shouted, "Poggy, hurry up and go. Don't worry about me." Poggy turned around, kicked 5 guards in a row, and barked, "If we're leaving together." Alas! A priest with a wrinkled face sighed with turbid eyes and pointed at Poggy. As if a rope with a life of its own, black gas instantly appeared beside Poggy and entangled him. When Poggy was entangled by the black gas rope, he fell to the ground, a look of despair on his face. In the world of warlocks, unless you walked the path of a body-tempering warlock, No matter how powerful your martial arts are, they are no match for the power of spells. Poggy struggled desperately and roared, "High Priest, why, you have such great power, why did you sacrifice Shazoo to that fiend, why?" After the guards who were kicked away by the young man got up and looked at the struggling Poggy, the anger in their eyes slowly faded, and they showed traces of pity. The high priest sighed faintly, "It's because that fiend is too powerful. He has the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Once that fiend is released, not only will our kingdom be destroyed, but the whole world will be destroyed. Only by sacrificing Shazoo can we suppress that fiend. Shazoo's sacrifice is for the whole world. This is the fate of the Gao and kingdom's royal family." Poggy roared mournfully, "If you really want to sacrifice a living person, then sacrifice me. I'm willing to replace Shazoo and become the sacrifice." The high priest said lightly, "Only the sealing blood flowing in the veins of the Gao and kingdom's royal family can seal that dreadful fiend. Sacrificing you won't have any effect. You'll just die in vain. Poggy, you're the most outstanding genius of the Gao and kingdom. In the future, you may surpass me and reach the legendary sacred warrior boundary. I won't let you die in vain." Poggy struggled and cried, "No, High Priest, don't sacrifice Shazoo. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you in the future. I'll definitely kill you." The high priest looked at Poggy with pity and heartache, sighed faintly, and waved his hand. "Poggy, you have a kind nature. In the future, you will definitely become the patron saint of the Gao and kingdom. When you reach the sacred warrior boundary, come kill me. At that time, I won't resist. You're my most outstanding son." The 200 guards escorted the Gao and kingdom's Princess Shazoo step by step towards the altar. "Your Highness, please." When the high priest arrived in front of the altar, he bowed towards it with awe, and then said to Shazoo. There was a flash of misery in Shazoo's eyes, and she walked towards the altar step by step. While struggling, Poggy roared wildly, "No! Father, no! Father, I beg you." Suddenly, a fragment flew over from afar and slammed into the bloody tower in the center of the altar like a meteor. Boom! The red barrier that emerged from the Scarlet Pagoda collapsed in an instant, and the entire Scarlet Pagoda disintegrated. "Ha ha ha! I'm finally free. Since I, the Crimson Blood Fiend, have broken the seal, then the whole world is my hunting ground. All of you are food for me, the Crimson Blood Devil." Streams of blood-colored aura gushed out of the blood-colored tower and condensed into a 50-meter-tall devil with a ghost horn on its head and countless blood-colored runes engraved on its body. It was enveloped in a layer of blood-colored light and exuded a terrifying pressure. Standing high in the sky, the Crimson Blood Fiend looked down at the High Priest and the others with a derisive expression on his face. An incomparably powerful pressure emanated from the Scarlet Blood Devil's body and enveloped everyone below. Under the transcendent rank might, the more than 200 guards of the Gao and kingdom suddenly felt their spines buckle, and they knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. When Poggy sensed the transcendent rank might, he trembled all over, and his face turned pale. "So this is the sealed fiend, so strong. It seems that the world is finished." The high priest smiled bitterly, "It's finish. From now on, the world will be dominated by this fiend." The people of the Gao and kingdom looked at the Crimson Blood Fiend in the sky with despair in their eyes. "Hey, this fiend bloodline seems a bit interesting." A cry of surprise came from the sky, and a jade-white hand formed from a spell descended from the sky, grabbed the Crimson Blood Devil, and entered the clouds. He was taken away. This, the Crimson Blood Fiend, he was taken away. The people of the Gao and kingdom looked at the sky, dumbstruck and incredulous. If it wasn't for the remains of the bloody tower suppressing the Crimson Blood Fiend, they wouldn't have believed this at all. The Crimson Blood Fiend was the nightmare of the Gao and kingdom. 4 generations, the royal family of the Gao and kingdom has sacrificed the most outstanding geniuses of the royal family to the bloody tower in order to suppress and seal the Crimson Blood Fiend. Now that the Crimson Blood Fiend was taken away, the terrifying power is beyond the imagination of the powerhouses of the Gao and kingdom. Poggy looked up at the sky, his heart filled with shock. So strong. Is this the power of a true powerhouse? The high priest was taken aback, then his eyes filled with bitterness, joy, and other complicated emotions. What did our sacrifices over the years amount to? In the clouds, Yang Feng looked at the crimson blood fiend in his hand with a look of curiosity in his eyes. At this time, the more than 50-meter-tall scarlet blood devil has shrunk to the size of a walnut. Under Yang Feng's gaze, he doesn't even dare to breathe loudly, his body shivering, and his eyes filled with fear and despair. Yang Feng pinched the crimson blood fiend's body, and then, in a very strange state, his flesh, blood, and soul returned to his original body. Chapter 851. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Interesting. Undying body, time characteristic, or some other special bloodline. How interesting." Trembling, the scarlet blood devil looked at Yang Feng with fear and despair in his eyes. Although the scarlet blood devil can be reborn continuously, but every time he is crushed into pieces, he can still feel the inhuman pain. "Forget it, let's get rid of the red monarch first, and then study you." Yang Feng smiled and pointed at the scarlet blood devil with a finger, and countless runes enveloped the scarlet blood devil and eroded and sealed him. Then, he threw the scarlet blood devil into a jade box and sealed him. "Get rid of me first. A trifling infinity warlock, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." A huge red moon fell from the sky and crushed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frantically extracted world force from the world ring, and the 9 devour black moons erupted and collided with the huge red moon. Boom! Boom! Due to the battle between Yang Feng and the red monarch, the earth cracked, space distorted, and violent shock waves spread in all directions. The GAO and state thousands of kilometers away was enveloped by a violent sandstorm. Some simple houses collapsed, trees were uprooted, and some ordinary people were even swept into the depths of the desert by the sandstorm. The high priest, shrouded in black gas, looked at the sky, stunned. What the hell is going on? Is the end of the world? Thousands of kilometers away, lightning, fire, ice, petrification, and other powerful spells surged from the red monarch's hand and crushed towards Yang Feng like a tide. As a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, even though he is the weakest warlock monarch, he is still proficient in countless combat spells and methods. The 9 devour black moons churned and guarded in front of Yang Feng. When the spells slammed into the 9 devour black moons, they were devoured. Under the protection of the devour black moons, Yang Feng looks like an invincible transcendent floating inside the black moons. Under the bombardment of the Red King's incomparably strange spells, there were no flaws, and he forcibly blocked the bombardment of all kinds of powerful spells. Although the Red Monarch is a warlock monarch, but he hasn't formed his own small world. With his cultivation aptitude, if he doesn't form his own small world, he still has a chance to promote to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. But once he forms his own small world, he will have no chance to promote to a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. This was why he couldn't capture Yang Feng. If it was a warlock monarch who formed a virtual world or a small world, they could defeat or even seriously injure Yang Feng with an all-out attack. The devouring ultimacy is indeed extraordinary. However, your opponent is me. This is the only reason why you lost. When the Red Monarch saw that all kinds of powerful offensive spells were virtually ineffective against Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered gloomily, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a scarlet bead suddenly appeared. The Monarch Grade Secret Treasure Red Moon Sacred Bead. The Red Moon Sacred Bead flew behind the Red Monarch. A red moon rose behind the Red Monarch, and the Red Moon Sacred Bead flew into the red moon and turned the illusory red moon corporeal. As if a world, the illusory red moon radiated countless red moons, sealed the void, and crushed towards Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng extracted world force from the 9 small worlds with the world ring inside him, and 9 devour black moons appeared and slammed into the red moon. When the devour black moons collided with the red moon, they burst apart like bubbles. The 9 devour black moons only resisted the red moon for a moment before collapsing completely. As expected of a warlock monarch, this is his true strength. He's really powerful. Yang Feng's face flickered, and the mountain shield suddenly appeared. One mountain range after another appeared and blocked in front of him. When the red moon slammed into the mountain range, it crushed the mountain range one after another. Seeing that the red moon was about to crush the mountain range, 3 black rays jumped out of the void and stabbed at the Red Monarch from 3 different directions with the fallen angel swords in their hands. Supreme Infinity Warlock Rank Blazing Angels. As soon as the three fallen angels appeared, the Red Monarch's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he made a prompt decision to give up the opportunity to seriously injure Yang Feng. The Supreme Infinity Warlock Rank Blazing Angels are not the Red Monarch's opponent one-on-one. But when the three of them sneak attack him, if he doesn't deal with them properly, then even someone as strong as the Red Monarch will be in danger of dying. At this moment, the figure of the Phantom Ruler appeared behind Yang Feng. Taking advantage of the moment when the Red Monarch was distracted by the three fallen angels, the Phantom Ruler hovering between real and illusory took advantage of the moment when the Red Monarch was distracted by the three fallen angels to open an eye of illusion, and an illusory ray shot out and shone on the Red Monarch. The Red Monarch, who is controlling the tyrannical Red Moon with the Red Moon sacred bead as the core with all his strength, trembled slightly, and was hit by the illusory ray. He trembled slightly, and fell into an illusion for a moment. A bright red ray flashed past the Red Monarch, and he regained his consciousness in an instant. At that moment, the three fallen angel swords pierced into the Red King's body from three strange and tricky angles. "Get out of my way!" The Red Monarch roared and recited an incantation, and fearsome life force erupted in an instant and sent the three fallen angel marshals flying. Yang Feng pressed with his hand, and the ruler magic cube enveloped him in an instant. He took a step, appeared in front of the Red Monarch, and stabbed at him with his sword. "Die!" The Red Monarch smiled wildly and pointed at Yang Feng. The Red Moon suddenly flew out and barreled towards Yang Feng with the weight of a mountain. Boom! When Yang Feng's sword slashed at the Red Moon, the sword strike that can easily cut down stars and crush moons crumbled inch by inch in front of the Red Moon. When the invincible Red Moon slammed into Yang Feng, half of the ruler magic cube armor protecting him was smashed, and the battle demon armor shrouding Yang Feng collapsed and shattered inch by inch. At this moment, the Phantom Ruler opened its second eye, the Eye of Dreams, and strange dream force shot out of its eye and shone on the Red Monarch, who is going all out to kill Yang Feng. Shit! The Red Monarch's face changed greatly, and he was about to cast a spell to withdraw the Red Moon to protect himself, when he suddenly felt the world spin around him, and he appeared in a distorted, chaotic, and bizarre dream world that defied common sense. Soul Sword. The Red Monarch extended his hand, and tremendous soul force instantly gathered in his hand and formed a 10-meter-long soul sword radiating dazzling red light. A dignified expression on his face. In the dream world, the laws of reality are not applicable. Warlocks could only use the power of their souls in the dream world. Only warlocks who have analyzed the laws of the dream world and entered the dream world with their fleshly body, or who possess the bloodline of a dream world lifeform, can exert their full combat strength in the dream world. It's no use. Red Monarch. In the dream world, I am the king of the world. A distorted and blurry figure appeared thousands of meters in front of the Red Monarch, and a giant hand formed from biscuits, candy, insects, gold, human faces, beast teeth, and other strange things slammed towards the Red Monarch. Open! The Red Monarch roared and slashed out with the soul sword in his hand, and a soul sword ray formed from soul force soared into the sky and slashed at the giant hand. Enveloped by the crimson soul sword ray, the 100-meter-tall, strangely distorted hand was forcefully slashed apart by the soul sword ray. After the Red Monarch slashed apart the giant hand, his body suddenly became a lot more transparent. The most frightening thing about the dream world is that without the bloodline of a dream world lifeform, the soul force consumed here cannot be replenished. Many Warlock Monarch rank existences who enter the dream world will be exhausted to death by the low-level dream world lifeforms. Yang Feng said with a mocking smile, "Your struggle is of no use. How will you replenish the soul force you consumed here?" The incomparably strange Phantom Dominator appeared once again. The huge hand that was condensed from all sorts of strange existences like biscuits appeared out of thin air. As if mocking, it slapped toward the Red King again. The Red Monarch's face fell, and he made a prompt decision. "Yang Feng, I surrender, please spare my life. I am willing to exchange the entire Red Kingdom for my life." Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Red Monarch, you alone are more dangerous than the entire Red Kingdom. How dare I let you live? You should go to hell." The Phantom Ruler's giant hand slammed down, and the Red Monarch erupted with dazzling red light and forcibly blocked the Phantom Ruler's giant hand. The Red Monarch roared wildly, I can submit to you and become your subordinate. Now that the Great Tribulation is coming, it will be of great benefit to you to have an additional warlock monarch like me. Spare my life." Yang Feng's eyes were cold and detached. The phantom ruler's giant hand squeezed the red monarch, crushed him, and erased him from the dream world. Yang Feng looked at the place where the red monarch disappeared and said with a cold smile, "Red monarch, you have a lot of friends, and you even have warlock monarch rank friends. If you are still alive, what will they think? Only a worthless dead person will make them feel apprehensive. Before figuring out my background, they won't dare to oppose me. The Red Monarch is a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. Not only is he extremely strong, but he also has a wide network of people and great potential power. If he doesn't die, his friends and allies will naturally come to help him. But once he dies, his allies and friends will naturally consider whether it is worth it to be an enemy of a terrifying existence like Yang Feng." Chapter 852. A blurry shadow flickered, and Yang Feng returned to the real world from the dream world. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. The Red Kingdom. Unfortunately, that force isn't something I can get my hands on at the moment. After losing the warlock monarch rank existence, the Red Kingdom's strength suddenly dropped. It isn't Yang Feng's opponent at all. However, if Yang Feng's legion enters the core world, it will be regarded as a provocation. If he provokes a Holy Spirit warlock rank existence, Yang Feng won't be able to resist at all. He can only give up the Red Kingdom with regret. Yang Feng looked at the Red Monarch's corpse that has lost its soul, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. However, a warlock monarch rank body that is still full of vitality, coupled with the many treasures he carries with him, is already a big gain. The Red Monarch's soul has shattered. From the perspective of an intelligent life form, he has died. However, his body is a warlock monarch rank body that has been tempered and evolved. It is full of powerful life force. Even though his soul has shattered, he still hasn't died. If a warlock cultivator nurtures a body that has lost its soul, but its life force hasn't been extinguished yet, like the Red Monarch's body, it can even give birth to a soul and be reborn. However, the soul born from the body won't be the original soul of the body. Instead, it will become a different type of existence according to the choice of the warlock who nurtured it. Agnipe, the former First Marshal of the 666th Floor's Fallen Angel Legion, looked at Yang Feng with complicated emotions in her beautiful eyes. A warlock monarch rank powerhouse died just like that. He's getting scarier and scarier. Beskia's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse died at his hands. The speed at which his strength progresses is really amazing. In the abyss, the strong are revered, and only the strong can obtain everything. The weak can only be oppressed and enslaved. The law of the jungle is a matter of course. When Agnipe was captured by Yang Feng, she wasn't willing to submit to him because Yang Feng wasn't her creator and was too weak. But now that Yang Feng has displayed terrifying strength and slayed a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, he finally won her respect. "Let's go." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards a mountain range hidden by a warp gate. For Yang Feng, his top priority is to use the 7-color Aurora Starstone to unlock Shizu technology and enhance his strength. Yes. The figures of Agnipe and the other two marshals fluttered, and they followed Yang Feng towards the warp gate. The Red King was killed in front of her, and even the most unruly Narissa became well-behaved. In the deepest palace of the Red Kingdom of the core world, there was a green soul lamp. A glorious sun warlock dressed in a red warlock robe sat in front of the green soul lamp with his eyes closed, comprehending all kinds of mysterious spells. Kacha. All of a sudden, a crisp sound came from the green soul lamp, and then the green soul lamp cracked and its light disappeared. The soul lamp cracked. The glorious sun warlock suddenly opened his eyes, turned to look at the green soul lamp, and uttered in a daze, "His Majesty died. His Majesty's soul lamp cracked. His Majesty died. His Majesty died. What do we do now?" The news of the Red Monarch's death spread throughout the Red Kingdom's central Red Monarch city almost in an instant. The warlocks in the Red Monarch city immediately panicked and commented. In the past, the Red Kingdom had the Red Monarch. Even in the core world, it was a first-rate warlock group with tremendous power and overbearing power. In order to obtain more cultivation resources, the Red Kingdom continued to expand and offended many warlock groups. Among them, there was no lack of warlock groups with infinity warlocks. When the Red Monarch was still alive, he had a wide circle of friends and several warlock monarch rank friends. At the same time, his strength was tyrannical, and he could naturally suppress those who disobeyed him. Now that the Red Monarch died, the Red Kingdom didn't have the ability to obtain such a powerful territory. It was natural for people to panic. The Red Kingdom, in the Red Monarch Palace. In the seat of honor of the Red Monarch Hall, there sits a tall and handsome young man dressed in a warlock uniform with a red moon embroidered on it. In front of the Red Monarch Palace, there sit 7 people. They are the 7 infinity warlocks of the Red Kingdom. The eyes of the handsome young man shimmered with resentment, and he uttered, "Uncles, my father, the Red Monarch, went to deal with the battle demon sect's young Feng. Due to carelessness, he was killed. Please avenge my father." The 7 infinity warlocks of the Red Kingdom were silent. The son of the Red Monarch's heart thumped. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Uncles, please avenge my father. Whoever can avenge my father will be the next Red Monarch of the Red Kingdom. I can abdicate in public and give him the position of Red Monarch." As soon as he said this, the eyes of the infinity warlocks shimmered with greed, and then they fell silent in an instant. The eyes of an infinity warlock shimmered with reluctance, and he sighed slightly. "Little Fei, Yang Feng is a monster in the top 3 on the infinity list. Besides, he is an Overlord-class powerhouse of a powerful force. He has many experts under his command. The Red Monarch died at his hands. Even if we old bones attack together, I'm afraid that we will only add a few infinity cores to his collection. You should give up on revenge and live a good life." There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the son of the Red Monarch, and he said solemnly, "My father has countless friends. The Black Crow Monarch, the Great Sun Flame God Monarch, and the Green Sea Monarch are all his good friends. As long as they take action, Yang Feng, who is just an infinity warlock, will die. The Black Crow Monarch is here." A voice suddenly came from outside. Countless black crows hovering between real and illusory flew over from afar, landed in the Red Monarch Palace, and formed a handsome young man dressed in black crow feathers. "Uncle Black Crow Monarch." The face of the son of the Red Monarch turned pale. He glanced at the several infinity warlocks around him and vaguely understood what is about to happen. The Red Kingdom has activated a powerful barrier. Even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse cannot sneak into the Red Monarch Palace without a sound. Evidently, someone with a high position opened the barrier of the Red Kingdom from the inside, allowing the Black Crow Monarch to enter. When he thought of the meaning contained in this, the son of the Red Monarch shuddered. The Black Crow Monarch sighed slightly and said, "Little Fei, I heard about your father. I will take care of this matter for you." An infinity warlock stood up and said, "Your Majesty Black Crow Monarch, our young master is young and weak. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for him to preside over the affairs of the Red Kingdom. Please take over the Red Kingdom, so that no one can take advantage of it." The other 6 infinity warlocks fell silent, making the heart of the son of the Red Monarch turn cold. The Black Crow Monarch pondered for a while before saying unhurriedly, "Okay. Little Fei, practice cultivation well. When you reach the infinity warlock realm, I will return the Red Kingdom to you." The son of the Red Monarch bowed his head and said respectfully, "Yes, uncle." It didn't take long for the news that the Red Monarch was suppressed to spread throughout the core world, causing a stir. The further along the warlock path, the greater the gap between realms. Even the Titan demon Lian Wui, who ranks first on the infinity list, has at most a tie with a warlock monarch. The fact that a warlock monarch was slain is simply inconceivable. A few days later, the infinity list was rearranged. First on the infinity list, Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng. His nickname is Endless Darkness. Battle record, slayed the Red Monarch. The core world, in a different space, there are all kinds of evil gods and wraiths fighting each other. Among the countless evil gods and wraiths, there is a tall, short-haired man engraved with countless mysterious runes and a huge battle axe in his hand sitting atop a 10,000-meter tall skeleton mountain exuding warlock monarch rank breath and playing with a magic ball. The man grinned, and his eyes shimmered with crazy fighting spirit. "The Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng? Interesting, it seems that I, Lian Wui, have another interesting opponent among human warlocks. Inside the core world, there was a world that was surrounded by endless lightning, dancing like silver snakes. It was like a lightning hell. A young man with long blue hair and an incomparably handsome appearance had a strange world appear behind him. It was also filled with dancing silver snakes and flashes of lightning that devoured all the lightning around it. The eyes of the young man shimmered with enigmatic light, and he closed his eyes again. Yang Feng slayed the Red Monarch. It seems that he does have some skill. However, since I obtained the Archaic Thunder God's Archaic Thunder God realm, I'm not weaker than him in terms of combat power. In a secret space, a vague figure uttered in a low voice, he actually slayed a warlock monarch, his progress is really fast. The Taboo Imperial Court, in a palace. The Taboo monarch reclined on the throne, and her beautiful eyes flickered with dazzling light. To be able to slay the Red Monarch, his progress is really fast. My lord's eyes are really sharp. The Star Imperial Court, in a palace. The Star Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said unhurriedly, he slayed the Red Monarch. The speed at which his strength is improving is really abnormal. How can it improve so fast, and there are no signs of instability in his foundation? As if she has seen through everything, the Star Monarch uttered calmly, worlds with a different flow of time. Those are worlds at the junction of two or more universes. Time is chaotic and distorted. Only after two universes merge will the flow of time return to normal. He should have obtained such a world. However, such a world consumes the most resources. Without enough resources, even if you have such a world, it is useless. Chapter 853. The underground of the Light of Eternity World's royal palace has been opened up into a huge laboratory. In the huge, bottomless laboratory, there is a semi-finished level 5 matter and energy converter engraved with countless mysterious runes and inserted with all kinds of mechanical tubes that look like blood vessels. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the center of the huge laboratory. With a wave of his hand, the 7-color Aurora Star Rock flew into the center of the level 5 matter and energy converter. A huge round hole appeared in the center of the level 5 matter and energy converter, and the 7-color Aurora Star Rock was sucked in. The various mechanical tubes that look like blood vessels suddenly shone, and a steady stream of power poured into the semi-finished level 5 matter and energy converter. The level 5 matter and energy converter suddenly shone, squirmed, and parts automatically formed and appeared in suitable positions. An hour later, the level 5 matter and energy converter was formed. The level 5 matter and energy converter has been completed. The level 5 technology is being unlocked. Brilliant Star Hunter, a single combat weapon. According to the data in the database, it is evaluated to be comparable to a Glorious Sun Warlock rank single combat weapon with a maximum speed of Mach 300. With the current resources, one can be built in 10 days. Magic Seal Mecha, an external armor. This armor can amplify the Warlock's spirit force and soul force and form various offensive and defensive means. Its output power is limited to the Infinity Warlock rank. With the current resources, one can be built in a day. Dazzling Light Body, a single combat weapon that can evolve. As long as the core isn't destroyed, it can evolve continuously in battle. It can become more powerful. Equipped with a high-grade soulstone, it can mutate and form a soul mechanical body that can evolve. Its initial fighting strength is at the Junior Glorious Sun Warlock rank. With the current resources, one can be built in 3 months. Starfield Battlestar, a primary artillery and 22 secondary artillery. The primary artillery can seriously injure a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Its overall fighting strength is assessed to be at the Infinity Warlock rank. It can defeat an ordinary Junior Infinity Warlock one-on-one. With the current resources, it will take 10 years to build one. Skynet, a comprehensive assessment that it can suppress Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. With the current resources, it will take 100 years to build a complete set. Brilliant Light Emissary, a single combat weapon that wields the law of light. The overall assessment is that it will take 10 days to manufacture a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank weapon with current resources. Interstellar Explorer, a scouting unit. Their flying speed can reach up to 2 times the speed of light, and they can also perform space jumps. They are the most outstanding interstellar scouting unit. The Astral Energy Absorption Shuttle can enter a constellation and absorb its energy. Yang Feng looked at the top battle robots with a scorching shade in his eyes. After level 5 Shizu technology, the top battle robots basically possess transcendent rank battle prowess. However, with my current resources, it seems to be a bit difficult to manufacture them in large quantities. As long as the Shizu's main battle robots had enough energy, they could work day and night without eating or drinking, producing all kinds of powerful war weapons at full power. However, that would require a huge amount of resources. Yang Feng looked at the huge level 5 matter and energy converter with a smile in his eyes. Resources are the most critical factor hindering my development. Should my next goal be the 36 primary material planes or the astral boundary? Once the level 5 matter and energy converter was built, it would be possible to synthesize the 7-color Aurora Starstone. It would only be a matter of time before he built another level 5 matter and energy converter. However, even with 10 level 5 matter and energy converters, it would be impossible to increase the current output fivefold, because there wasn't enough energy and matter to convert. There are many powerhouses in the 36 primary material planes, and who knows how many old freaks are hidden among them. Now that human Holy Spirit warlocks are slowly waking up, I'm afraid that the old freaks of the 36 primary material planes are also slowly waking up. Provoking them is simply courting death. As for the astral boundary, only after I manufacture a large number of interstellar explorers can I explore it. At present, the way to improve my strength as quickly as possible is to integrate the resources at my disposal. Yang Feng looked at the huge level 5 matter and energy converter with countless calculations in his eyes. A cool breeze blew, and Yang Feng's body collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. The Battle Demon Plane, the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters, the floating continent. With a flash of light, Yang Feng landed in the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters and walked towards the depths of the Battle Demon Sect. The Battle Demon Bell Tower was one of the most crucial buildings of the Battle Demon Sect. Once the Battle Demon Bell Tower was rung, it meant that someone wanted to become the Battle Demon Sect's sect master. He was not one of those puppet-like sect masters. Instead, he was a supreme sect master whose words carried enormous weight. In the Battle Demon Sect, there were many experts and factions. No matter which faction it was, they couldn't subdue the other party, which was why a sect master golem was put in charge of handling the secular affairs of the sect, while the other great elders went into seclusion to cultivate and improve their strength. The sect master had no authority to order the great elders. He was just a puppet sect master. However, the true Battle Demon Sect's sect master, whose words carried enormous weight, could use the resources of the entire Battle Demon Sect. At the same time, he could directly issue orders to the great elders. Under these restrictions, the Battle Demon Sect hasn't had a true sect master whose words carried enormous weight for thousands of years. Yang Feng's figure slowly appeared in front of the Battle Demon Bell Tower. A Moonlight Warlock rank elder standing guard in front of the Battle Demon Bell Tower stepped forward and saluted Yang Feng. Shock shimmered in his eyes, and he said, full of peculiarity, "Greetings, Great Elder. The Battle Demon Bell Tower is just ahead. Are you going there?" Yang Feng replied flatly, "That's right." After examining Yang Feng's identity card, the Battle Demonic Sect's elder retreated to the side and said respectfully, "Please." Yang Feng walked in front of the Battle Demon Bell Tower, picked up a black hammer beside the Battle Demon Bell Tower, and struck the black giant bell. Ding! As soon as the black bell rang, ripples spread across the entire floating continent. Ding! 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 On the floating continent, numerous runes appeared on the ground and in the sky. Phantoms of gigantic black bells suddenly emerged and vibrated continuously. Vast, resonant sounds reverberated throughout the entire war demon plane. The black giant bell projection suddenly flew out of the identity cards of the true disciples and above, entered the heads of the true disciples, and the sound reverberated. Except for some hidden danger zones, more than 99% of the Battle Demon Sect's upper echelon heard the Battle Demon Bell ringing. Someone rang the Battle Demon Bell. Who? Who rang the Battle Demon Bell? Who wants to be the true sect master of the Battle Demon Sect? Is it Yang Feng? But isn't he a Bright World warlock? A Bright World warlock can't be the true sect master of the Battle Demon sect. Yang Feng? Only he has the potential to become the sect master of the Battle Demon sect. But he's just a Bright World warlock. How can he suppress those Infinity Warlock and strong Divine Force rank Great Elders? The experts of the Battle Demon sect were astonished. Streaks of light flew towards the headquarters of the Battle Demon sect. Many of the Battle Demon sect's powerhouses have already guessed that the person who rang the Battle Demon bell is Yang Feng, because only he has the potential to become the true sect master of the Battle Demon sect. A green figure emerged. Yu Wuxian's personal disciple Jing Xiefeng appeared in front of the Battle Demon bell tower. Looking at Yang Feng sitting on the bell tower, her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. It's him. Sure enough, it's him. Isn't he in too much of a hurry? The sect master trial by fire isn't that simple. The other great elders won't let him pass the trial so easily. Although the competition within the Battle Demon sect is fierce, but the relationship between fellow disciples is also very friendly. However, although the Fighting Demon sect's great elders welcome Yang Feng to become a part of them, but they may not be willing to see Yang Feng become the Fighting Demon sect's true sect master and surpass them in status. It's him. It's Great Elder Yang. It's really him. The powerhouses of the Battle Demon sect's headquarters flew over and stood outside the bell tower from afar, their eyes flashing with enigmatic light. Ding Longjiang looked at Yang Feng on the bell tower with a complicated gleam in his eyes. It's really him. Ding Longjiang was originally the most promising genius to take over the position of the next sect master of the Battle Demon sect. But once Yang Feng became the true sect master of the Battle Demon sect, Ding Longjiang naturally couldn't be the sect master anymore, which was a big blow to him. Formidable divine force fluctuations descended from the sky, rays of light shone, and 13 great elders of the Battle Demon sect appeared outside the bell tower and looked at Yang Feng sitting on the bell tower with a complicated look in their eyes. The 13 great elders admitted that Yang Feng's potential was tremendous, far above theirs. Hundreds of years later, Yang Feng would undoubtedly become the true sect master of the Battle Demon sect. However, since the last time they met, almost in the blink of an eye, Yang Feng has already rung the Battle Demon bell and challenged the Battle Demon sect's true sect master trial by fire, filling the hearts of the 13 great elders with excitement, jealousy, envy, confusion, and other complicated emotions. Not long after, 4 rays of light flew out, landed in front of the bell tower, and revealed themselves. They were the 4 great elders of the Battle Demon sect: Yu Wuxian, Huang Yihe, Helian Enyu, and Yu Jinggang. Yu Wuxian and the other 3 were not gods, and could freely travel to many planes. Therefore, the great elders were responsible for guarding the sect, while they traveled to various planes to practice cultivation and develop. Chapter 854. Huang Yihe looked at Yang Feng sitting next to the Battle Demon bell with a complicated look in his eyes. The Battle Demon sect's sect master trial by fire, he has grown to this point, that's really fast. At that time, Huang Yihe just wanted to form a good relationship with Shishui, which was why he gave Yang Feng a chance. At the time, he didn't expect that Yang Feng would seize the opportunity and rise to the top. It hasn't even been 300 years, yet Yang Feng wants to challenge the Battle Demonic sect's sect master trial by fire. He Lianyu and Yu Jinggang looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Old man Huang really picked up a great bargain. When Shishui revealed her superior level 8 soul aptitude, the 4 great elders of the Battle Demon sect were all present. When He Lianyu and Yu Jinggang saw Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian go to fight over Shishui, they hesitated for a moment and didn't intervene. They weren't interested in Yang Feng, and thus left Shishui and Yang Feng to Yu Wuxian and Huang Yihe respectively. Now, in less than 300 years, Shishui has already promoted to a Bright World warlock. The Battle Demon sect doesn't know Shishui's true strength, while Yang Feng has begun to challenge the position of the Battle Demon sect's true sect master. Both of them are dazzling, filling He Lianyu and Yu Jinggang with complicated feelings. The eyes of one of the 3 strong divine force rank gods of the Battle Demon sect's Battle Demon plane shimmered with a complicated shade, and he said, Yang Feng, you rang the Battle Demon bell. Do you want to accept the trial by fire of the Battle Demon sect's sect master? Yang Feng replied calmly, that's right. Xing Runtu said, Only existences above the Infinity Warlock rank can serve as the Battle Demon Sect's sect master. Have you promoted to an Infinity Warlock? All eyes were focused on young Feng. Infinity Warlocks, known as Almighty Warlocks, are terrifying existences who can destroy a plane and pluck the stars and the moon as if they are nothing. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, many of the 10 great sects only had 1 or 2 Infinity Warlocks in the Tsangji plane. On the Feisuor plane, Infinity Warlocks are existences comparable to strong divine force rank gods. For young Feng to have promoted to a Bright World Warlock before the age of 300 has already shocked everyone in the Battle Demon sect. If he advanced to an Infinity Warlock before the age of 300, he would be a freak. Even on the Tsangji plane, where geniuses were as common as clouds and powerhouses were as common as rain, such existences were very rare. I have promoted to an Infinity Warlock. Wisps of Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from young Feng into the surroundings. Infinity Warlock. He really advanced to an Infinity Warlock. As expected of the most powerful genius in the history of our demon fighting sect. When the upper echelon of the Battle Demon sect sensed the Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, their countenance flickered, and their eyes shimmered with a complicated shade. They have already guessed that since young Feng rang the Battle Demon bell, he must have some confidence in advancing to the Infinity Warlock realm. Now that they have seen it for themselves, they are filled with shock. Standing in the crowd, Zhong Hanshan looked at young Feng from afar with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she sighed in her heart. Has he already promoted to an Infinity Warlock? When Zhong Hanshan was still a Starry Sky Warlock, young Feng was just a Great Warlock. However, young Feng has already advanced to an Infinity Warlock, while she is still just a Moonlight Warlock. She doesn't even have the slightest confidence in advancing to a Glorious Dawn Warlock. The gap between the two is so big that she can't even arouse jealousy. Xingrantu said solemnly, "The sect master trial by fire is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you might even die. Young Feng, are you sure you want to take the Battle Demon sect's sect master trial by fire?" Young Feng replied, "I'm sure." Without wasting any time, Xingrantu uttered decisively, "Okay, then let's go to the Battle God Pavilion." The Battle God Pavilion is located in the deepest part of the Battle Demon sect's headquarters. It is a majestic hall that covers an area of thousands of hectares and is closed all year round. The moment he entered the Battle God Pavilion, he saw a 500-meter-tall evil spirit with a single horn on its head and countless mysterious runes carved all over its body. It had a hideous expression and was covered in a layer of black shell. It was sealed in a strange stone made from the Forbidden Stone's fragments and other substances. Taboo stone is a product of the Second Warlock dynasty that uses taboo spells and some special archgod bloodline force. Except for Warlock Emperors and Holy Spirit Warlocks, the other warlocks of the 8 Warlock dynasties have no ability to refine taboo stone. The Battle Demon sect only used some taboo stone fragments and other sealing materials to seal the evil ogre in the Battle Demon Pavilion. Young Feng, this is a Warlock Monarch rank Heavenly Evil Ogre Monarch. It was captured by the founding ancestor of the Battle Demon sect and sealed in the Battle Demon Pavilion. Even though tens of thousands of years have passed and the strength of the Heavenly Evil Ogre Monarch has weakened a lot, but it should still possess supreme Infinity Warlock rank strength. This evil ogre is fierce and cruel. It has a deep hatred for the Battle Demon sect. More than 7 people have died at its hands. Whether it is lifting the seal or sealing it again, it will take a certain amount of time. Once the seal is lifted, it will be difficult for us to guarantee your safety. Xingrantu stared at young Feng and warned with a solemn expression. Young Feng is the strongest genius in the history of the Battle Demon sect. Although Xingrantu and the other great elders don't want young Feng to become the Battle Demon sect master so early and surpass them, but they don't want young Feng to die. As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Battle Demon sect has a deep foundation and countless information channels in the Tsangji plane. The information that the Great Tribulation is coming is no longer a secret among the upper echelons of the Battle Demon sect. At this time, the relatively united Battle Demon sect cannot have internal strife. Young Feng said, "With the Great Tribulation coming, there is no retreat. If the Battle Demon sect doesn't consolidate its strength, it will be difficult to survive the Great Tribulation. Xing Rantu hesitated for a moment, and then took a step back and said, "How about this? We can establish a Great Elder Council. You will be the chairman. What do you think?" Some top warlock groups in the Western world use the Great Elder Council to govern their warlock groups. The power of the chairman of the Great Elder Council is much less than that of the Battle Demon Sect's true sect master. But he is still a bigwig with the most authority in the Great Elder Council. Yang Feng said flatly, "Great Elder Xing, open the seal." Xing Rantu frowned slightly, then gave a long sigh, silently recited an incantation, took out a Great Elder identity card, and pointed at it. A black ray of light shot out from the Supreme Elder's identity jade token and entered the Battle Demon Pavilion. The other Great Elders took out their identity cards, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at it. One after another, the Supreme Elder's jade tokens flew into the air. Strange runes flew out of the jade tokens and entered the Battle Demon Pavilion. Countless runes appeared on the surface of the sealing stone mixed with taboo stone fragments, and then the huge stone collapsed inch by inch and turned into specks of light that entered a mural behind it. 36 black rune chains wrapped around the heavenly evil ogre monarch suddenly appeared and shone brightly, and the black rune chains collapsed inch by inch and disappeared. The sealed heavenly evil ogre monarch opened his eyes, and warlock monarch rank might slowly spread from him. The countenance of the Battle Demon Sect's true disciples who only have Starry Sky warlock rank cultivation base changed drastically, and they activated their defensive spells. Defensive spells shone and protected them. Wisps of evil chi pressed down on the Starry Sky warlock rank true disciples of the Battle Demon Sect, and the magic shields twisted and shattered like bubbles. The god of wind Zhuge Ding flickered with his finger, and wind whirlpools enveloped the true disciples and formed a wind barrier that resisted the heavenly evil ogre monarch's evil chi. The countenance of the moonlight warlocks flickered, and they stimulated their life force field and set off ripples. They felt some difficulty in breathing. The heavenly evil ogre monarch glanced at Yang Feng with a ferocious glint in his eyes and said with a cold smile, "A puny ant like you came to challenge me?" Evil chi gushed out of the heavenly evil ogre monarch like a tide and swept towards Yang Feng, as if to devour him. All kinds of twisted and horrifying faces filled with darkness suddenly appeared, letting out a series of bone-chilling roars. The Starry Sky warlocks only heard the strange roars when their bodies fell into a strange disorder, and many distorted faces appeared on their bodies. Zhuge Ding waved his hand, and green light enveloped the Starry Sky warlocks and teleported them away from this place. Standing outside the Battle Demon Pavilion, the great elders of the Battle Demon Sect looked nervously at the heavenly evil ogre monarch with dignified looks in their eyes. The heavenly evil ogre monarch has the ability to insta-kill any of the great elders here. Even if it is an infinity warlock rank powerhouse, they will be instackled if they are careless. Only outside the Battle Demon Pavilion can the great elders of the Battle Demon Sect feel a sense of security. Yang Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of the heavenly evil ogre monarch strangely. Primal chaos runes appeared on his body, and he sent a palm barreling towards the heavenly evil ogre monarch. "Stupid fellow, to compete with me in strength, how foolish." The heavenly evil ogre monarch smiled ferociously and slapped his palm backhandedly, and a copious amount of evil chi enveloped him. Human faces, beast faces, ogre faces, and other weird faces fused with the evil chi and turned into a world shrouded in evil chi. Once an infinity warlock is shrouded by this world of evil chi, they will be completely eroded, degenerate, and eventually decay and mutate into a strange, deathly still existence shrouded in evil chi. Chapter 855. In the Battle Demon Sect, there are many geniuses and powerhouses. When Yang Feng's palm slammed into the strange world shrouded in evil chi, countless primal chaos runes shone, evaporated, purified the evil chi, tore apart the world of evil chi, and blasted into the heavenly evil ogre monarch's palm. Boom! The entire Battle Demon Pavilion shook violently as a frightening shockwave spread in all directions, violently colliding with the boundary of the Battle Demon Pavilion, causing ripples to form. The heavenly evil ogre monarch's palm bent, his body swelled, and a large amount of black evil blood burst out of the wounds on his body and sputtered in all directions. In terms of strength, the heavenly evil ogre monarch lost. What secret method does Yang Feng cultivate? How come his fleshly body is so powerful? This kind of power is simply too terrifying. Even top body-tempering warlocks don't have such a terrifying fleshly body. The spectating upper echelon of the Battle Demon sect inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. The heavenly evil ogre monarch is an ogre evil god with tyrannical strength and formidable fleshly body. When human warlocks fought evil gods with powerful fleshly bodies, they generally used all kinds of secret methods and strange secret treasures to suppress and seal the other party. Yet Yang Feng, like a fierce beast, blasted the heavenly evil ogre monarch away. This is simply heaven-defying. Along with flashes of after-images, Yang Feng, who seems to have turned into an omnipresent existence, barreled towards the heavenly evil ogre monarch from all directions. The heavenly evil ogre monarch's huge body burst apart, and a large amount of black evil blood gushed out of him, dripped on the ground, and corroded the barrier on the ground. Suddenly, the heavenly evil ogre monarch's eyes flickered with evil light, and his eyelids widened, and 5 eyes appeared in each of his eye sockets. From the 12 eyes, pairs of pairs shot out the 6 sins evil light, which contained pride, envy, greed, gluttony, lust, and wrath, respectively. Even if it is a supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouse, when swept by the 6 sins evil light, they will instantly split into 6 personalities that will kill each other, and then be devoured by the heavenly evil ogre monarch. When the heavenly evil ogre monarch was in his heyday, when human warlock monarch rank powerhouses were swept by his 6 sins evil ray, they would split into 6 personalities, kill each other, and then be devoured by him. In the history of the Battle Demon sect, there were several peerless powerhouses who were far stronger than the other supreme elders of the Battle Demon sect. They came to challenge the heavenly evil ogre king and were swept by the 6 sins evil light. Their personalities were split, they killed each other, and they finally died. Yang Feng has been on guard against the heavenly evil ogre monarch for a long time. When the heavenly evil ogre monarch's 6 sins evil light appeared, 9 devour black moons containing world force suddenly appeared and crushed towards the heavenly evil ogre monarch. When the 6 sins evil light slammed into the devour black moons, the devour black moons blurred and collapsed one after another. It wasn't until the last devouring black moon was left that the strange 6 sins evil light was completely devoured. The last devouring black moon forcefully devoured the heavenly evil ogre monarch, frantically devouring its flesh and soul. The heavenly evil ogre monarch roared wildly, surged with evil chi, and struggled frantically inside the devour black moon like an evil god. No matter how the heavenly evil ogre monarch struggled, his flesh, soul, and all his power were directly devoured by the devour black moon. He first turned into a mummy, and then finally turned into dust and disappeared. Only a warlock monarch rank evil ogre king core remained. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the devour black moon flew back into his body, and wisps of pure life force and soul force returned and nourished his body and soul. He killed the heavenly evil ogre monarch just like that. The heavenly evil ogre monarch, who even supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses aren't his opponent, was killed just like that. When did Yang Feng become so powerful? The great elders of the Battle Demon sect were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. The heavenly evil ogre monarch is a warlock monarch rank evil ogre monarch. Even though he has been sealed for tens of thousands of years and his strength has been greatly weakened, but he still possesses terrifying strength. The 6 sins evil ray is an innate ability that can slay supreme infinity warlock rank powerhouses. For such a powerful heavenly evil ogre monarch to be easily killed by Yang Feng, the eyes of the great elders shimmered with incredulity. Yang Feng turned to look at Xingrantu and said flatly, "Great Elder Xing, I should have passed the sect master trial by fire, right? Among the 17 great elders of the Battle Demon sect, Xingrantu has lived the longest, has the highest qualifications, and is the strongest. Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian have advanced to the Infinity Warlock rank for a shorter period of time. In terms of reputation and status, they can't compare with Xingrantu." A complicated look in his eyes, Xingrantu saluted, "Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master." All the upper echelon members of the Battle Demon sect present saluted Yang Feng and acknowledged his identity as the Battle Demon sect's sect master. Huang Yihe looked at Yang Feng with excitement, joy, and at the same time, jealousy in his eyes, and a smile on his face. "Sect Master, my disciple has become the Battle Demon sect master. Haha, how unexpected. To think that he can become the sect master of the Battle Demon sect. As soon as Yang Feng ascended to the throne of the Battle Demon sect master, he began to integrate his forces with the Battle Demon sect's forces. The Battle Demon sect is an ancient force that has existed for tens of thousands of years. In addition to the Grade 4 plane, the Battle Demon plane, it also controls 3 Grade 4 planes, 10 Grade 5 planes, 30 Grade 6 planes, 176 Grade 7 planes, 321 Grade 8 planes, and 574 Grade 9 planes. The Battle Demon sect had spent tens of thousands of years constantly exploring the astral boundary and fighting with powerhouses from other planes. They had fought with their lives on the line to obtain these planes. It is because of the Battle Demon sect's expansion into the astral boundary that the probability of Infinity Warlocks dying is extremely high. After Yang Feng entered the Battle Demon sect, there were only 4 Bright World Warlocks. This was because the Battle Demon sect's Infinity Warlocks have just died in a foreign expedition, leaving only the Great Elders who have already transformed into gods. After Yang Feng became the Battle Demon sect's sect master, countless Shizu robots entered the Battle Demon sect's planes and frantically mined resources day and night. Amidst the mechanical roars, all kinds of rare resources from various major planes were continuously dug out and sent to the Battle Demon sect's headquarters. The Battle Demon sect's resource income suddenly increased by hundreds of times. In the Light of Eternity plane, the various resources Yang Feng plundered from the Battle Demon sect were poured into munitions factories to produce dazzling light units, dazzling star hunters, magic seal mechas, dazzling envoys, and other advanced weapons. The Battle Demon sect has been exploring the astral boundary for tens of thousands of years and grasped countless secrets of the astral boundary as well as many planes with life forms. However, due to their lack of strength, they can only maintain their current sphere of influence, unable to go to war easily. Yang Feng assigned a large number of 5th-generation battle robots and 4th-generation battle robots to the Battle Demon sect's true disciples who liked to fight and had them attack the planes with resources in the astral boundary. Above a Grade 7 plane, there is a Star Destroyer Battlestar, an interstellar carrier, and 36 frigates of various models anchored. In the starry sky, countless experts of the eagle-winged ghost race, who had extraordinary wisdom and a pair of eagle wings on their backs, were crazily fighting against the Type 2 Undyings. Their faces were ferocious like ghosts, and they had special runes engraved on their foreheads. The Type 2 Undyings have a strong undying nature. No matter how the eagle-winged ogre powerhouses attack, they recover from their injuries almost instantaneously. The densely packed eagle-winged Devilman clan powerhouses rushed up and engaged in close combat with the Type 2 Undyings. Countless blood fragments fell from the sky and sprinkled on the ground. Eagle-winged ogre monarch, surrender. Submit to the Battle Demon sect, and you eagle-winged ogre will have a way to survive. Standing loftily in the void, Ju Feng looked at the 50-meter-tall eagle-winged ogre monarch standing in the deepest part of the eagle-winged ogre territory and said flatly, "The eagle-winged ogre race will never yield." The eagle-winged ogre monarch roared, runes appeared on its body, and it flapped its wings, completely integrated with the law of wind, and disappeared. In an instant, the eagle-winged ogre monarch appeared behind Ju Feng and sent a claw swiping at him. A beam of black light descended from the sky and flashed past the eagle-winged ghostly king at an extremely terrifying speed. It finally landed beside Ju Feng and revealed itself. A 10-meter-tall Type 3 Undyings covered in black armor holding a 10-meter-tall God-Slayer blade appeared beside Ju Feng. The eagle-winged ogre monarch's body split apart and turned into countless fragments that scattered down, turning into a corpse. Ju Feng pointed with a finger, and a hurricane suddenly appeared, swept the corpse of the eagle-winged ogre monarch, and put it into a storage treasure. What a fearsome golem! This kind of combat power is far beyond that of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. Only a fully armed Glorious Dawn Warlock can suppress it. The most frightening thing is that there's more than one of these golems. Ju Feng looked at the Type 3 Undyings with a complicated look in his eyes. With a thought, black light shone, and 9 Type 3 Undyings suddenly flew over from afar and appeared beside him, their eyes flashing with cold, cruel, and emotionless electronic red light. Chapter 856. In the astral boundary, a fleet consisting of a Star Destroyer battlestar, an interstellar carrier, and 36 frigates was sailing towards a Grade 7 plane. They are here. The beasts of the Battle Demon sect are here. Let's do it. Wipe them out, don't let a single one of them escape. On a celestial body that the fleet must pass through, the eyes of several strange-looking existences flickered with strange runes as they peeped at the fleet tens of thousands of kilometers away. Countless extraordinary life forms have gathered on the celestial body and formed an army of extraordinary life forms. Evidently, they are preparing to ambush the Battle Demon sect's fleet. Suddenly, the Star Destroyer battlestar's secondary artillery flashed, and a dense rain of energy beams slammed into the celestial body. The dense army of extraordinary life forms was directly penetrated by the energy beams and turned into fragments that scattered on the ground. Damn it, we were discovered. How can this be? We are clearly tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other, so how did they discover us? Traitors, there are traitors among us. The leaders of the powerful extraordinary life forms all had looks of terror on their faces as they roared madly. An astral extraordinary life form that looks like a snake covered in black scales and shrouded in mist stared at the fleet in the distance, gritted its teeth, and roared, "Kill them. As long as we can kill them, everything will be solved." Astral life forms were born powerful, and by relying on their fearsome power to rampage through the world, they were generally simple and crude. They could be easily tricked by human warlocks. However, there were also some astral life forms that were not only powerful, but also far more cunning than human warlocks. They were the most difficult to deal with. These astral life forms were clearly not one of them. Do it. Eat them. The eyes of the powerful extraordinary life form leaders flickered fiercely, and they issued sharp howls, and ripples spread towards the celestial body. A dense crowd of extraordinary life forms flew out of the celestial body, turned into dark clouds, and rushed towards the Battle Demon sect's fleet. The Battle Demon sect's fleet was obviously prepared. It fired while retreating. Under the calculations of the optical computer, countless beams of light accurately bombarded the transcendent life forms, harvesting their lives. This is the secret grasped by the sect master. This kind of secret treasure is truly frightening. My Battle Demon sect has such a terrifying secret weapon of war, there is hope for our sect to prosper. Zhong Hanshan sat in the captain's room of the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship, looking at the holographic projection of the battlefield, her heart filled with joy. On that planet, there were extraordinary creatures from several planes, as well as some astral race forces that were wandering in the astral plane. In the past, if the Battle Demon sect wanted to defeat this force head-on, it would have to mobilize at least 3 glorious sun warlocks, 10 moonlight warlocks, and a large number of starry sky warlocks and great warlocks to form a warlock legion. Besides, even if they defeated the other party, they would suffer a lot of losses, and may even lose moonlight warlocks. But now Zhong Hanshan, commanding a fleet, can slaughter the extraordinary life forms of the several forces unscrupulously. With the starship's terrifying mobility and ultra-long range, it can kite the extraordinary life forms of the several forces until they are dead. This is the first time that Zhong Hanshan has experienced such an easy battle of conquest. A transparent figure flew over from afar and flew towards the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship without setting off any ripples. Decapitation has always been a favorite method of extraordinary life forms with formidable individual strength. When the transparent figure came within 10,000 meters of the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship, the numerous secondary artilleries outside the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship turned, flashed, and fired countless energy beams barreling towards the transparent figure. Countless runes appeared on the transparent figure, and a 10-meter-tall freak covered in a black carapace with 4 arms, each of which holds a black spear, a sword, and a black shield, and exuding glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. The black shield flickered with flowing light, and a layer of flowing light condensed from countless strange runes enveloped the black shield. When the dense rain of light slammed into the shield, it distorted slightly and deflected to the side. The black shield deflected most of the power of the energy beams, and the remaining small part of the power wasn't enough to pierce through the black shield. The glorious sun warlock rank freak is extremely fast. Blocking the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship's secondary artilleries, It flickered and approached the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship. Sitting on the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship's bridge, the corners of Zhong Hanshan's mouth rose slightly, and she uttered with a light smile, "A glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse, you really think highly of me." If it was before, a Moonlight Warlock like Zhong Hanshan, even if she is a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect, would only be able to flee when she encounters a glorious Sun Warlock rank freak. If she is sneak attacked by a glorious Sun Warlock rank freak, she will be in danger of dying. But at this time, Zhong Hanshan was sitting in the captain's room, extremely calm, without the slightest fear, and casually pressed a button. An opening opened on the hull of the Star Destroyer interstellar battleship. A green, 10-meter-tall dazzling light unit with 4 electronic eyes on its rhombus-shaped head and countless runes engraved on its body, exuding soul fluctuations, and a green, 10-meter-tall dazzling light unit with blades of different lengths on its joints, appeared. As soon as the dazzling light units appeared, there was no sound of an engine starting. They blurred, and then strangely appeared in front of the glorious Sun Warlock rank freak and slashed at the freak, leaving after images behind. The armored monster also mercilessly swung its weapon at the dazzling light unit. The dazzling light units didn't block in the slightest. Letting the carapace monster's blade slash at it, the dazzling light units were blasted apart. The green saber lights slashed at the carapace monster's body, cutting off 3 of its arms and shattering more than half of its carapace. With a flash of black light, the freak regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The freak sneered, "Humph, reckless thing, you want to compete with me in terms of regeneration and defense? Golems are just golems, they have no brains." In an instant, the dazzling light unit and the freak suffered heavy losses. The freak had to admit that the dazzling light unit was powerful. However, the freak couldn't help but feel proud that the dazzling light unit was destroyed by the freak. Green light shone, and the remains of the dazzling light unit quickly fused together. With a flash of green light, it was reborn in front of the freak. How can this be? How can it recover so quickly? The armored monster was dumbfounded. Streaks of green blade shadows swallowed it completely. After dozens of breaths of time, the glorious Sun Warlock rank freak was chopped into countless pieces, and wisps of pure soul force were absorbed by the dazzling light unit, making it more powerful. The dazzling light unit was a special kind of battle robot with undying characteristics and could evolve continuously. The perfect form it could evolve into was the dazzling ruler, which was an ultimate weapon of the Shizu like the Devourer and the Phantom Ruler. At their peak, the Shizu only had less than 20 dazzling rulers. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to produce dazzling rulers. However, each perfect form dazzling ruler had a very important position in the Shizu. A dazzling ruler could basically suppress a star system. The hull of the Star Destroyer battle robot opened, and 10 Type 3 Undyings suddenly flew out and swept towards the extraordinary life forms like a tide, commanding countless modified 4th-generation battle robots. The multi-armed Black Armor King is dead. How is that possible? Zhong Hanshan is just a Moonlight Warlock. How could she kill the multi-armed Black Armor King? That's impossible. Seeing the glorious Sun Warlock rank freak killed by Yang Feng, the leader of the extraordinary life forms felt a chill in his heart and cried out. The gap between glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks is huge. Even a Moonlight Warlock from a major sect like Zhong Hanshan has no chance of winning against a glorious Sun Warlock rank freak. Even among glorious Sun Warlock rank freaks, the multi-armed Black Armor King was at the top. For him to die now is simply shocking. Virtually in an instant, the Type 3 Undyings led countless battle robots to rush into the midst of the extraordinary life forms. Under the attack of the modified 4th-generation battle robots, the extraordinary life forms suffered heavy casualties, and blood flowed like rivers, disappearing almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 hours later, the corpses of countless extraordinary life forms appeared in the cold and distorted astral boundary. The 6 Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms were slain by the dazzling light units one by one. After wiping out the huge army of extraordinary life forms, countless robots flew into the astral boundary and began to clean up the battlefield and collect the corpses of the extraordinary life forms. The corpses of extraordinary life forms are a huge fortune. In the Tsangji Plain, countless warlocks need the corpses of these extraordinary life forms to carry out various experiments. Chapter 857. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. As soon as the white balls entered the huge rift, they opened up and formed time nodes. Along with flashes of light, infinity warlocks and powerhouses above them flew out from the floating continents occupied by the 6 warlock imperial courts. Once a warlock emperor rank powerhouse is provoked, even if the 6 warlock imperial courts join forces, they still won't be their opponent. At most, they will be able to injure them a little. Sitting in a large base in the light of eternity, Yang Feng looked at the other universe's base with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he issued an order. The black-armored warriors are extremely powerful. They are locked in battle with the starry sky rippers, and the casualty ratio between the two sides is almost 1:1. The giant hand full of eyes slammed into the magic barrier set up by the Time Monarch. Each time it slammed into the barrier, it collapsed and turned into dust. Shortly after, the powerhouses of the 6 warlock imperial courts, led by the 6 monarchs, appeared in front of the huge rift. Yang Feng looked at the weird insects with a dignified shade in his eyes. This is resource recovery. In other words, as long as the other universe has enough resources, they can become stronger and stronger. In a head-on battle, 10 Time Monarchs aren't the opponent of a great holy step powerhouse. But the time text is an Empyrean-grade secret method for no reason. It records a powerful sealing secret method. With the Time Monarch and dozens of Infinity Warlocks coupled with time secret treasures, even a great holy step powerhouse will find it difficult to break this sealing secret method. The Transcendent Monarch frowned slightly and fell into silence. Even if all the powerhouses of the 6 Warlock dynasties join forces, coupled with their Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they can only contend against a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse whose soul has decayed and power has been exhausted to the extreme, making it very difficult for them to act. Crack, crack. Behind the Time Monarch, dozens of Infinity Warlocks recited incantations and pointed with a finger, and magic light entered the time nodes and strengthened their power. The Transcendent Monarch's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "That universe has Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, and our universe also has Warlock Emperor rank geezers. Wouldn't it be better to open this rift and let the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses on the other side come over and fight the other race powerhouses?" The Taboo Monarch stepped forward and led the Taboo Imperial Court's Warlocks to set up a second seal. Waves of incomparably powerful energy came out from the crack and bombarded the seal, causing ripples to form on it. Without any hesitation, under Yang Feng's order, the most powerful elite legion under his command gathered, and the huge mechanical legion formed from countless 4th-generation battle robots flew towards the base of the other universe's powerhouses with the momentum of Mount Tai. The powerhouses of the 6 Warlock dynasties could only stay in front of the huge rift and reinforce the seal of the huge rift. In the center of the dust storm, the huge meteor with a diameter of 10 kilometers opened and revealed honeycomb-like holes. Warriors covered in black armor jumped out of the holes, opened their mouths, and absorbed the life magic energy of the light of eternity plane. The black-armored warriors turned around, ejected long blades from their hands, and suddenly rushed towards the starry sky rippers. With a flash of light, the Time Monarch's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. The Time Monarch looked at the huge rift and said unhurriedly, "This is a universe rift that connects 2 universes. We must seal this rift for the time being. Otherwise, the energy level of the other universe is much higher than that of our universe, and there are also Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses guarding it. Once they attack us without any scruples, we will be in danger." A voice full of confidence and bewitching intent came from the rift, and wisps of great holy step holy might spread from the rift. The 6 Warlock dynasties have Empyrean-grade secret treasures and Holy Spirit Warlocks. But even if they have Empyrean-grade secret treasures and Holy Spirit Warlocks against a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, they will be defeated without any suspense. The fusion and devouring of the universes has begun. Countless white balls shone brightly and formed a time net with the time nodes as the center. The law of time. The Time Imperial Court's Time Monarch. The universe you belong to is destined to wither and become resources for the evolution of our universe. Time Monarch, you are a rare talent. Surrender. As long as you serve our universe, you may become an Empyrean step powerhouse in the future. Every Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse of the Battle Demon sect took a fleet to conquer known Grade 6 planes and expand their forces in the astral boundary. Grade 6 planes and above generally have Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses or intermediate Divine Force rank gods guarding them. With the current strength of the Battle Demon sect, it will take a lot of effort to deal with them. Moreover, the Battle Demon sect has explored many Grade 6 planes and found that they have Infinity Warlock rank forces backing them. Once they attack a Grade 6 plane or above, it will be equivalent to breaking out in a fight to the death with a powerful force. As soon as the big hand covered in strange eyes entered the time node, it was as if it was constantly being eroded by the river of time. It suddenly aged and decayed, and countless strange eyes withered and turned into ashes. As soon as the strange insects flew onto the battlefield, they absorbed the remains of the black-armored warrior, and then flew towards the hive. A huge hand condensed from magic and covered in countless strange eyes suddenly came out of the depths of the rift. With wisps of terrifying holy might, it fiercely grabbed towards the Time King. The Tsangji plane is the only super grade 1 plane that human warlocks have discovered so far. It is a powerful plane that has given birth to eternal sovereigns and the 8 warlock emperors. It began to awaken slowly, and life magic energy pervaded the air. Under the influence of the plane's origin will, the various hidden treasures began to reveal their traces due to some coincidences. The taboo monarch uttered coldly, "Those warlock emperor rank powerhouses have awakened, but our lord has yet to return. If they order us to submit, then should we perish together, or submit to them?" A huge rift suddenly appeared outside the starry sky of the Heart of Eternity plane, and a pitch-black meteor with a diameter of 10 kilometers suddenly flew out of the rift and fell towards the Heart of Eternity plane. Along with a loud noise, the black meteor fell into a forest in the Heart of Eternity plane, exploded, and set off a terrifying storm. The Time Monarch uttered decisively, "Thank you for your kindness, but I have decided to live or die with the universe I was born in." After the fierce battle lasted for a quarter of an hour, the 3,000 starry sky rippers were wiped out, and 4,000 plus black-armored warriors were slain. After the Tsangji plane absorbed the little bit of crystal light, the entire plane was filled with powerful life magic energy, and its energy rank increased almost all the time. Let's begin. Looking at the huge rift that suddenly appeared in the starry sky, mysterious runes appeared in the Star Monarch's eyes, and a dignified look appeared on her pretty face. Her figure fluttered, and she flew out of the Star Imperial Court and flew towards the huge rift. The engines of 3,000 starry sky rippers roared, and they suddenly flew out of a nearby warp gate and shot towards the black-armored warriors like meteors. Boom! Boom! Some ancient warlock emperor rank powerhouses have survived until the modern era in this way. As if attracted, more than 50% of the crystal light fell into the Tsangji plane. Boom! After the crystal light disappeared, a huge rift appeared in the starry sky of the Tsangji plane, the Feisuor plane, the Heart of Eternity plane, and other planes. The Time Monarch silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and white secret treasures flew out of his hand and flew towards the huge rift. Under the impact of the terrifying force, the huge rift cracked open bit by bit, and the rift grew bigger and bigger. After the Time Monarch set up a magic barrier, he immediately stepped aside. These soldier-grade warriors have great warlock rank life force fields, and they're still slowly improving. Are they analyzing the laws of this universe? The great saint-level expert's cold and gloomy voice came out from the huge crack. "Humph, stubborn native monkey. Sure enough, killing you all is the right choice. Without becoming an eternal sovereign, even if it is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, their soul will decay under the scouring of time, and they will eventually die." Suddenly, the sound of eggshells shattering rang in the universe. As if something has broken, crystal-like light shattered and turned into specks of light that scattered towards the various planes of the universe. The Time Monarch looked at the huge rift in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes and whispered, "The Great Tribulation has officially begun. I wonder how many people can survive the Great Tribulation this time." However, Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses have heaven-defying means. If they really don't want to die, they can use taboo stones to seal themselves and use all kinds of weird methods to avoid the scouring of time and live until the modern era. After the fierce battle, A large number of strange flying insects the size of cows and goats with mouthparts and huge bellies flew out from the hive. The Transcendent Monarch, the Death Monarch, the Star Monarch, and the Magic Note Monarch led the warlocks of the various warlock dynasties to use secret treasures to set up layers of seals on the huge rift. Chapter 858. A Star Destroyer Battlestar appeared in the void, and a beam from its artillery capable of slaying Bright World warlocks barreled towards the other universe's base like a divine punishment. The other universe's beehive-like base suddenly flashed, and countless black plates flew out and formed a huge black shell. When the Star Destroyer artillery's beam slammed into the black shell, it was distorted by a strange force and slammed into the ground, blasting open a huge hole in the ground, and countless gravel splashed. When the terrifying shock wave hit the other universe's base, it couldn't harm the other universe's base in the slightest. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. 90% of the power has been neutralized. Only 10% of the power has been absorbed. As expected of a universe with a higher energy level than this universe. According to Yang Feng's analysis from the data of the Shizu, the energy level of the universe where the Shizu and the world of warlocks were originally about the same, even half a level lower. However, the energy level of the universe that is about to merge with the world of warlocks is much higher than that of the world of warlocks. The upper limit of power that a high-energy level universe can hold is much higher than that of a low-energy level universe. Generally speaking, the level of civilizations bred by a high-energy level universe is much higher than that of a low-energy level universe. The reason why the fusion of a high-level universe and the universe of the world of warlocks is a great calamity for the life forms of this universe is that the other party is extremely tyrannical and despair-inducing. A moment of carelessness, and all life forms of the world of warlocks will become slaves of the higher civilization of the other universe. The life forms of the two universes are now in a state of irreconcilable enmity. Only when one side kills the other side's powerhouses and completely dominates the other side can the fusion be realized. An infinity warlock like Yang Feng already belongs to the upper echelon of the world of warlocks. Even if he wants to rely on the life forms of the other universe, he will most likely be killed by the other party and become resources for the other universe's advancement. In the void, a blazing sun battlestar slowly emerged, its artillery flashed, and a beam capable of slaying an infinity warlock slammed into the beehive-like base. Layers of strange black light appeared above the beehive-like base, filled with a strange, smooth, distorted force field. The beam from the blazing sun battlestar's main artillery pierced through the warping force field, tore apart a layer of the base's black armor, and then blasted into the ground and blasted open a bottomless hole. The power of the main cannons of the Scorching Sun interstellar warships can destroy a small part of the defense of this base. However, according to the defense of this base, over 10 Scorching Sun interstellar warships will be required to destroy such a base within a short period of time. Yang Feng stared at the base covered in a black carapace in the distance, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. Black blood vessel-like tubular objects ejected from the damaged part of the base covered by the black carapace, intertwined, and shone with black light and formed a new black carapace. Yang Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Amazing, such a strong self-healing ability. This kind of enemy is indeed troublesome. The energy level of the plane where the Light of Eternity plane is located isn't low, nor is it high. The rift that appeared in the starry sky of the Light of Eternity plane isn't big. As such, the existence that flew out of the rift naturally isn't a fierce character in the other universe. For such an enemy to be able to withstand the bombardment of the blazing sun battlestar's main artillery is simply terrifying. With a thought from Yang Feng, a starfield battlestar in the shape of a pyramid appeared in the void. An incomparably resplendent beam of light descended from the sky and blasted towards the black beehive. In an instant, it pierced through the layer of strange, smooth, and distorted force field outside the beehive and blasted into the black beehive. The black beehive was swallowed by the beam of light in an instant and exploded, and countless fragments sputtered in all directions. Black rays of light flew out of the black beehive and flew towards the starfield battlestar. The black rays of light are soldiers with black wings on the back, covered in black armor, and wielding pike-like pikes. Moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power diffused from the soldiers in black armor. Yang Feng looked at the black-armored soldiers and narrowed his eyes. Moonlight warlock rank powerhouses, they are soldiers. They are the soldiers of the Black Beehive. The ones I saw before were just sappers. Once they entered the Moonlight Warlock realm, they were transcendents. In the universe of the world of warlocks, Moonlight Warlocks were already transcendent rank powerhouses with a lofty status. They were the backbone of the major forces. The birth of a Moonlight Warlock was a major event for a warlock group. The number of black-armored soldiers flying out of the Black Beehive was more than 100,000. 100,000 Moonlight Warlocks, this tremendous force was simply terrifying. Even the Battle Demon sect's Moonlight Warlocks added together didn't exceed 5,000. Among the 100,000 black-armored soldiers, there were also 5,000 strange soldiers in green armor, who exuded glorious Sun Warlock rank fluctuations of power. Among them, 300 soldiers in silver armor exuded Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power. Among the 300 silver-armored powerhouses, there were 20 existences covered in gold armor exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power. When the power of the Black Beehive erupted, even someone as strong as Yang Feng was shocked. Before Yang Feng entered the core world, the power of the Black Beehive was enough to make him suffer a great deal. In the void, a huge fleet consisting of 1-star sector-level battlestar, 6 blazing sun battlestars, 24 star destroyer battlestars, 20 aircraft carriers, and 365 frigates appeared. The huge fleet shone brightly, and countless energy beams barreled towards the hive soldiers like a tide. Under the bombardment of the dense net of light beams, black-armored soldiers and green-armored soldiers were blown up from time to time. The 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses covered in gold armor were enveloped in a gold force field. When the countless energy beams slammed into the gold force field, they were distorted, unable to harm the 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. The doors of the warships opened, and a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots rushed towards the other universe's soldiers like a tide. The huge mechanical torrent collided with the other universe's powerful legion. Boom! 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 The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. When a large number of 4th-generation battle robots came into contact with the other universe's black-armored soldiers, they were destroyed and turned into fireworks that fell to the ground. However, the 4th-generation battle robots under Yang Feng's command number in the hundreds of millions, and they are fearless and ferocious. Under the command of the 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses in gold armor, the other universe's powerhouses pierced through one defensive line after another. But there are still many powerhouses who died under the siege of the Mechanical Legion. The components of the Type 2 Undyings that were destroyed flew back one by one and automatically repaired themselves. Then, they immediately threw themselves into battle like monsters that couldn't be killed. It's time. Do it. When Yang Feng saw the other universe's powerful legion pierce through the defensive line formed by 24th generation battle robots, he ordered coldly. A huge group of 1 million 5th-generation primary battle robots, consisting of brilliant star hunters, dazzling light entities, and brilliant envoys, suddenly appeared. Led by the 3 supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia, as well as the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Yu Yang, Yu Tianling, Alexia, and Sebas, they rushed towards the other universe's legion. After being baptized by the artillery fire of the fleet and besieged by the 4th-generation Mechanical Legion, the strength of the other universe's legion has been reduced by about 20%. When the 3 supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses Agnipe, Nerissa, and Beskia attacked, 3 fallen angel swords slashed 3 junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and instackled them. The other universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses immediately formed 3 groups of 3 and fought fiercely with Agnipe and the other 2 supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. None of the other universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses is an opponent of Agnipe. But after the 3 of them joined forces, they formed a strange resonance, and their strength increased sharply. Each of them is equivalent to superimposing the power of the other 2, and they forcibly blocked a supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse like Agnipe. The other universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses also formed a formation of 3 and fought fiercely with Yu Yang and the other Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, and they vaguely gained the upper hand. However, when the huge 5th-generation battle robots composed of brilliant star hunters, dazzling light units, and brilliant light emissaries charged into the other universe's legion, the other universe's legions suffered heavy casualties under the siege of the Mechanical Legion. The brilliant star hunter moved like a ghost. One after another, after-images flickered, and the black-armored warriors were chopped into countless pieces. Illuminated by the light controlled by the brilliant light emissaries, the fragments were purified and turned into ashes. The dazzling light bodies frantically slashed at the silver-armored warriors of the other verse, chopping them in two in a suicidal manner before they could react. Chapter 859. Caught off guard, more than 70 of the 300 Bright World Warlock rank silver-armored powerhouses were killed at once. Before they could repair themselves, the glorious emissaries' light of purification slammed into their corpses and purified them. Countless hidden mistwalkers suddenly turned into mist, and an endless mist enveloped the battlefield, blocking the communication and perception of the other universe's warriors. The mist of the mistwalkers is still eroding the power of the other universe's warriors. Inside the mist, the perception of the other universe's powerhouses is deprived, and their strength drops by a notch. Inside the mist, under the guidance of optical computers, brilliant star hunters appear and disappear mysteriously and slay the other universe's warriors. The 100,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses who luckily escaped from the hive have suffered heavy casualties, with a large number of powerhouses dying at every moment. Retreat. The complexion of the Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse covered in glittering gold armor flickered, and he roared. Although the other universe's powerhouse spoke the language of another universe, but thanks to the analysis of the Level 5 optical computer, the meaning of the word was easily parsed. Warlocks have all kinds of strange means. One of them is called alien language analysis. As long as you cast this spell, you can parse any alien language you don't understand. Only some alien languages full of mysterious law power cannot be parsed by this spell. Since the language the other universe's powerhouse used doesn't contain any extraordinary power, it was naturally parsed by Yang Feng's Level 5 optical computer network in an instant. At the other universe powerhouse's command, rays of light shone, and the other universe legion's powerhouses dispersed. Displaying all kinds of strange powers, they turned invisible and disappeared. Suddenly, the gold armor of the 17 Infinity Warlock rank gold-armored powerhouses split open, and 17 figures flew out, twisted, blurred, and disappeared. Exuding Infinity Warlock rank power, the 17 gold armors fought with Agnipe and the other Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, only slightly weaker than before. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Seeing that things aren't looking good, he immediately retreated. This kind of enemy is really troublesome. Yang Feng was most fond of enemies who fought to the death without retreating, who confronted him head-on and were ultimately killed by him. Those cunning enemies who ran away when they couldn't win were the most troublesome. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong place to log in. If this was any other place, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you, but this is one of my lair. You actually dared to come to my lair. How can you leave alive? Yang Feng willed and issued an order: start the Skynet. In the mountains, plains, deserts, and oceans of the Heart of Eternity world, strange radar-like machines extended out. From the countless radar-like machines, strange rays of light suddenly shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire world of the Heart of Eternity was enveloped by that strange light. Enveloped by the strange light, the laws and power of the entire world of the Heart of Eternity were controlled and reconstructed by the strange light. This is the pinnacle Level 5 Skynet. The Level 5 Skynet can change the laws of heaven and earth in this area and extract all the power in this world for its own use. Originally, with the resources at Yang Feng's disposal, it was impossible to establish such a Level 5 Skynet. However, after integrating the behemoth that is the Battle Demon Sect and using the huge amount of resources accumulated by the Battle Demon Sect, Yang Feng was able to establish Level 5 Skynet in several key locations in one go. Strands of strange ripples spread out in all directions, and the already invisible Otherverse black-armored warriors suddenly appeared. The figures of brilliant star hunters and dazzling light units flickered and slayed the other universe black-armored warriors. As the strange ripples surged, green-armored warriors and silver-armored powerhouses appeared. The strange ripples set off by the Skynet wrapped around the Otherverse soldiers like ropes, making them feel as if they were carrying mountains on their backs, and their movements slowed down by several times. Hundreds of dazzling light units rushed towards the group of green-armored warriors and silver-armored powerhouses. Only by slaying glorious Sun Warlock rank green-armored warriors and Bright World Warlock rank silver-armored powerhouses can the dazzling light units evolve rapidly. Slaying Moonlight Warlock rank black-armored warriors has little effect on the dazzling light units. Go to hell! Eyes shot with blood, a silver-armored Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse grasped a 20-meter-long silver scythe and brandished it, and countless silver blade rays slashed at the dazzling light bodies. The dazzling light units activated their energy shields. When the silver blade rays slashed through their energy shields, they slashed open huge holes in the outer armor of the dazzling light units. Rays of silver light flashed, and the dazzling light body quickly repaired itself at a speed visible to the naked eye. One dazzling light unit after another slammed into the scythe net formed by the silver-armored powerhouse's scythes. The dazzling light battle blades collided with the scythes and were blasted away. After the hundreds of dazzling light entities were knocked away, 8 dazzling light entities took advantage of the moment when the silver-armored powerhouse's power weakened. 2 dazzling light entities brandished their dazzling light battle blades to parry the attack of the silver-armored powerhouse, while the other 6 dazzling light entities took the opportunity to slash at the silver-armored powerhouse, severely injuring him. Under the frenzied siege of hundreds of dazzling light units, the silver-armored powerhouse was finally cut into countless pieces, and most of his power was absorbed by the dazzling light units. Besieged by the dazzling light units, the silver-armored powerhouse was killed by the dazzling light units. As soon as the black-armored warriors appeared, they were instackled by the brilliant star hunters. Through the analysis of the Level 5 optical computer, Yang Feng quickly made a judgment. The strength of a dazzling light unit is equivalent to that of a green-armored warrior, while 100 dazzling light units are equivalent to that of a silver-armored powerhouse. Fortunately, I integrated the resources of the Battle Demon sect. Otherwise, even if I could defeat the other universe's powerhouses, it would be difficult to wipe them out. Besides, I would have lost a lot of strength. The strength of each 5th-generation battle robot was comparable to that of a glorious Dawn Warlock, which was equivalent to that of a transcendent rank powerhouse. If any 5th-generation battle robot went to a grade 7 plane or below, it could become an invincible existence and crush any resistance. If a 5th-generation battle robot went to Earth, it could suppress all the resistance of Earth's people. Despite how powerful the 5th-generation battle robots were, they required a huge amount of resources to build. If Yang Feng hadn't taken control of the Battle Demon sect and mobilized countless resources from the Battle Demon sect, he wouldn't have been able to manufacture 1 million 5th-generation battle robots in such a short period of time. From the Skynet system, a series of ripples were constantly activated. The ripples kept stacking up until they strangely stacked up to the 36th layer. The void twisted, and a 2-meter-tall man with a green rhombus crystal embedded in the forehead, a horn on the head, an extremely handsome man with purple hair exuding Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power suddenly appeared. As if there are ropes wrapped around the purple-haired man, he struggled frantically, but he couldn't break free. As soon as the purple-haired man appeared, 16 men and women with different hair colors, a horn on the head, and human-like bodies, but without the rhombus crystal embedded in the forehead, suddenly appeared. Each of them exuded Bright World Warlock rank life force. However, the Skynet is so powerful that it can even suppress Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. As for these Infinity Warlocks and Bright World Warlocks, they can't resist the chains at all. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade, an Infinity Warlock and 16 Bright World Warlocks. This is the true strength of this nest. However, after equipping the gold armor, their strength can increase by a great realm. High-energy level space civilizations are really extraordinary. The further one goes on the Warlock path, the more difficult it becomes. In the Tsangji plane, even if a Bright World Warlock obtains a level 9 secret treasure, it is difficult for them to possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. However, the other universe's Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses can use the power of the strange armor to easily break through the realm barrier and possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. This is simply heaven-defying. The 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master flew over from afar and pointed with a finger, and petals suddenly flew out, entered the other universe's powerhouses, and sealed them one by one. Ripples spread continuously, and the black-armored, green-armored, and silver-armored powerhouses were all taken out and locked. Then, they were besieged by 5th-generation battle robots. After a dazzling light unit slayed 5 silver-armored powerhouses, it suddenly trembled slightly, and a strange crystal appeared on its forehead. The dazzling light unit suddenly expanded, and countless runes appeared on the dazzling light unit, exuding a queer aura similar to that of an intelligent life form. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he showed a smile. It evolved. The first Bright World Warlock rank dazzling light unit, not bad. When it evolves to the Infinity Warlock rank, it can evolve into a primary dazzling ruler. Chapter 860. The Light of Eternity Plane. In the center of a large underground laboratory, there is a huge hive that was blasted apart by a starfield battlestar, with only half of it remaining. The door of the large underground laboratory suddenly opened, and Yang Feng's flesh golem avatar strode into the laboratory. After integrating the resources of the entire battle demon sect, Yang Feng obtained countless precious resources, and his flesh golem avatar possesses junior Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. However, this kind of mechanical golem with junior Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess consumes too many resources. Yang Feng only built 2 before stopping. The hive is still alive. How surprising. When Yang Feng came to in front of the hive, he took a closer look and saw that the inside of the hive, which has been mostly broken, exposed countless black tubular tissues resembling blood vessels. Traces of black mucus flowed out of the black tubular tissue, repairing the damage inside the beehive. Interesting. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and a swarm of ant-like robots poured out of the door of the laboratory and crawled towards the hive. These ant-like robots are called analyzers, and they are responsible for analyzing the technology contained in the spoils of war of various captives. The Shizu are not a race that is stuck in a rut. After defeating strong enemies, they plundered the other party's technology for research and analysis, and finally became the hegemon of the universe. The energy level of the Shizu's universe is half a level lower than that of the world of Warlocks, and the world of Warlocks is half a level lower than that of the other universe's powerhouses. This is equivalent to the energy level of the Shizu's universe being a level lower than that of the other universe. Therefore, although Yang Feng has mastered Shizu technology, but he attaches great importance to the other universe's technology. When the swarm of analyzers crawled into the hive ejected countless black tubes that sprayed a large amount of black acid that swept towards the analyzers. When the ant-like analyzers were swept by the black acid, their energy shields were corroded at once, and their entire bodies were corroded by the black acid. After the black acid corroded the analyzers, they slowly entered the hive and turned into nutrients for the hive. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Amazing, this hive self-defense system is really powerful. So much has been destroyed, but the defense system hasn't been destroyed yet. Under the bombardment of the star sector-level interstellar battleship's main cannons, more than 2/3 of the beehive had been destroyed, and a large amount of energy had been activated to protect the Otherverse powerhouses. Only then were the 100,000 Godfiend powerhouses ejected. If it wasn't for the hive's defensive power, then under the bombardment of Yang Feng's artillery, at least 80,000 of the other universe's 100,000 transcendent rank powerhouses would have been killed. Even if the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were unlucky, they would have been killed. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment, and then walked towards the inside of the hive. If he couldn't analyze the fluctuations of the law of causality in this beehive, he wouldn't be able to trace it back to the main body by killing the incarnation. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the hive, strange ripples pervaded the hive and curled around him. As if spears, pitch-black, sharp tentacles stabbed at Yang Feng from all directions. Yang Feng's mind stirred slightly and a transparent protective cover appeared around him. When the sharp, spear-like tentacles stabbed into the protective cover, they were ricocheted away. A stream of data flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he analyzed the defense mechanism of the hive. The strength of this attack can assassinate Moonlight Warlocks, but it won't have much effect on Glorious Sun Warlocks. After the sharp tentacles were bounced off, they suddenly opened, revealing their chrysanthemum-like mouthparts. Streams of black acid shot out from the mouthparts and rolled towards the transparent shield. Sizzle. A series of crisp sounds came from the transparent barrier. It was clear that the strange acid was corroding the transparent barrier. The acid is extremely corrosive. It can corrode a glorious Sun Warlock rank magic shield. Sure enough, the main defense system of the hive has been damaged. Yang Feng activated the energy shield and strode into the hive. With a wave of his hand, wind blades slashed at the blood vessel-like tentacles and severed them one after another. All of a sudden, the hive swelled, and countless runes appeared all over it. Shit, it's going to blow itself up. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he blurred into motion and flew outside. The jet-black beehive suddenly collapsed inward. In an instant, it exploded, and endless black light bombarded in all directions. It hit the walls of the underground laboratory, causing ripples to form on them. What an amazing method! When the frightening black light hit the energy shield around Yang Feng, it set off ripples, causing him to crease his eyebrows slightly. If he can analyze the secrets of the hive, it will naturally be of great benefit to him. It can upgrade Shizu technology. However, the other universe's sense of secrecy is clearly very strong. It won't be that simple to analyze their technology. The eyes of the Infinity Warlock rank flesh golem dimmed, and Yang Feng withdrew his consciousness from the golem. The Light of Eternity plane, in another mechanical prison, is divided into numerous single rooms, each of which has an ice coffin. The ice coffins contain the other universe powerhouses Yang Feng captured alive. With a flash of teleportation light, the ice coffin disappeared and appeared in another laboratory. Countless sharp mechanical tubes pierced into the brains of the other universe powerhouses inside the ice coffins and extracted and analyzed the information in their brains. Boom! There was a crisp sound, and the brain of the other universe powerhouse suddenly exploded. A huge explosion enveloped the laboratory and destroyed a large number of mechanical tubes. Failed again. The other universe's Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses have strange memory chips in their brains. Once the memory chips are touched, their heads will explode. If you want to directly read their memories, I'm afraid you'll need to use the Mind Lord. Yang Feng frowned slightly as he watched the other universe powerhouse's brain explode. In a fierce battle, intelligence comes first. For the world of warlocks, intelligence is of vital importance. The universe on the other side of the rift is half an energy level higher than the world of warlocks, and there are who knows how many powerful existences there are. If he can't get intelligence on the other side of the rift, then the world of warlocks will have a 90% chance of losing before the war even starts. However, the defense of the brains of the Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses is slightly weaker. I can barely read their memories. Yang Feng looked at the large number of other universe powerhouses lying on the experiment tables in the laboratory, whose physical characteristics are 90% similar to humans, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Before long, the various machines in the laboratory read a lot of precious information from the brains of the other universe's Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. The other universe's powerhouses call their universe the Gamana universe. The Gamana universe is controlled by three eternal sovereigns, namely the Divine Eyes Eternal, the Wing Eternal, and the Frost Eternal. Among them, the Divine Eyes Eternal is the most ancient Eternal who once unified the Gamana universe, and has a lifespan of more than 3 billion years. Originally, with the Divine Eyes Eternal around, it was impossible for other Eternal sovereigns to be born. However, 2 billion years ago, the Gamana universe had a war of devouring with another universe. The Divine Eyes Eternal was severely damaged in the war of devouring, and the Wing Eternal suddenly emerged and took the opportunity to promote to an Eternal. 1 billion years ago, the Gamana universe had a war of devouring with another universe, and the Frost Eternal took the opportunity to rise and became the Gamana universe's third Eternal. The Divine Eyes Eternal has the Boner God race, the Wing Eternal has the Winged God race, and the Frost Eternal has the Frost God race. The three god races dominate the entire Gamana universe. Below the three god races, there are still 18 sacred races. They are the Fantasy Butterfly, Red Caltrop, Green Caltrop, White Caltrop, Purple Caltrop, Shadowclaw, Scarlet Flame, Light Lightning, Dark Sea, Star God, Wave Rock, Giant God, Spirit Glory, Ghost Blade, Gold Whirl, Wind Shadow, and Swift Steel. Among the 18 sacred races, each of them has a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Powerhouses are as common as clouds in the sky. In addition to the 18 sacred races, there are countless other races, large and small, attached to the various sacred races. The slightly more powerful races have Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. It was the private army of Baron Loanka of the Green Caltrop race that attacked Yongfeng's territory. The Gamana universe's powerhouses have already spread the word that the universe where warlocks reside, which is called the Jeddah universe by the Gamana universe, is a low-energy level universe. The powerful races of the Gamana universe mobilized and began to fight for the annexation of the Jeddah universe. Baron Loanka was sent to carry out a reconnaissance mission. His main task was to investigate the Jeddah universe. But he was unlucky. He ran into Yang Feng's base and was wiped out in one fell swoop by Yang Feng, whose strength has just increased greatly. Not good. This is really not good. 3 eternal sovereigns. The Gamana universe actually has 3 eternal sovereigns. This is really bad news that can't get any worse. After Yang Feng obtained a lot of information, his heart became heavier. Eternal sovereigns are fearsome existences who are not affected by the erosion of time, and are far stronger than Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. If it wasn't for the barrier between the 2 universes, an eternal sovereign could wipe out the world of Warlock's resistance one by one. Yang Feng came to a realization: unless I can promote to an eternal before the 2 universes are completely connected, I won't be able to control my own fate. Chapter 861. In the war of annexation between the 2 universes, the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. If you want to survive such a great tribulation and take control of your own fate, you have to become the strongest powerhouse. In the starry sky outside the battle demon plane, there was a flash of light. Amid distortions, 6 hives of the Gamana universe that looked like beehives suddenly appeared. This is the Battle Demon sect, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud dynasty. It is currently one of the rising forces of this universe and has great vitality. If we destroy it, we'll be able to get great merit points when we go back. In the deepest part of a divine nest, a handsome young man with red hair and a red rhombus-shaped crystal between his brows said with a smile. In front of the young powerhouse from the red rhombus race, there was a massive round table. Seated at this table were a blurry Shadow Claw race powerhouse, an incomparably tall giant god race powerhouse, a dark sea race powerhouse who seemed to be swallowed by endless darkness, a purple rhombus race powerhouse with a purple rhombus crystal embedded between his eyebrows, and a ghost blade race powerhouse with a hideous appearance and sharp blades all over his body. These 6 powerhouses are the masters of the 6 hives. The blurry Shadow Claw powerhouse uttered, "The Battle Demon sect?" This warlock group went on expeditions everywhere. Their battle strength was extremely tyrannical. Moreover, this warlock group is guarded by monarch-grade secret treasures. It will be a bit troublesome to break into their hive. I have to admit that the aboriginals of this world of warlocks are very strong. They are second only to our former enemies, the Moga universe and the Shera universe. The Moga universe is the first powerful enemy the Gamana universe has encountered. At the time, the Divine Eyes Eternal almost died in the battle against the Moga universe. He had to let the Wing Eternal advance to an Eternal before he defeated and annexed the Moga universe. The Shera universe is the second powerful enemy the Gamana universe has encountered. The Divine Eyes Eternal and the Wing Eternal were forced to let the Frost Eternal advance to an Eternal. The Shadowclaw powerhouse clearly attaches great importance to the world of warlocks. The Red Rhombus race powerhouse uttered unhurriedly, "After all, this universe is a powerful universe that has given birth to eternal sovereigns. It can't be underestimated. That is why we must act and destroy all the forces with potential. We cannot give them the chance to grow. Otherwise, even a piece of trash would become a great enemy of our universe under the influence of this universe's will." The other 6 experts were silent for a while, then nodded slightly. Whenever 2 universes devoured each other, the will of the universe would try its best to nurture a powerful existence within its own universe to contend against the powerful existences of the other universe. When the Gamana universe devoured other universes, it encountered such a situation many times. The seemingly unremarkable nobodies grew rapidly in the universe war and eventually grew into terrifying existences that could threaten the Gamana universe. If it weren't for the fact that the Gamana universe's 3 eternal sovereigns are simply unfathomable existences, suppressing one freak after another from other universes. The Gamana universe has already been annexed by other universes. The demonic fighting sect has been developing at an astonishing speed, annexing countless small planes, and has become one of the key targets of the Gamana universe. The Hong Rhombus race powerhouse smiled and said, "Then let's begin." 2 beehives suddenly opened, and swarms of black-armored, green-armored, and silver-armored powerhouses, commanded by 10 gold-armored powerhouses, flew towards the demonic fighting plane. A beehive unfolded, and countless blurry, shadow-like beings suddenly flew out. A beehive unfurled, and one giant god race expert after another, each of them more than 100 meters tall and covered in countless profound runes, flew out into the world below. A beehive unfolded, and blurry, distorted beings shrouded in darkness suddenly flew out. A beehive opened up, and a monster with sharp blades all over its body flew out. The blades were shrouded in strange runes. The 6 powerhouses that flew out of the beehive flew towards the demonic fighting plane from 6 different directions. "Open fire!" The demonic fighting plane's Xingrantu looked at the swarm of transcendent rank powerhouses in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes, and he ordered coldly. In the demonic fighting plane, countless mountains, deserts, plains, and forests suddenly separated, and various energy beam artilleries and live ammunition artilleries extended. The entire battle demon plane turned into a terrifying fortress, and a rain of light swept towards the sky from the battle demon plane. The monsters that flew out of the 6 hives were swept by the rain of light and exploded one by one, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. Xingrantu watched the countless transcendent rank powerhouses in the sky being killed by the rain of light, and his eyes revealed a look of joy. "I wonder where the sect master got his inheritance, it's really amazing. He didn't need to consume magical crystals to possess such power. Amazing." The demonic fighting sect's headquarters also has powerful offensive arrays set up by generations of warlocks. However, the consumption of these powerful offensive arrays is enormous. Activating them consumes an astronomical number of magic crystals. The energy source used by the mechanical artilleries is high-energy crystals. Although high-energy crystals can't enhance a warlock's extraordinary power like magic crystals, but it is much easier to obtain them than magic crystals. In the starry sky, an eye suddenly appeared on the forehead of the purple rhombus race and red rhombus race powerhouses dressed in armor of different colors. Rays of light shot out from the eye and barreled towards the countless artilleries down below. Boom! 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 The beams of light accurately bombarded the turrets below, shattering them one by one. At this time, Yang Feng, who has quietly arrived at the demonic fighting sect, watched the battle through a holographic projection, and analyzed. The Gamana universe's powerhouses also have long-range offensive power. However, the Gamana universe's evolution also focuses on individual strength. There is still a gap between long-range firepower and Shizu technology. There are 3 Eternal Sovereigns and 18 Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses in the Gamana universe. They were extremely powerful, and each of them had the terrifying power to suppress an ordinary universe. Under these circumstances, the civilizations of the Gamana universe naturally evolved in the direction of strength. For example, the gold armor can enable a red rhombus race Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse to possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess, which is simply unimaginable in the world of warlocks. Therefore, compared with the Shizu who specialize in interstellar warfare, their long-range firepower is far inferior. After paying the price of tens of thousands of casualties, the transcendent rank powerhouses of the 6 races crossed the defensive line and appeared above the demonic fighting sect's headquarters. The 6 races dispatched a total of 60 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 1,800 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. This formidable force is simply despair-inducing. It should be noted that the demonic fighting sect currently only has Yang Feng, the sect master, and 17 great elders above the Bright World Warlock rank. In terms of strength alone, the gap between the 2 sides is like a natural chasm. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Activate the Dragon King Great Array." Along with flashes of light, countless mysterious runes in the demonic fighting sect flashed, and endless power surged towards the floating continent where the demonic fighting sect is located. In the center of the floating continent, a huge mountain range that stretched for thousands of kilometers trembled slightly, and then the entire mountain range split open. Then, a 1,000-meter-long ancient dragon king flew out of the mountain range, exuding an ancient aura, covered in countless runes, and with soulless eyes. As soon as the ancient dragon king appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a golden flame that swept towards the sky. Swept by the gold flames, more than 20 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses screamed and turned to ashes. Countless battle angels suddenly flew out from the demonic fighting sect's headquarters. The demonic fighting plane's gods cast all kinds of powerful divine spells and raised the strength of the battle angels by a large margin, and then sent them flying towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses in the starry sky. The soldiers among the battle angels only possess great warlock rank battle prowess. Compared to the moonlight warlock rank soldiers of the Gamana universe, the gap in strength is huge. However, the cannon fodder battle angels can still resist the Gamana universe's powerhouses for a while. This allows the demonic fighting plane's artilleries to display a more fearsome offensive output. As soon as the archaic Dragon King appeared, it plunged into the center of the battlefield and spewed gold flames that burned Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses to ashes. Countless flames sprayed out of the demonic fighting plane's floating continent and formed a sea of fire that nourishes the archaic Dragon King, exuding Warlock Monarch rank breath, enabling it to easily mobilize fire elemental particles and burn the enemy. The Gamana universe's powerhouses have rich combat experience. 60 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses led more than 1,000 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses barreling towards the archaic Dragon King. When various attacks slammed into the archaic Dragon King was riddled with scars. After all, the archaic Dragon King is an inanimate object. Even when facing 10 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it can still hold the upper hand. But when facing 60 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it was already a testament to its tyrannical fleshly body that it wasn't blown up in an instant. Yang Feng frowned and pressed a button. 10 Starfield-grade artillery quickly rose from the demonic fighting plane's floating continent, and 10 beams of light tore through the void and barreled towards the 6 hives in the starry sky. Boom! 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 Bombarded by the 10 beams of light, 3 of the 6 hives were instantly turned to ashes and the other 3 were blasted apart. Countless Gamana universe's powerhouses flew out and fled in a sorry state. Chapter 862. Blazing Sun and Star Destroyer artilleries rose from the floating continent, shone brightly, and fired a rain of light barreling towards the 6 other race powerhouses at the Bright World Warlock rank and above. Caught off guard, hundreds of Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses were wiped out by the rain of light, and 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were seriously injured. Seeing that the hives were breached and the 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were seriously injured, the remaining Gamana universe's powerhouses shuddered and looked at the 10 Starfield-grade artilleries with apprehension in their eyes. However, after the 10 Starfield-grade artilleries destroyed 3 hives and seriously injured the other 3 hives, they entered the charging phase, unable to continue firing. After the Shizu strengthened and modified the Blazing Sun and Star Destroyer artilleries, their firing rate has been reduced from 1 shot every 5 minutes to 1 shot every minute. They can't be exempted from the charging time. 30 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses led 600 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe to launch an attack on the Starfield-grade artilleries while withstanding the artillery barrage and the siege of angels. Bone blades, light blades, wind blades, shadow rays, and other attacks barreled towards the 10 Starfield-grade artilleries from afar. As long as the 10 Starfield-grade artilleries are destroyed, with the 50-plus Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 1,000-plus Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses, there is still hope to destroy the Battle Demon sect. A huge energy shield suddenly appeared. When the bone blades, light blades, wind blades, shadow rays, and other attacks slammed into the huge energy shield, they set off ripples, yet they couldn't break through the huge energy shield. Countless strengthened 4th-generation battle robots poured out like a tide and turned into a torrent of steel that rushed towards the 30 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 600-plus Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. Lightning, Gravity Ray Ball, Mist, Ice. After the 4th-generation battle robots have been modified and strengthened, each of them is comparable to a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse and possesses the power to threaten Infinity Warlock rank and Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. The 30 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 600 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses submerged in the virtually endless 4th-generation battle robots and engaged in a frenzy. In the War Demon plane, hangars opened one after another, and a dense crowd of 4th-generation primary battle robots opened their energy shields and entered the battlefield. After being modified and strengthened, the combat strength of the 4th-class battle robots was not far from that of the black-armored warriors of the Purple Rhombus race. However, their numbers were over 100 times that of the black-armored warriors of the Purple Rhombus race. On the Battle Demon plane, engines roared and light shone. Under the attack of the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, a large number of 4th-generation battle robots exploded, and parts splashed about. 3 black rays suddenly flashed, and Agnipe and the other 2 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank fallen angels hiding among the 4th-generation battle robots suddenly launched a sneak attack. The 3 fallen angel sword rays stabbed into the 3 gold-armored powerhouses, and then fallen angel fire erupted and burned the 3 gold-armored powerhouses to ashes. After the attack succeeded, Agnipe and the other 2 disappeared into the huge mechanical torrent. With the death of the 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, the other race powerhouses were both shocked and angry, and they attacked in that direction. Countless rays of light shone and covered the void. The joint attack of dozens of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses wiped out thousands of 4th-generation battle robots, and even the chips of the Undyings were destroyed, unable to regenerate. 3 black sword rays suddenly appeared, and 3 Bright World Warlock rank other race powerhouses were enveloped by fallen angel fire, and they screamed miserably and turned into ashes. Agnipe and the other 2 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are seasoned Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Equipped with the fallen angel armor tailored for them by Yang Feng, they moved unpredictably in the mechanical sea and slayed Infinity Warlock rank and Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. Alexia, Yu Yang, and Yu Tianling also threw themselves into the battle. The 3 of them hid in the mechanical sea and specifically hunted Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. When the archaic Dragon King, who was already riddled with scars, dived into the sea of fire, it opened its maw, and a copious amount of fire was sucked into its maw like a tide, and its injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The archaic Dragon King is one of the underlying cards of the Battle Demon sect. As long as it isn't destroyed immediately, it can absorb the surrounding sea of fire and repair itself. As soon as the archaic Dragon King began to repair itself, it opened its maw, and a gold pillar of fire swept towards the sky. Hit by the gold pillar of fire, 6 Infinity Warlock rank Shadowclaw powerhouses were burned to ashes. The 1,000-plus Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses launched attacks at the archaic Dragon King, and countless rays of light barreled towards the archaic Dragon King. Countless runes appeared on the body of the archaic Dragon King, and beams of light shot into the sky from the Battle Demon sect's floating continent and entered the archaic Dragon King. The countless runes formed a magic shield in the shape of a tortoise shell. When the 1,000-plus Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses slammed into the magic shield shattered. The countless 4th-generation battle robots took this opportunity to attack and killed 30-plus Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. The other race Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses had no choice but to stop attacking the archaic Dragon King, or else they would be torn to pieces by the mechanical torrent. Suddenly, dazzling beams of light shot out from the floating continent and entered the Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses of the other race powerhouses. In an instant, 200 other race Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses were vaporized. At the same time, the Warlock towers on the floating continent shone, and lightning, ice cones, fire, curse rays, and other powerful spells shot into the sky and barreled towards the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. One after another, the Gamana Universe's Bright World Warlock rank and Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses were blasted apart, turned into specks of light, and disappeared from the world. Lent, what do we do now? The leader of the Shadowclaw race, who escaped from the 6 hives, watched as a large number of powerhouses die at every moment, and asked with an unsightly expression. The leader of the Purple Rhombus race uttered solemnly, "Retreat. Our intelligence is inaccurate. The Battle Demon sect is far stronger than we thought. If we continue to fight, we won't be able to retreat even if we want to." The giant God race powerhouse said loudly, "We still have so many troops. If we throw them all in, we may be able to break the Battle Demon sect's defensive line and kill all the Aboriginals. As long as we kill them all, we can occupy the Battle Demon plane, repair the hives, and restore our fighting strength. Nearly 100 Infinity Warlocks, 2,000 Bright World Warlocks, 50,000 Glorious Sun Warlocks, and 600,000 Moonlight Warlocks escaped from the 6 hives. That terrifying power could completely crush the Battle Demon sect. The leader of the Purple Rhombus race, Lent, stared at the almost endless 4th-generation battle robots and said unhurriedly, "Our intelligence was wrong. The Battle Demon sect still has many trump cards hidden. They are heavily guarded. If we continue to fight, we may not have a chance of winning." The eyes of the leader of the Shadowclaw race shimmered fiercely, and he uttered, "Among them, there are less than 10 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Even if there are 3 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, after the 6 of us put on our equipment, we possess Supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. As for Bright World Warlocks, we still have more than 2,000. If we attack with all our might, we have a 70% chance of breaking their defensive line. If we retreat now, the people we lost before will have died in vain. I agree to retreat. If we don't retreat now, we'll be in danger." The leader of the Red Rhombus race pointed at the red rhombus on his forehead, and red light flickered and formed a holographic projection in front of him. In the holographic projection, a huge fleet consisting of 1-star sector-level interstellar battleship, 10 Blazing Sun interstellar battleships, 30 Star Destroyer battleships, 20 aircraft carriers, and 130 frigates quietly floated behind a planet. They were almost transparent and in an invisible state. Using some unknown method, the leader of the Red Rhombus race discovered the invisible fleet. When the leaders of the 4 hives saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Since the huge Starry Sky fleet is invisible, it is clear that the Battle Demon sect's defense is still at ease. If all the forces of the 6 hives are invested in the Battle Demon sect, they won't be able to capture the Battle Demon plane in a short time. If the huge Starry Sky fleet suddenly attacks from the rear, few of the 6 hives' powerhouses will be able to survive. Let's retreat. I agree. The leaders of the 6 hives have reached a consensus. Strange ripples spread from the positions of the leaders of the 6 hives. The Gamana universe's powerhouses fighting fiercely collapsed in an instant, turned into rays of light, and fled in all directions. Black hole-like astral passageways strangely appeared at the positions of the leaders of the 6 hives. The leaders of the 6 hives flew into the astral passageways with their defeated troops without hesitation. As Yang Feng watched the leaders of the 6 hives disappear with their defeated troops, a thought suddenly welled up inside him. These Gamana universe's powerhouses are too familiar with our universe. There must be a mole in our universe, and the status of the mole is very high. Otherwise, how could they know that they can use astral boundary to cross planes and attack in such a short time? Astral boundary connects the countless planes of this universe, and is a unique product of this universe. In the universe where the Shizu exist, there is no astral boundary. Chapter 863. Different universes have different laws of heaven and earth. For the Gamana universe's powerhouses to analyze the laws of this universe so quickly and freely use the astral boundary to attack and defend, it shows that they have a great understanding of the laws of the universe in which the world of Warlocks is located. Yang Feng looked at the astral passageways with regret in his eyes. The Gamana universe's powerhouses seem to fight a lot. For them to abandon their subordinates so decisively, it would be great. It would be great if their main force launched an attack on the Battle Demon plane. Yang Feng has also deployed a level 5 Skynet in the Battle Demon plane. If the Gamana universe's powerhouses attack the Battle Demon plane, Yang Feng will naturally activate the level 5 Skynet to catch them all in one fell swoop. Since they retreated decisively, there is no need to activate the level 5 Skynet. The level 5 Skynet is one of Yang Feng's trump cards. Once it is activated, it will wipe out the enemy. Otherwise, once the enemy learns of the existence of the level 5 Skynet, they will naturally come up with other ways to deal with the level 5 Skynet. After the Gamana universe's main force fled, the remaining powerhouses also fled. The huge mechanical legion frantically strangled the Gamana universe's powerhouses, not relaxing in the slightest. Each of the warriors from the hives possesses Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. Once they descend to a place of the battle demon plane without the protection of warlock towers, any one of them can easily kill hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in a day. However, besieged by hundreds of millions of level 4 undyings, each soldier from the hives is besieged by at least 5 undyings, unable to escape. Those who choose to escape instead die faster. The dazzling light units, brilliant star hunters, and other 5th-generation battle robots took this opportunity to hunt the glorious Sun Warlock and Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe. Along with the continuous hunting, the dazzling light units absorbed enough power and evolved into Bright World Warlock rank existences. This plane origin is promoting. After this battle, it will only take a year for this plane to be promoted to a grade 3 plane. By killing the other universe's powerhouses, the plane origin can absorb them and evolve the plane. Besides, the more you kill, the more you will receive the favor of the universe. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and vaguely felt that his fate was favored by the universe. Although the universe's favor cannot make Yang Feng's strength soar and promote to a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse in one fell swoop. However, when it comes to the favor of the universe, the more, the better. Once it reaches a certain extent, things with a small probability such as stepping on a treasure when going out, the corpse of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse falling from the sky, or finding clues about a huge treasure trove will become common. In short, the more the universe favors Yang Feng, the luckier he will be in this universe. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. No wonder the Gamana universe's powerhouses started a massacre as soon as they came here. If they kill us, I'm afraid it will also be beneficial to them. Xing Rantu came to Yang Feng's side and said solemnly, "Sect Master, the Bright Moon School asked us for help. Their headquarters in the Clear Moon Plane is besieged by the Gamana universe's powerhouses." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "How many hives are there?" Xing Rantu looked at Yang Feng in awe and said, 4 hives. Before Yang Feng integrated the Battle Demon Sect's resources and deployed various defensive devices in the sect. With just 2 hives, the Gamana universe's powerhouses could capture the Battle Demon Plane after paying a heavy price. In this battle, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion killed more than 500,000 Moonlight Warlock rank enemies. At the same time, it killed 40 enemies with Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. The Battle Demon Sect was convinced of Yang Feng's strength, and no one opposed him anymore. His reputation in the Battle Demon Sect reached the pinnacle. Yang Feng uttered, "Then let's send troops. Grand Elder Xing, please make the arrangements and gather more resources. I need to forge more mechanical puppets." A dignified look in his eyes, Xing Rantu responded solemnly, "Yes, Sect Master, I will do my best to mobilize the materials." After Yang Feng became the Battle Demon Sect Master, he grasped great power. Only by plundering a lot of resources can he build a large number of 5th-generation battle robots and a level 5 Skynet in a short period of time. However, the Battle Demon Sect is a huge sect, after all. It has 17 great elders and countless elders. Yang Feng must take care of their feelings. As such, he can't arbitrarily put all the resources into the construction of his Mechanical Legion. Otherwise, the entire Battle Demon Sect would be at odds with each other and fall apart. After the battle with the Gamana universe, the Battle Demon Sect's warlocks have witnessed the power of the Mechanical Legion. Now that Yang Feng has transferred resources to build his Mechanical Legion, there is no longer any resistance. The Clear Moon Plane is the headquarters of the Bright Moon School, and it is also a Grade 4 plane. In the Clear Moon Plane, there are 36 celestial bodies, each of which radiates resplendent moonlight, forming a huge moonlight domain. The 36 celestial bodies are the Bright Moon School's ultimate trump card, the Star and Moon Array. These were the 36 moons that the Bright Moon Sect's experts had forcibly extracted from various planes, and they had also used countless magical techniques to strengthen and refine these moons for generations. Once the Star and Moon Array is fully activated, it can even defeat and suppress a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. As if ants, the Gamana universe's powerhouses rushed into the Star and Moon Array, and dozens of Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses launched attacks at the 36 celestial bodies. One of the celestial bodies has already been shattered by the various attacks, and it may be broken at any time. 13 intermediate divine force rank gods of the clear moon plane, along with 100 gods of various types commanding countless angel legions, frantically burned their divine force and attacked the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The Bright Moon School is going all out this time. In addition to the 2 strong divine force rank gods and 11 intermediate divine force rank gods, there are also 2 Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels and 13 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels. In the starry sky, there are still 25 weapons capable of displaying Infinity Warlock rank destructive power. In the clear moon plane, the Warlock towers stimulated their full power. Lightning, ice cones, flames, wind blades, and other powerful and queer spells soared into the sky, slammed into the Gamana universe's powerhouses, and blasted them to pieces. But there are too many powerhouses in the Gamana universe. Except for the top 30+ Warlock towers of the clear moon plane, the other Warlock towers pose little threat to the Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. The Gamana universe's nearly 1,000 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses easily blocked the 25 Bright Moon School's Infinity Warlock rank weapons and blew them apart one by one. Dressed in a green armor and exuding junior Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power, Zhong Ziqiao is fighting a black-armored warrior and casting exquisite spells barreling towards the black-armored warrior. Relying on the black armor, the black-armored warrior possesses Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess. Compared to Zhong Ziqiao, who is a true Moonlight Warlock, the black-armored warrior is not just a notch weaker. Under the bombardment of a dozen-plus spells, the black armor cracked, and the black-armored warrior can't even get close to Zhong Ziqiao. Seeing that the black-armored warrior is about to be killed by Zhong Ziqiao, 5 black-armored warriors flew over from afar in an instant and launched a frenzied attack at Zhong Ziqiao. Zhong Ziqiao had to cast spells to evade the attacks of the 5 black-armored warriors, allowing the black-armored warrior to escape. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, one of the moons floating above the clear moon plane collapsed and shattered. Countless fragments rained down like raindrops. Earth-shaking cheers spread throughout the Gamana universe's army. Zhong Ziqiao looked at the shattered stars in the sky, felt the powerful power inside her slowly fade away, and felt a chill in her heart. It's broken. The star and moon array is broken. Is the Bright Moon School going to perish today? The moonlight domain formed by the star and moon array can not only greatly weaken enemies, but can also greatly strengthen the Bright Moon School's warlocks. With this, the Bright Moon School's powerhouses can barely hold on. Now that one of the moons of the star and moon array has been broken, it is equivalent to more than half of the array's effectiveness being broken. Without the support of the star and moon array, the Bright Moon School cannot resist an army commanded by dozens of Infinity Warlock rank and hundreds of Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. The morale of the Bright Moon School's warlocks plummeted, and despair shimmered in their eyes. Damn it, it's over. I've let down the ancestors of the Bright Moon School. The eyes of a pure and beautiful elder, the goddess of the moon Mai Shuanghua, shrouded in moonlight and exuding strong divine force rank fluctuations of power, flashed with bitterness, and countless thoughts welled up in her mind. For a while, she was at a loss as to what to do. In the starry sky, inside the 4 hives, the eyes of a red rhombus race powerhouse with a red rhombus crystal on the forehead shimmered with enigmatic light. The Bright Moon School has already used all its trump cards, they have no power to resist. It's time to mobilize all our forces and defeat them in one fell swoop. Okay. The other 3 hive leaders nodded in agreement. Along with flashes of light, a swarm of transcendent rank powerhouses flew out of the hives and flew towards the Bright Moon School like a dark cloud. It's over. When the Bright Moon School's powerhouses saw the powerhouses flying out of the hives, their faces changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with despair. A resplendent beam of light slammed into a hive from afar, instantly pierced through the hive, and blasted it to pieces. From the direction of the beam of light, a huge fleet slowly emerged. Chapter 864. The massive fleet consisted of 1-star sector-level interstellar battleship, 20 Blazing Sun interstellar battleships, 40 Star Destroyer battleships, 50 aircraft carriers, and more than 200 frigates. As soon as the fleet appeared, a dense rain of light swept towards the powerhouses flying out of the hives. Caught off guard, large swaths of the hive's warriors were wiped out by the artillery fire. Yang Feng has tested the strength of the hives in the light of eternity plane, as well as the strength of the hive's powerhouses to withstand artillery fire. The computing power of the Level 5 optical computer network is much more terrifying than that of Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. With the Level 5 optical computer network's calculations, the 20 Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artilleries instackled 13 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe and seriously injured 7 others. The thousands of secondary artilleries of the Starfield Battlestars shone brightly and turned into a rain of light that seriously injured 300 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses and killed more than 20 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe. Along with the rumbling of engines, a mechanical flood formed by countless fourth-generation battle robots rushed towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses like a sea. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. The Battle Demon Sect. The Battle Demon Sect's reinforcements are here. It's Yang Feng, its sect master Yang Feng's mechanical legion. He came to save us. We're saved. Seeing the sudden appearance of reinforcements, the Bright Moon School's powerhouses who were struggling to hold on became excited, and their morale soared. The Battle Demon Sect's reinforcements. Let's go all out. When the goddess of the moon Mai Shuanghua saw the huge fleet appear in the sky, her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination. She gritted her teeth and waved her lily-white hand, and a sphere-emitting moonlight light flew into the air. As soon as the sphere-emitting moonlight flew into the air, countless runes shone, and a beautiful, 100-meter-long moonlight dragon suddenly flew out. As soon as the moonlight dragon appeared, the moonlight of the remaining 35 moons was quickly absorbed by it. His figure blurred, and then he appeared next to an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse of the Gamana universe, bit down, and swallowed the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Boundless moonlight twisted and purified the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. After the moonlight dragon instackled the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, it collapsed in an instant, turned into specks of moonlight, and disappeared. In an instant, the moonlight dragon suddenly appeared at the edge of the moonlight domain, devoured another Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, and disappeared. The Moonlight Dragon is one of the underlying forces of the Bright Moon School, an extraordinary life form with the potential to evolve into a Warlock Monarch. The Bright Moon School has cultivated this Moonlight Dragon for more than 100,000 years. With another 5,000 years of cultivation, it will be able to completely transform and evolve into a Warlock Monarch rank Moonlight Dragon. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived, the Moon Goddess Mai Shuanghua would never have sent the Moonlight Dragon into battle. Although the Moonlight Dragon is tyrannical, but it is only a supreme Infinity Warlock rank existence. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are as numerous as clouds in the sky. If they concentrate their power to attack, the Moonlight Dragon will be destroyed. Damn it, that's the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng. What are Moses and them doing? How come they let the Battle Demon Sect's people come here? How come they're so fast? How come these reinforcements came so fast? Even if it is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, it will take them at least a day to reach the Bright Moon School from the Battle Demon Sect. How come they came so fast? The leaders of the 3 remaining divine hives were both shocked and furious as they roared furiously. This time, the Gamana universe has launched an all-out attack. Relying on their formidable power, they have invested countless hives as combat units to attack various targets that need to be eradicated. They must inflict heavy damage or even eradicate all resistance. The attack on Yang Feng's Light of Eternity world was just an accident. He encountered a lone hive that tried to take advantage of the situation. The timing of that hive's attack was different from that of other hives. The attack on the Bright Moon School and the attack on the Battle Demon Sect's hive were launched almost at the same time. The Battle Demon Sect sent reinforcements, which means that the Gamana universe's legion has been defeated by Yang Feng. The leaders of the 3 hives immediately sensed an ominous aura. What do we do now? Snipe the reinforcements? The information is unclear. I suggest we retreat. I also suggest a retreat. 6 Tier 1 hive combat units on Moshi's side were defeated by the Battle Demon Sect. Since they dared to send reinforcements, they naturally have the confidence to defeat us. Let's go all out and gather all our forces to annihilate the reinforcements first. The Bright Moon Sect doesn't have the strength to attack anymore. I disagree. The information is unclear. I also think that retreating now is the best choice. All right. then retreat. After a period of negotiation, the leaders of the 3 hives made a decisive decision. Ripples spread out from the 3 divine hives and landed on the ground. The Gamana universe's powerhouses fighting fiercely flew up at once, turned into streams of light, and entered the hives. The 3 hives flashed, flew into 3 astral passageways, and disappeared. Yang Feng frowned slightly when he saw the 3 hives choose to escape, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. What a troublesome fellow, they're really decisive in escaping. This time, Yang Feng transferred 1 million 5th-generation battle robots, hundreds of millions of 4th-generation battle robots that have been strengthened and modified, and all the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses under his command. If the 3 hives stay and fight Yang Feng to the death, Yang Feng is confident that after paying a huge price, he will be able to annihilate the 3 hives' legions and obtain more universe favor. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved slightly, but it's fine if they escape. With my current strength, I still have to pay a considerable price to annihilate them. At this time, the most elite legion under Yang Feng's command is the 1 million 5th-generation battle robots. Under the siege of 1 million glorious Sun Warlock rank 5th-generation battle robots, even 100 Infinity Warlocks will die if they don't escape. However, the 5th-generation battle robots are terrifyingly powerful, and the resources they need to consume are astronomical. Only after integrating the Battle Demon sect was Yang Feng able to use a huge amount of resources to build such a fearsome mechanical legion. The level 5 Skynet is Yang Feng's strongest shield, which can protect his base. The 1 million 5th-generation battle robots are Yang Feng's strongest spear at present. They can fight everywhere and are not inferior to the Gamana universe's legion. Without the 5th-generation battle robots, no matter how many 4th-generation battle robots there are, the Gamana universe's legion will slaughter their way in and out. They won't be able to protect the interstellar fleet with fierce long-range firepower. The Battle Demon sect has decided to take out all its resources to build the 5th-generation battle robots. However, before the 5th-generation battle robots are built, there is still a period of weakness. It is naturally for the best that the 1 million 5th-generation battle robots didn't suffer great losses. Yang Feng sent the 4th-generation battle robots to hunt down the Gamana universe's powerhouses who didn't have time to escape, while he went to the Bright Moon School's headquarters. Thank you, Sect Master Yang Feng, for helping the Bright Moon School. The Bright Moon School will never forget your great kindness. The goddess of the moon Mai Shuanghua, the great elder of the Bright Moon School, led 15 great elders and the Bright Moon School's upper echelon to salute Yang Feng. The Bright Moon School's sect master deals with mundane affairs, while important matters are discussed by the 16 great elders. Among the 16 great elders, the goddess of the moon Mai Shuanghua is the strongest and has the most allies. As such, she is vaguely the de facto leader of the Bright Moon School. Standing in the crowd, Zhong Zhiqiao looked at Yang Feng from afar with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. When the two first met, Yang Feng was just a great warlock. But now, Yang Feng has become an Infinity Warlock and the Battle Demon sect's sect master. Mai Shuanghua, on the other hand, advanced to a Moonlight Warlock with great difficulty. Now that she is only a junior Moonlight Warlock, she naturally has mixed feelings. Yang Feng said with a smile, "The Battle Demon sect and the Bright Moon School are allies, so it is only natural for us to help each other. If the Battle Demon sect is in trouble, I believe that the Bright Moon School won't just stand by idly." Mai Shuanghua showed a holy, beautiful, and firm smile and said, "That's only natural. If the Battle Demon sect is in trouble, the Bright Moon School will do its best to support it. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Battle Demon sect has many enemies and many allies. The Bright Moon School is the most loyal ally of the Battle Demon sect, and the upper echelon of both sides are connected by marriage. For thousands of years, the alliance has been unbreakable." Inside the Bright Moon School, in a beautiful hall, the 16 great elders of the Bright Moon School and Yang Feng are sitting, and there are all kinds of rare fruits and treasures of heaven and earth placed in front of them. Many of the rare fruits can increase a Moonlight Warlock's lifespan by a dozen years and improve their cultivation base by a lot. Yang Feng said, "Great elders of the Bright Moon School, the Great Tribulation has arrived. The attacks of the other universe's powerhouses will only get stronger and stronger. What are your plans?" Mai Shuanghua's beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she asked, Sect Master Yang, do you have any good suggestions? Sect Master, the Star River Sect and the Saint Demon Sect are requesting help from the Battle Demon Sect. Yang Feng was about to speak, when the communication device next to him suddenly vibrated. He pressed a button, and a holographic projection of Xingrantu appeared on the communication device. Although the Star River Sect and the Saint Demon Sect are not as close allies of the Battle Demon Sect as the Bright Moon School, but when the four sects were expelled by the Great Cloud Dynasty, they established an alliance. Chapter 865. Yang Feng said apologetically, Sorry, it seems that I have to go support them. The Star River Sect and the Saint Demon Sect are among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, and they have tremendous power. Although they are not the Battle Demon Sect's allies, but there are still great benefits to saving them. After all, they are veteran forces with tremendous resources. What Yang Feng lacks the most at the moment is resources. Additionally, by killing the Gamana universe's powerhouses, he can gain the universe's favor. Yang Feng is naturally very proactive. Mai Shuanghua pondered for a while, then her beautiful eyes shimmered with determination, and she said, I'll go with you. Without any nonsense, Yang Feng responded decisively, Okay. As soon as Yang Feng and Mai Shuanghua boarded the warship, the huge fleet opened an astral gate and flew into the astral boundary. Yang Feng has already partially analyzed the laws of the astral boundary. The astral boundary has infinite mysteries and countless secrets. Although Yang Feng can't fully analyze them, but he can easily open an astral gate. As soon as the huge fleet entered the astral boundary, it deviated from its course and flew towards another celestial body. Mai Shuanghua frowned and asked doubtfully, Sect Master Yang, this doesn't seem to be the shortest way to the Star River Sect and the Saint Demon Sect, right? As the head of the Bright Moon School's great elders, Mai Shuanghua has sent many avatars to travel the astral boundary in search of the mysteries of the astral boundary. As such, she is naturally aware of countless secrets. Yang Feng uttered with a mysterious smile, You'll know soon enough. Before long, a desolate celestial body without a trace of vitality appeared in the field of view of Yang Feng's fleet. The interior of the desolate celestial body suddenly split open and revealed a 20-meter-tall warship. The huge star sector-level interstellar battleship was suddenly shrouded in a layer of yellow light. After a series of distortions, the gigantic battleship that was tens of thousands of meters long shrunk to a miniature battleship that was about 5 meters long and entered the warp gate. The other warships in the huge fleet blurred, suddenly shrank, and entered the warship gate. After passing through the warship gate, an empty and silent celestial body without a trace of vitality appeared in front of Mai Shuanghua. As soon as the massive fleet flew out of the planet's warp gate and flew more than 10,000 kilometers into the starry sky, a battlefield of the Galaxy Master Sect appeared in front of Mai Shuanghua. There was a flash of astonishment in Mai Shuanghua's beautiful eyes, and she stared at Yang Feng and said, So fast, is that a spatial portal? You're really willing to part with your capital. In the world of warlocks, teleportation arrays were nothing. The most powerful teleportation formation could even allow people to travel billions of miles in an instant. There was even a planar path that connected many planes. However, using the teleportation formation to teleport people also consumed a lot of resources. The amount of resources required to teleport an enormous fleet to a place hundreds of millions of kilometers away would be enough to damage even a sect like the Bright Moon School, which was one of the top 10 sects. Yang Feng said with a smile, Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. We must unite and pool all our resources in order to overcome this difficulty. Mai Shuanghua pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. If Yang Feng hadn't led his fleet to help, the Bright Moon School would have been destroyed in one fell swoop, and countless people would have died. When Yang Feng and them kill the Gamana universe's powerhouses, they get the favor of this universe. Similarly, when the Gamana universe's powerhouses kill the powerhouses and ordinary people of this universe, they get the favor of this universe. If the Gamana universe's powerhouses have the chance, they will destroy one plane after another and erase the intelligent life forms on those planes. This is the cruelest war of annexation between two universes. Only when the intelligent life forms of one side die, or when most of them die, can the victor be determined. The universe that the victor belonged to could annex the other universe to advance, and the victor could also obtain great benefits. As for the losers, most of them would die, and only a few would be able to linger on and become the slaves of the victor. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection of the battlefield and exclaimed, "The underlying strength of the Star River sect is really amazing." At this time, in the headquarters of the Star River sect, there is a star giant formed from 108 stars. Inside the star giant, there are warlock towers radiating dazzling light and supporting the huge star giant. The huge star giant exhaled a beam of starlight from its mouth and waved its hand, and starlight shone. Wherever it passed, the Gamana universe's powerhouses were blasted into ashes and the void collapsed. In front of the star giant, there is a star shield formed from 36 stars. The stars on the star shield were also covered with countless warlock towers, supporting the star shield. There are only 4 hives besieging the Star River sect. One of them is fully opened and turned into a black curtain, cutting off the Star River sect from absorbing the surrounding star force. Otherwise, the strength of the star giant would have increased by several times. A steady stream of experts flew out from the 4 divine nests and clashed with the star giant and the star shield. Although the star giant and the star shield are extremely tyrannical, but there are too many Infinity Warlock rank, Bright World Warlock rank, and Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses in the hives. The Star River sect is also at a disadvantage, but its situation is much better than that of the Bright Moon School not long ago. Mai Shuanghua gave Yang Feng a meaningful look and said, "It seems that the Star River sect can still hold on for a while. If the 4 sects want to form an alliance, the strong naturally have great power. If Yang Feng wants to weaken the Star River sect, now is the best time. As long as Yang Feng acts a fraction later, the Star River sect's vigor will be weakened a fraction." Yang Feng gave an irrelevant answer, "The Great Tribulation is coming. We are all in the same boat. Only by uniting can we hope to win. Attack." When the huge fleet received Yang Feng's order, resplendent beams swept towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The Starfield-grade main artillery slammed into the huge hive with a black canopy, and with a loud rumble, the huge hive was blasted to pieces in an instant. Swept by the virtually endless beams, more than 1,000 of the Gamana universe's powerhouses besieging the star giant were killed at once. After the huge hive with a black canopy was destroyed, countless star runes appeared on the huge star giant's body, and it frantically absorbed star force from the nearest star, and its strength increased by several times. It grabbed an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse of the Gamana universe, and endless star force swept out and purified the powerhouse. The huge star giant suddenly opened its mouth, compressed star force, and turned into a resplendent beam of star force that slammed into a hive. Under the bombardment of the resplendent beam of star force, the hive was blasted into pieces, and then purified by the endless star force. After the star giant unleashed that fearsome strike, the surrounding starlight dimmed, and its strength suddenly dropped by several times. However, after 2 hives were destroyed, the remaining 2 hives issued the order to retreat. Countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe besieging the Star River sect retreated and decisively turned into streams of light flying towards the hives. The star shield suddenly opened, and a huge star net suddenly appeared in the void and trapped 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 500 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. Well done, as expected of the Star River sect. It is better to cut off 1 finger than to injure 5 fingers. They are well aware of this principle. Go. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he took Agnipe and the other Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and the 1 million 5th generation battle robots to rush towards the 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 500 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses trapped in the net. That is top-notch prey. As if the sharpest spear, the 1 million 5th generation battle robots stabbed into the midst of the Gamana universe's powerhouses and attacked the Gamana universe's powerhouses frantically without regard for anything else. Boom! Boom! The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly, and 5th generation battle robots were blown up one after another. At the same time, Bright World Warlocks were also blown up by the 5th generation battle robots and turned into a mist of blood that dissipated in all directions. Mai Shuanghua slayed a Bright World Warlock. Watching the 5th-generation battle robots besieging the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, her heart filled with shock. So strong. This is Yang Feng's trump card. What a terrifying mechanical golem legion. Each of these mechanical golems possesses Glorious Sun Warlock rank battle prowess. Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses are the upper echelons of Warlock groups. Even the Bright Moon School, one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, including gods, has no more than 100 Glorious Sun Warlock rank existences. The number of 5th-generation battle robots reaches 1 million, which is equivalent to 1 million Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses. Faced with this terrifying force, even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, they will be in danger of dying if they don't escape. A Devour Black Moon wreaked havoc on the battlefield. In its wake, Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe were devoured one after another. Their flesh, blood, and soul were purified and turned into the purest life origin force for Yang Feng to absorb. Many top experts flew out from the Star River sect and joined the siege of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. As a sect that specializes in astrology, the Star River sect knows countless secrets. They are aware that killing the Gamana universe's powerhouses will bring them great benefits. Chapter 866. Besieged by Yang Feng and the other two forces, the Gamana universe's 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 500+ Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses were quickly annihilated. After all, the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses used external objects to advance to the Bright World Warlock rank. As such, most of them only possess Bright World Warlock rank strength. They can only rely on numbers to win. Besieged by Yang Feng and the other top experts, they were defeated so easily. Thank you, Sect Master Yang, Lady Plum, for coming forward to help. The Star River sect will never forget your kindness. With the situation settled, the Star River sect's Great Elder Xinghe Xiong came to Yang Feng's side with 21 Great Elders and saluted him. The Star River sect's Great Elder Xinghe Mingxian took a deep look at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. Xinghe Mingxian is an Infinity Warlock with the highest status in the Zhangji Plain, and he is responsible for presiding over the Star River sect's affairs in the Zhangji Plain. At the time, in Xinghe Mingxuan's eyes, Yang Feng was just a junior with infinite potential. In less than 300 years, he has become the Battle Demon Sect's sect master, wields great power, and has countless experts under his command. This naturally aroused some jealousy and envy in his heart. Yang Feng smiled. Our 4 sects are allies, so it's only natural for us to help each other. The Saint Demon Sect has also sent a request for help to the Battle Demon Sect. I have to lead troops to support them, so I'll take my leave now. After Yang Feng destroyed a hive and annihilated 20 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 500+ Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses, another 10 Dazzling Light units have evolved. At present, he has 30 Bright World Warlock rank Dazzling Light units under his command. Dazzling Light units can evolve into Dazzling Rulers, but they also need to go through countless fierce battles before they can evolve into Dazzling Rulers. Yang Feng took the initiative to support the Bright Moon School and the Star River sect. On one hand, it is to help his allies and gain the universe's favor. On the other hand, he hopes that there will be more battles so that Dazzling Light units can evolve more. Xinghe Mingxian stepped forward and said, Sect Master Yang, I will go with you to support the Saint Demon Sect on behalf of the Star River sect. Xinghe Mingxian is an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Coupled with his Monarch-grade secret treasures, he can even fight advanced Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. His combat power was among the top 5 in the Galaxy Master Sect, so his participation in the battle proved the Galaxy Master Sect's sincerity. Yang Feng agreed. All right. The Saint Devil Plane was the base of the Saint Devil Sect. At this time, there were 5 god nests floating in the starry sky of the Saint Demon Plane. An almost endless number of the Gamana universe's powerhouses poured out of the 5 hives and rushed towards the Saint Demon Plane. In the Saint Demon Plane, light shone, and a 10,000-meter tall Cyclops Evil Ogre King exuding Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power and a 10,000-meter tall Gold Giant King radiating gold light and surrounded by countless runes fought with the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Countless angels, evil ghosts, abyssal creatures, fiends, and other powerful existences flew out of the Saint Demon plane and fought with the God-fiend rank powerhouses of the Hive. Among the alliance of the four forces, the Saint Devil sect was the most powerful and had the deepest foundation. Led by 5 strong divine force rank gods, 28 intermediate divine force rank gods fought the Gamana universe's powerhouses with the one-eyed evil ogre monarch and the gold giant monarch as shields. Amid screams, the Saint Demon sect and the Gamana universe's powerhouses died from time to time. The Saint Demon sect unleashed all of its underlying strength and gained a slight upper hand. However, just as they gained the upper hand, more and more powerhouses poured out from the 5 hives and started fighting with the powerhouses of the Saint Devil sect. When the seriously injured Gamana universe's powerhouses flew back to the hives, they recovered 90% of their battle prowess within a few breaths of time, and then threw themselves back into the battlefield. As the battle went on, the Saint Demon sect gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. One after another, intermediate divine force rank gods were blown up by the Gamana universe's powerhouses. God of Darkness Luo An, the strongest great elder of the Saint Demon sect, turned into a river of darkness and blocked the 13 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe in one breath. None of the 13 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe are Luo An's opponents. But when the 13 of them joined forces, they suppressed Luo An to the point where he couldn't breathe. Each of the 5 strong divine force rank gods blocked at least 5 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe. However, the number of Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses in the Gamana universe is as high as 1,000. Every time the 1,000 plus Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses make a move, countless experts of the Saint Demon sect will be slain. Damn it, reinforcements, why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Luo An frantically burned divine force crystals, turned into a river of darkness, and resisted the offensive of the Gamana universe's powerhouses. On several occasions, Luo An's river of darkness was blasted apart, and he almost couldn't reform again. He could only roar wildly in his heart. In the distant void, there was a flash of ripples, and a resplendent beam suddenly shot out, slammed into a hive, and blew it apart. The interstellar fleet commanded by Yang Feng emerged from the void and fired a dense rain of light barreling towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses like a tide. Countless powerhouses of the Gamana universe were turned into ashes by the rain of light. The hatch of the huge fleet opened, and a mechanical sea formed from countless 4th-generation battle robots rushed towards the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Before long, they appeared on the battlefield and engaged the Gamana universe's powerhouses in close combat. The 6 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, Agnipe's 3 marshals, Yu Yang, Alexia, and Yu Tianling, commanded the 1 million 5th-generation battle robots to rush towards the Gamana universe's Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses like a sharp knife and hunt them down. Even if the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses are fake, but they still possess Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. As for the Gamana universe's Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses, they are the best to besiege and kill. Besieged by 1 million glorious Sun Warlock rank battle robots, the 1,000 plus Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe suffered heavy casualties. Seeing that the situation is far from reassuring, the remaining 4 hives chose to retreat at once. Thank you, Sect Master Yang, Great Elder Mai, Great Elder Xinghe for coming forward to help. The Saint Demon sect will never forget this great kindness. When the 4 hives disappeared, Luo An came to Yang Feng with the remaining 21 great elders of the Saint Demon sect and saluted. Before the battle with the Gamana universe's powerhouses, the Saint Demon sect had a total of 39 great elders above the Bright World Warlock rank. But after the battle, the Saint Demon sect only has 21 great elders left. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Our 4 sects are allies. It's only natural for us to help." Luo An uttered with a smile, "Sect Master Yang, you must have consumed a lot of energy in coming to support the Saint Demon sect. Please make a list. The Saint Demon sect won't let you suffer a loss." Xinghe Mingxian uttered, "That's right. Sect Master Yang, the Star River sect won't let you suffer a loss." Mai Shuanghua responded with a smile, "The Bright Moon School won't let our allies suffer a loss either." Luo An and the other 2 were all old foxes who had lived for a long time. They are well aware that if they don't give Yang Feng some benefits, then, the next time their headquarters was attacked, no one would come to save them. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Without a trace of politeness, Yang Feng drew up a list of 30 times his losses and handed it to Luo En and the other two. As long as the 3 sects paid for the resources on the wastage list, Yang Feng could manufacture a legion of up to 1 million 5th-generation battle robots. After Luo En and the other two looked at the list, their eyebrows rose slightly, but they didn't have any objections. Although the losses on the list are so great that they feel some heartache, but although many of the materials are precious, but they aren't necessary for cultivation. Besides, it's better to give them than to be killed by the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. Yang Feng waved the list in his hand and said with a smile, Luo En, Mingxian, Shuanghua, this time, the Gamana Universe's powerhouses launched an all-out war. If you have friends who can't resist their attack, you can pay me resources and ask me to help them. As long as they are willing to pay twice the amount, I'm willing to help them. This is just the first probing all-out attack of the Gamana universe. Even so, with the exception of the 36 primary material planes, the rest of the forces in the universe can hardly resist such an attack. Since Yang Feng has such an elite legion in his hands, he naturally wants to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the Gamana universe's legions one by one. On the one hand, he can cut off the Gamana universe's strength and reap the universe's favor. On the other hand, he can improve the quantity and quality of his mechanical legion. When Luo En and the other two heard Yang Feng's words, their eyes lit up at once, and they took out communication secret treasures and contacted the distance. Xinghe Mingxuan's face flickered, and he uttered with a complicated expression, "The myriad Snowgate's headquarters has been destroyed." When they heard this, the eyes of Luo En and the others revealed a chill. As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the past, the myriad Snowgate is a little weak. But it is still a huge warlock group with deep roots. Yet the myriad Snowgate was destroyed in the first round of the Gamana universe's attack. Naturally, Luo En and them, who are also members of the 10 great sects, felt sad. Luo En uttered, "The Flame of Illusion Dragon and the Saint Demon sect have always been on good terms. They are still holding on. At the same time, they are willing to pay 3 times the amount on the list to ask you to help them." Yang Feng uttered decisively, "Then I'll help the Flame of Illusion Dragon." Chapter 867. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are very cautious. The fleet commanded by Yang Feng fought tirelessly, defeated 6 hive legions in a row, and saved 6 warlock groups more powerful than the Battle Demon sect. Although the Tsangji plane is the only super grade 1 plane that human warlocks have discovered so far. But before the universe underwent a mutation, the essence of the Tsangji plane was in the core world. Although the Battle Demon sect is one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects and is extremely powerful. However, there are also countless powerful human warlock groups hidden in the vast universe. Someone is a step ahead of us. As soon as Yang Feng's fleet flew out of the astral boundary, it detected 2 huge forces fighting the Gamana universe's powerhouses in the distance. One of the forces manipulated 10 archdevils exuding warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power. The 10 archdevils, who are engraved with countless runes, roared wildly and fired various innate spells at the sky. The combined attack of the 10 warlock monarch rank archdevils is simply earth-shattering. In the wake of the innate spells of the 10 warlock monarch rank archdevils, a large number of the Gamana universe's powerhouses were blasted to ashes, and even infinity warlocks were instackled. In addition to the 10 warlock monarch rank archdevils, the other force also controls 60 infinity warlock rank abyssal fiends, evil gods, evil ogres, and other extraordinary life forms. Each extraordinary life form is a living being, not a mindless weapon. Yang Feng looked at the terrifying legion with a dignified shade in his eyes. What a terrifying force, 10 warlock monarch rank archdevils plus 60 infinity warlock rank extraordinary life forms. This terrifying force can already destroy Yang Feng's force before the stronghold has advanced to a level 5 stronghold. Even if the Battle Demon sect uses its underlying strength, it won't be able to resist such a terrifying force. Luo En, Xinghe Mingxian, Mai Shuanghua, and other powerhouses looked at the 10 warlock monarch rank archdevils with a dignified shade in their eyes. The 10 Warlock Monarch rank Archdevils are all living beings. Even a major force like the Saint Demon sect isn't willing to make an enemy of a Warlock Monarch rank Archdevil. Mai Shuanghua carefully looked for a while and said, "Those are the people of the Demon God Imperial Court. Those ancient devils have the mark of the Demon God Imperial Court on their bodies. This is the elite army of the Demon God Imperial Court, the Demon God Legion." Luo sighed emotionally. The demonic divine Imperial Court is indeed one of the 8 great Warlock dynasties. It's really powerful. During the heyday of the Transcendent Imperial Court, there were many Holy Spirit Warlock rank evil gods, archfiends, true dragons, and other extraordinary life forms serving in the Transcendent Legion. The 36 prime material planes were the source of his troops, and they were ferocious and mighty. Countless years have passed since the collapse of the Transcendent Dynasty, yet it can still easily mobilize 10 Warlock Monarch rank Archdevils and 60 Infinity Warlock rank Transcendents. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the Transcendent Dynasty is. Xinghe Mingxian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we still have the 6 Warlock dynasties to rely on. Otherwise, we humans would have no hope of surviving this great tribulation. The might of the Gamana universe frightened Xinghe Mingxian. According to the information received by Xinghe Mingxian, 13 major forces on friendly terms with the Star River sect have been razed to the ground by the Gamana universe's powerhouses. If it weren't for Yang Feng's support, the Star River sect would have been one of the destroyed forces. Yang Feng sneered in his heart. The 6 Warlock dynasties can be relied on? In this great tribulation, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Only by constantly improving yourself can you have hope of surviving. Yang Feng transmitted his voice cautiously. We are the reinforcements sent by the Battle Demon sect. Friends from the Sea of Red Stars, do you need our help? An overbearing and unruly voice came from the battlefield. You're not needed here, Scram. The faces of Luo and the other powerhouses changed. They are all great elders of their forces who hold great weight. For the voice to tell them to scram, it's only natural that they are filled with anger. A cold expression on his face, Yang Feng decisively gave the order to jump. An astral passageway suddenly appeared, and the huge fleet flew into the astral passageway. Damn it, old Yang, you son of a bitch. I spent a lot of effort to invite the Battle Demon sect's reinforcements out of goodwill. Is this how you treat me? Very well. Next time you're besieged by the other universe's powerhouses, I'll be a son of a bitch if I come to save you. As soon as he entered the astral passageway, Luo took out a communications secret treasure and shouted angrily at the Sea of Red Stars' great elder Yang Ming. On the other side, Yang Ming said with a bitter smile, "Old Luo, I didn't know that the Transcendent Imperial Court's people would appear. I'm the one who let you down." However, the Sea of Red Stars also paid a price. After this war, we will be incorporated into the Transcendent Imperial Court. Luo fell silent at once. Although the Sea of Red Stars obtained the Transcendent Imperial Court's help, it also paid a huge price. That is, the Warlock groups were annexed by the Transcendent Imperial Court and lost their autonomy. Xinghe Mingxian and Mai Shuanghua sank into their thoughts. The Gamana universe's probing attack showed them how powerful the Gamana universe is. They also understood the dangers of the Great Tribulation. This is just a probing attack. If the Gamana universe really goes all out, Warlock groups like the Star River sect and the Bright Moon School will be easily crushed. Everyone, this is the main battle body of my mechanical marionette legion. You have seen their combat power. What do you think of them? Yang Feng smiled and willed, and teleportation light shone, and several 5th-generation battle robots appeared in front of him. Xinghe Mingxian stared at the 5th-generation battle robots with a scorching shade in his eyes, very powerful mechanical golems. Each of them possesses glorious Sun Warlock rank battle prowess, and in some aspects, they possess Infinity Warlock rank characteristics. Luo and the other 2 powerhouses looked at the 5th-generation battle robots with a scorching shade in their eyes. The 1 million 5th-generation battle robots commanded by Yang Feng are like the sharpest spears. Every time they launch an attack, it is earth-shattering and powerful. More than a dozen of the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses have died in the mechanical sea of the 5th-generation battle robots. This is a first-class legion. Powerful warlock groups like the Star River sect, the Saint Demon sect, and the Bright Moon School have less than 1,000 Glorious Sun warlocks in total. The power of the 1 million Glorious Sun warlock rank Mechanical Legion is simply appalling, making Luo En and the others envious. Yang Feng smiled and handed Luo En and the others a list of the selling prices of the 5th generation battle robots. These are new types of mechanical golems that I developed through the research of the Golem Lord's inheritance. Originally, I wanted to hide them as the foundation of the Battle Demon sect. But now that the Great Tribulation has arrived, and you are good friends of the Battle Demon sect, as long as you are willing to buy them, I can sell you a large number of such mechanical golems. Luo En and the others took a closer look at the price list, and then revealed looks of excitement. Yang Feng is selling the 5th generation battle robots at 5 times the price of building them. Even so, the resources needed to buy a 5th generation battle robot is 1,000 times less than the resources needed to cultivate a Glorious Sun warlock rank powerhouse. The shortcoming of the 5th generation battle robots is that they are difficult to promote. However, with the Great Tribulation approaching, the most important thing is to seize the time to improve the strength of your forces. Great forces such as the Battle Demon sect, the Bright Moon School, the Star River sect, and the Saint Demon sect have huge reserves of resources, which are normally not allowed to be used. They can only be used at the most critical times. Even if Yang Feng takes control of the Battle Demon sect, it will be difficult for him to use the strategic material reserves of the Battle Demon sect. However, after the war with the Gamana universe, the Battle Demon sect agreed to activate the strategic material reserves and do everything they can to improve their fighting strength. After the war with the Gamana universe's powerhouses, the Star River sect and the other powerful sects will also use the strategic material reserves to improve themselves at all costs. Luo En's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he said loudly, 100,000, no, 500,000, no, 1 million. The Saint Demon sect can buy 1 million of these mechanical golems. Xinghe Mingxian uttered decisively, 1 million. The Star River sect also wants to buy 1 million of these mechanical golems. Mai Shuanghua's beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered decisively, 5 million. Sect Master Yang, the Bright Moon School will buy 5 million of these mechanical golems. For the sake of our 2 allies, please give us priority in the supply. Xinghe Mingxuan's face suddenly flickered, and he uttered, the Star River sect will increase the price by 10%. Sect Master Yang, please give us priority. Luo En uttered anxiously, 30%, the Saint Demon sect will increase the price by 30%. Sect Master Yang, please give us priority. The Saint Demon sect is a good friend of the Battle Demon sect. The Gamana universe's powerhouses have frightened the Star River sect and the other 2 sects. Only with the protection of a 1 million 5th generation mechanical legion can they sleep soundly. Otherwise, who knows when their lair will be breached by the Gamana universe. As wily old foxes, Luo En and the other 2 are naturally aware that since Yang Feng sold them the 5th generation battle robots so generously, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. However, under the threat of the Gamana universe's powerhouses, they have no choice but to buy these mechanical golems from Yang Feng. Furthermore, they are scrambling to buy them. Yang Feng smiled slightly, don't worry, I can guarantee that I will sell you the mechanical golems in the shortest time possible. However, you have to pay for the goods first. Luo En and the other 2 uttered resolutely, no problem. Chapter 868. A communications secret treasure on Luo En suddenly lit up, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade, and he asked Yang Feng, the Great Cloud Dynasty invited us to the Cloud Sea Plane to hunt the Gamana universe's main force. Sect Master Yang, what do you think? Mai Shuanghua replied with a cold smile, the Cloud Sea Plane is one of the foundations of the Bai family. The Bai family drove us out of the Tsangji Plain, and now they're asking us to help them. How shameless. Xinghe Mingxian sighed slightly. The Bai family really went too far at the time. At the time when Bai Wuqing took action, the Great Cloud Dynasty swept the Tsangji Plain's eastern world's 10 great sects and drove them as well as many top sects out of the Tsangji Plain and monopolized the Tsangji Plain's resources. The Tsangji Plain is the birthplace of human warlocks as well as the only known super grade 1 plane in the universe. After the 10 great sects were driven out of the Tsangji plain, they suffered great losses. Naturally, no one has a favorable impression of the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Whether it is Mai Shuanghua or Xinghe Mingxian, they both want the Bai family to die. Yang Feng suddenly smiled and said, "Without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold." Although the Bai family is a good-for-nothing, but they are still human warlocks. Now that the Bai family is in trouble, as human warlocks, we should help them. I've decided to go and take a look. With 1 million 5th-generation battle robots at his disposal, Yang Feng can even defeat a warlock monarch rank powerhouse with that terrifying power. Because there is a huge barrier between the Gamana universe and the universe of warlocks, the Gamana universe's Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses cannot cross the barrier for the time being. Unless Yang Feng's luck is really bad, and the Gamana universe's powerhouses mobilize dozens of hives to besiege him, he won't be defeated at all. Luoan thought for a moment, and then showed a smile. Indeed, we should help the Bai family. If the Bai family's base is captured by the Gamana universe's forces, Yang Feng and them can go and collect the Bai family's treasured secret treasures. If the Bai family puts the Gamana universe's forces in a sorry state, Yang Feng and them can take advantage of the situation to hunt the Gamana universe's powerhouses. As soon as Yang Feng made his decision, the huge fleet flew into a celestial body's teleportation gate. In the vast starry sky of the Cloud Sea dimension, a fist-sized astral passage suddenly appeared. A huge fleet flew out of the fist-sized astral passage in a completely invisible manner like a ghost. As soon as they flew out of the astral plane passage, the huge invisible fleet strangely enlarged inch by inch and returned to its original size. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection on the bridge, a dignified look in his eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The Bai family is indeed a force that has been in charge of the Great Cloud Dynasty for tens of thousands of years. Its underlying strength is really amazing." The Cloud Sea dimension was a second-class dimension that was second only to the 36 main substance dimensions. In the outer space of the Cloud Sea plane, there were many stars floating. Each star was a divine country of a god. The Cloud Sea realm was a second-class realm, and it could accommodate more than 10,000 gods. The stars in the outer space of the Cloud Sea dimension were all god kingdoms of gods. There were more than 7,000 of them, and each god kingdom belonged to a weak god power god or above. The 7,000 divine countries shone, resonated with each other, and formed a divine country barrier that enveloped the entire plane. Unless the Gamana universe's powerhouses could destroy more than half of the 7,000 divine countries, they wouldn't be able to break through the barrier and enter the Cloud Sea plane to kill the ordinary people of the Cloud Sea plane. Using their divine countries as bases, angel legions fought the Gamana universe's powerhouses. Once the angel legions were destroyed by the Gamana universe's powerhouses, as long as their angel hearts weren't destroyed, they would fall into the angel pool of their divine countries, absorb divine force, and be reborn. Among the 7,000 divine countries, there were 32 strong divine force-grade divine countries exuding dazzling divine light as the backbone of the Gamana universe's forces. In the center of the 32 strong divine force-grade divine countries, there were 3 divine countries exuding mighty divine force-grade divine light suspended in the air. The 3 mighty divine force-grade gods were the Bai family's strongest and most profound underlying strength. Compared to the warlock path, the god path was both difficult and simple. It was extremely difficult for a god to advance by themselves. They needed to have a comprehension of laws, an understanding of the divine authority, and the support of tremendous divine force. However, so long as they had a superior godhead, everything would become very easy, and they could advance rapidly until the potential of the superior godhead was exhausted. The godheads of the 3 mighty divine force rank gods are the 3 mighty divine force rank godheads that the Bai family has obtained through various means during the tens of thousands of years it has been in control of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Although it was difficult for the 3 mighty divine force grade gods to leave the Cloud Sea plane, but they were still the most powerful guardians of the Cloud Sea plane. In addition to the 3 mighty divine force grade gods, there were 26 warlock monarch grade secret treasures at the edge of the divine country's boundary. Each of the 26 warlock monarch grade secret treasures was slightly weaker than the Star River sect star giant. But when the 26 warlock monarch grade secret treasures joined forces, they surpassed the Star River sect star giant by far. In addition to the 26 Warlock Monarch grade secret treasures, the Bai family also used 285 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. This showed the profound underlying strength of the Tsangji Plane's number 1 force. In the starfield outside the Cloud Sea Plane, there were 36 honeycomb-shaped hives floating. A steady stream of Gamana Universe's powerhouses poured out of the 36 honeycomb-shaped hives and fought with the Bai family's powerhouses. More than 700 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, 10,000 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses, hundreds of thousands of Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses, and more than 10 million Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses flew out of the 36 honeycomb-shaped hives. Countless rays of light intertwined, and the whole world seemed to collapse. In the Gamana Universe's army, there were 16 100-meter-long weapons made from small honeycombs, with a spike on the head, 8 pairs of eyes, 7 pairs of wings on the back, 6 pairs of claws on the body, and a scorpion-like tail on the back. Exuding Warlock Monarch rank fluctuations of power, the 16 weird weapons fought with the Bai family's 26 Warlock Monarch grade weapons and forcibly suppressed them. The 3 great divine force rank deities of the Bai family joined forces and burned their divine energy in a frenzy to fight against a monster that was 10 times the size of an ordinary beehive. It had 2 wings on its back, countless sharp tentacles growing out of its torso, and 8 huge eyes all over its body. Each of those eyes was 500 meters in diameter, and there were countless strange pupils in each of them. The eyes of the freak with 8 huge eyes shone brightly and barreled towards the 3 mighty divine force rank gods of the Bai family. With a dignified expression on their faces, the 3 mighty divine force rank gods of the Bai family frantically burned divine force and cast powerful defensive divine spells to resist the strange beams fired by the 8 eyes, their eyes filled with apprehension. Yang Feng carefully observed the battle and said, "The Bai family's situation doesn't look good. The Bai family hasn't gone all out yet." Luo An uttered with a smile, "The Bai family has 2 Empyrean-grade secret treasures. One is the Magic Note Throne, and the other is the Archgod Era's Empyrean-grade secret treasure Xigu Wood Staff. Zigu's Wood Staff is a treasure that a Warlock Emperor rank Archgod named Xigu refined from the corpse of another Warlock Emperor rank Archgod and countless treasures of heaven and earth from the corpse of another Warlock Emperor rank Archgod. The founder of the Bai family was lucky enough to obtain the Xigu Wood Staff. After the collapse of the Dawn dynasty, he commanded the heroes and founded the Great Cloud dynasty. Each Empyrean-grade secret treasure is infinitely powerful and possesses all kinds of incredible power. The number of Empyrean-grade secret treasures refined by the 8 Warlock dynasties is not large, and each of them has an owner. However, since the Age of Eternal and the Age of Archgods, there are still some Empyrean-grade secret treasures that have no owner. Mai Shuanghua's eyes shimmered with a fierce shade, and she uttered with a smile, "After the Bai family goes all out, we'll help them." In the alliance of the Battle Demon sect and the other 3 sects, the Bright Moon School is the weakest. Moreover, most of the Bright Moon School's foundation is in the Tsangji Plane. Its development of other planes is far behind that of the Battle Demon sect and the other 3 sects. Therefore, the Bright Moon School hates the Bai family the most. With a flash of light, a figure formed in front of Yang Feng's fleet. It is the current emperor of the Great Cloud dynasty, Bai Wuqing. In front of Yang Feng's fleet, Bai Wuqing's eyes streaked with ridicule, and he barked, "Duke Lei Ming of the North, I order you to immediately lead your fleet to attack the other universe's freaks." A throne-like rune appeared on Bai Wuqing's forehead. Almost at the same time, a throne-like rune appeared on Yang Feng's forehead as well. The fate algorithm throbbed, and a premonition of danger welled up in Yang Feng's heart. Yang Feng's face suddenly changed dramatically. With the Level 5 optical computer network with Warlock Monarch rank computing power, he guessed the truth of the matter in a flash. "Shit, it's the power of the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note Throne." The Empyrean-grade secret treasure Magic Note Throne is not only a peerless secret treasure that can assist warlocks in their cultivation, but it also has all kinds of mysterious abilities. "As you command." On the bridge, Yang Feng saluted Bai Wuqing decisively. At the same time, he used a loudspeaker to transmit his voice outside. With that, the throne rune on Yang Feng's forehead disappeared at once. Chapter 869. Grand Duke of the North, I order you to mobilize all troops at once. Before Bai Wuqing's projection could finish speaking, transparent threads suddenly appeared on his body, making him dumbfounded and lose his mind. A dignified gleam streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, "At the time, I was forced to accept Great Cloud Dynasty's appointment. I didn't expect that there would be such a hidden danger." Mai Shuanghua glanced at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. "Undying Mountains Lei Yiming, so he is Undying Mountains' young master Lei Yiming, who established a great foundation in Great Cloud Dynasty." Xinghe Mingxuan's eyes shimmered with a complicated shade. "Grand Duke of the North. The Grand Duke of the North, who is in charge of Li Gui Province, Yu Province, and Bright Moon Province. No wonder his strength improved so quickly. In recent years, Undying Mountain's young master Lei Yiming has been a top figure in Tsangji Plain. He is the controller of 3 provinces, has countless cultivation resources, and has many experts under his command. The Bright Moon School and the Star River sect naturally pay attention to such a figure. However, Yang Feng has been hiding it well. It is only recently that he revealed some flaws. Only those who have been investigating Undying Mountain's Lei Yiming know that Yang Feng is Lei Yiming and Lei Yiming is Yang Feng. Luo En's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "This is one of the powers of the Magic Note Throne. Anyone who was granted an official position or title by the Magic Note Throne had to obey Bai Wuqing's reasonable orders in front of him. Otherwise, they will suffer a backlash from the power of the Magic Note Throne. The stronger they are, the heavier the backlash." Xinghe Mingxian uttered, "The 10 great sects will only send top disciples to join Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court to gain experience. After reaching a bottleneck, they will resign and return to their sects, in order to not be bound by the Magic Note Throne. Most of Great Cloud Dynasty's 3 Grand Ministers, 9 Ministers, 6 Ministries, and Palace Eunuchs are loyal to the Bai family because the Magic Note Throne grants them tremendous power. Similarly, the Magic Note Throne can deprive them of their power. I, Undying Mountain's Lei Yiming, resign from today on all my official and noble titles in Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng operated fate algorithm, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, looking like he is in a hazy sea of fate. Threads of fate appeared in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng can clearly see that among the countless threads of fate connected to him, there is a thread of fate exuding a queer black aura. At the moment his words fell, half of the thread of fate dissipated. An illusory and transparent blade of fate suddenly appeared and slashed at the thread of fate. Distorted light shone, and Bai Wuqing's figure strangely appeared in front of the thread of fate and said in a clear voice, "Yang Feng, the great tribulation has arrived. Only when we human warlocks unite as one, can we join hands to survive this great tribulation. As long as you join my Great Cloud Dynasty and serve me, I can confer you the title of Grand Prince and use the power of the Magic Note Throne to help you promote to a warlock monarch. At the same time, I will bestow upon you the title of Imperial Prince, a hereditary title that will coexist with the country. What I want is real power, not fake power that is controlled by others." Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and the illusory and transparent blade of fate slashed and severed the black thread of fate. As soon as the black thread of fate was severed, Yang Feng felt his body relax. Although his power was immediately weakened by a chunk, but he was able to use it more freely. A copious amount of black aura emerged from the black thread of fate, formed a black throne brand, and engraved on Yang Feng's forehead. The Cloud Sea Plain, in a luxurious palace, Bai Wuqing sitting on the throne opened his eyes expressionlessly, took a deep look at Yang Feng's location, and said unhurriedly, "He broke free from the shackles of the Magic Note Throne. Henceforth, he is like a tiger in the woods and a dragon in the sea. I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse for the Bai family." Yang Feng touched the black brand on his forehead. "This brand is the power of the Magic Note Throne. It will not dissipate before I complete Bai Wuqing's order. Once the power of the Magic Note Throne is unleashed, even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will find it hard to contend against its queer power." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, and he sensed the trembling of the Devourers in the small world inside him. "However, I have the Devourers, which are the nemesis of curse-like spells. However, it's not time to expose this trump card yet. Besides, it's also in my interest to attack the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. By killing the Gamana Universe's powerhouses, you can get the universe's favor. In this universe, you can have your wishes come true. Some small probability events can be magnified infinitely. In the long run, they will bring you great benefits. Yang Feng's subordinates, the Mechanical Legion, and the universe's favor obtained by killing the Gamana universe's powerhouses can be superimposed on him. Naturally, he is very interested in hunting the Gamana universe's powerhouses. A Star Destroyer battleship suddenly appeared in the void. Its hatch opened, and a dense crowd of modified 4th-generation battle robots flew out, blotting out the sky as they flew toward the battlefield. Yang Feng released 1 million modified 4th-generation battle robots in one go. All these years, Yang Feng has never stopped the construction of battle robots. Due to resource limitations, he has only produced a little more than 1 million 5th-generation battle robots. However, the number of 4th-generation battle robots has already reached 3 billion. For Yang Feng, the 1 million modified 4th-generation battle robots are just a drop in the bucket. Even if they are all destroyed, he won't feel any heartache. The 1 million 4th-generation battle robots didn't fly directly to the center of the battlefield. Instead, they hunted the Moonlight Warlock rank Gamana universe's powerhouses at the edge of the battlefield. With the addition of the 1 million Moonlight Warlock rank Mechanical Legion, the Bai family's situation improved a bit. A Supreme Infinity Warlock rank Fire Cheline flew out from the side and joined the battlefield. However, it is very cunning. It just scavenged at the edge of the battlefield, not daring to go deep into the center. A 10,000-meter-long astral dragon snake, a 1,000-meter-long Mandu giant stonewolf, a 10,000-meter-long giant dragon turtle, and a 10,000-meter-tall evil ogre giant exuding fearsome auras also joined the battle. However, they just scavenged at the edge of the battlefield, hunting the glorious Sun Warlock rank Gamana universe's powerhouses. They aren't willing to contend against the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. In addition, dozens of powerhouses of Warlock groups were forced to join the fierce battlefield and carry out a brutal strangulation. After the Warlock groups joined the battlefield, the battle was still in a deadlock. If the Warlock groups from different places went all out and fought to the death, they might be able to turn the tide of the battle. But the Warlocks of Warlock groups who were forced to come forward have no intention of fighting to the death for the Bai family. Like Yang Feng, they specialize in hunting the weak. When they encounter a strong enemy, they immediately retreat. 90% of their strength is spent on preserving their lives. Naturally, they can't reverse the situation. Bai Wuqing urged the Warlock groups in the Cloud Sea Plain, but the powerhouses of the Warlock groups played deaf and dumb, unwilling to fight to the death. The power of the Magic Note Throne is limited. Although Bai Wuqing can issue reasonable orders, but those who are under the control of the orders can disobey them. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a weak divine force rank divine country in the Cloud Sea Plain's outer space exploded, and the fearsome explosion set off ripples in the divine country net. 10 Infinity Warlock rank, 200 Bright World Warlock rank, and 1,000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses flew out from the explosion of the divine country. Divine countries are the countries where gods live and the strongest fortresses of gods. The divine country of a weak divine force rank god can even contend against an Infinity Warlock. However, no matter how powerful the divine country is, it will still be destroyed in the face of absolute power. The divine country of a weak divine force rank god can barely contend against an Infinity Warlock. 10 Infinity Warlock rank, 200 Bright World Warlock rank, and 1,000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses. This terrifying force isn't something a trifling weak divine force rank divine country can contend against. After the divine country exploded, one of the eyes of the eight-eyed freak that suppressed the Bai family's 3 mighty divine force rank powerhouses shot a ray of light into the void. In the void, a huge hole was opened. 4 hives trembled slightly, and then flew out of the huge hole. Yang Feng's face flickered. Shit, this freak can teleport hives. If this goes on, the Bai family has no chance of winning. When the warlocks present saw the 4 hives that suddenly appeared, their faces changed dramatically. At this time, the human warlocks are at a complete disadvantage on the battlefield. Now that 4 hive units have appeared, unless a miracle happens, the human warlock's defeat is almost certain. Yang Feng weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and then finally ordered, "Fire." In an instant, a resplendent beam of light blasted out from the starfield battlestar, ran through a hive that was in the process of being teleported, and blasted it apart. Yang Feng's huge fleet suddenly appeared, and countless primary artillery and secondary artillery shone brightly, bombarded the Gamana universe's powerhouses, and blasted them into pieces. So strong. To destroy a hive in the other universe with one blow, amazing. What secret treasure is that? How can it be so powerful? Seeing this scene, the warlock groups that came as reinforcements were filled with shock. Chapter 870. Inside an ordinary-looking hive, in a palace, there are 3 people sitting. One of them is very handsome, with a red rhombus crystal inlaid on his forehead. The other is shrouded in layers of shadows, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The other is shrouded in raging flames, making him look like a god of fire. The 3 powerhouses all exude warlock monarch rank fluctuations of power. A red rhombus race warlock monarch rank powerhouse with a red rhombus crystal inlaid on his forehead said with a smile, "This is the mechanical fleet of the battle demon sect's Yang Feng. To be able to destroy a hive, that's amazing." His artifact refining technique had the shadow of the Golem Lord, as well as the Magic Note Lord. As expected of a universe that once gave birth to eternal sovereigns. It's not that simple to devour this universe. The eyes of the powerhouse shrouded in flames shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Yang Feng's advancement speed is far faster than that of ordinary warlocks. Only a few freaks can compare to him in terms of advancement speed. He must be one of the children of universe chosen by this universe. If we join forces to kill him, we may be able to promote to an imperishable rank powerhouse." Imperishable rank powerhouses are equivalent to Holy Spirit warlock rank existences in the world of warlocks. Even in the Gamana universe, imperishable rank powerhouses are bigwigs and the protectors of every race. Although the Gamana universe is a universe that is half an energy level higher than that of the Tsangji plane, but it is not easy to give birth to an imperishable rank powerhouse. These 3 warlock monarch rank powerhouses braved dangers to enter this universe as the vanguard in order to obtain the universe's favor and the resources to promote to imperishable rank powerhouses. The so-called children of universe are beings who are favored by the universe. When they go out, they pick up treasures, have fortuitous encounters, and save someone, and become a powerhouse with terrifying strength. The cultivation speed of such beings is naturally astonishing. If you can kill a child of universe from another universe, you will get the universe's favor, and your life in this universe will be smooth sailing. "I'll go kill him." The expert of the Wind Shadow clan, who was shrouded in layers of shadows and couldn't be seen clearly, said coldly. Then, his body instantly disappeared. The Red Rhombus race warlock monarch rank powerhouse sighed with emotion. The Wind Shadow race's innate talent is really terrifying. They can jump freely in the wind and shadows. They are the most fearsome assassins. If they aren't on guard, even an imperishable rank powerhouse will be assassinated by them. The Flamewell race's warlock monarch rank powerhouse uttered flatly, "That's true." However, although the Wind Shadow's innate ability is fearsome, but it also has the weakness of assassin-type innate abilities, that is, it's too weak in frontal combat. They rely too much on their innate talents, and if their talents are broken, they will be the easiest to defeat. The 3 hives summoned by the 8-eyed freak flashed slightly, and then flew towards Yang Feng's fleet like 3 meteors. A dense crowd of powerhouses flew out of the 3 hives and flew towards Yang Feng's fleet. Numerous hatches of Yang Feng's fleet opened, and a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots turned into a sea of machinery and swept towards the 3 hives. At present, Yang Feng has begun to pour all his resources into the construction of the 5th-generation battle robots. After being strengthened, the 4th-generation battle robots have been reduced to cannon fodder. Even so, the strengthened 4th-generation battle robots possess Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess and have the power to threaten Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. 60 Infinity Warlock rank, 1,400 Bright World Warlock rank, 30,000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank, and 1 million Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses flew out of the 3 hives and engaged Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. Yang Feng dispatched 20 million 4th-generation battle robots to form one defensive line after another. At the same time, the fleet's main force retreated. Every time the 60 Infinity Warlock rank and 1400 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe attacked, the space shattered and, like a sharp blade, split apart the mechanical sea formed by 20 million 4th-generation battle robots. However, under the siege of the 4th-generation battle robots, the glorious Sun Warlock rank and Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe suffered heavy casualties. Attack. When the 3 hives of the Gamana universe flew to within 30 kilometers of Yangfeng, the mechanical sea formed by 1 million 5th-generation battle robots, which is Yangfeng's strongest spear, suddenly flew out and attacked the 60 Infinity Warlock rank and 1400 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. The spear formed by the 1 million 5th-generation battle robots collided with the arrow formed by the 60 Infinity Warlock rank and 1400 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. In an instant, dozens of Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses were besieged and killed by the 5th-generation battle robots. The 60 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses suddenly slowed down. They had to frantically urge all their power to destroy the 5th-generation battle robots. If they are careless, they will be besieged and killed by the 5th-generation battle robots. Agnipe and the other 5 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses killed their way into the sea of 5th-generation battle robots and ambushed the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Luo An, Xinghe Mingxian, and Mai Shuanghua also mixed into the sea of 5th-generation battle robots and ambushed the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses from time to time. Once the speed of the 3 hives slowed down, they could no longer speed up. Under the siege of the virtually endless 4th-generation battle robots, the Gamana universe's powerhouses were killed one after another. To actually resist the 3 hives, amazing, that's the Battle Demon sect's Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion. When did his mechanical golem army become so powerful? That 60 Infinity Warlock rank and 1400 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses. Even if the Gamana universe's powerhouses are slightly weaker than our world of warlocks, but to be able to resist this force, that's amazing. When the warlock groups forced to participate in the battle saw Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion block the 3 hives' main forces, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes filled with shock. When the 3 hives joined forces, even the Bright Moon School, a former warlock group of the Great Cloud Dynasty, with its geographical advantage and the assistance of countless warlock towers, found it hard to resist. For Yangfeng's Mechanical Legion to be able to block the 3 hives' main forces and even show signs of encirclement and annihilation, this is even more heaven-defying. After a few minutes of fierce fighting, the celestial field battlestar was fully charged, and a dazzling beam of light blasted out and blasted a hive. The hive was vaporized by the dazzling beam of light and evaporated. The main artillery of the Blazing Sun Battlestar and Star Destroyer Battlestar shone brightly and blasted the Gamana universe's Infinity Warlock rank and Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses into pieces. On the bridge of the Starfield Battlestar. Sitting on the bridge, Yangfeng looked at the holographic projection and quietly calculated, there are 2 hives left. If they don't retreat, I can even annihilate the Gamana universe's legion. Suddenly, Yangfeng operated the Battle Demon secret method, and a white Battle Demon armor appeared on his body. He pinched the ruler magic cube, and a pitch-black ruler armor inlaid with Warlock Monarch rank and Infinity Core covered his whole body. At that moment, a shadow silently flew out from the shadows of the bridge and stabbed towards Yangfeng's heart with a completely transparent dagger of unknown length in its hand. At the same time, from the shadow behind Yangfeng, countless divine force crystals burned, and vast divine force fluctuations suddenly emerged. Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar flew out of the shadow and blocked the shadow's dagger with the dagger of the night. Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar has fused with several strong divine force rank godheads, which makes it impossible for him to break through to the mighty divine force rank by relying on his own power. However, it also makes his battle prowess far surpass that of ordinary strong divine force rank gods. The block was ingenious, sealing any changes of the shadow dagger. Ding! When the 2 daggers collided, Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar was hit by a formidable force and knocked aside. Numerous wounds similar to cuts made by wind blades appeared on his body, and drops of gold god blood dripped to the ground. Idiot! Your companions have already betrayed you. You're dead. As if he had foreseen the future, Yang Feng waved his hand, and the mountain shield suddenly appeared. Mountain projections suddenly appeared, and there seems to be an endless distance between the Wind Shadow Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse and Yang Feng. When the Wind Shadow Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse stabbed his dagger into the mountains, the essence of wind erupted, and violent wind blades sliced the mountains and stabbed towards Yang Feng with endless killing intent. With a dignified look in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed at the mountain shield with a finger, and the mountain shield erupted with a fearsome whirlpool that sucked in countless attacks from the Wind Shadow Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse's dagger. In an instant, the outer layer of the heavy mountain shield was covered in marks left behind by countless sharp blades. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme danger welled up in Yang Feng. He leaned to the side, and 3 wind blades containing the essence of wind stabbed him, cut the ruler armor and the battle demon armor, and cut open a long wound on his fleshly body. Blood splashed about. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's astonishingly strong defense, he would have been cut in 2 by the wind blades. There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes. With a thought, the phantom ruler appeared in an instant, and the eyes of dreams opened, and formidable dream force enveloped the Wind Shadow powerhouse. Chapter 871. The Warlock Monarch rank Wind Shadow powerhouse suddenly felt the space distort, and then he appeared in a dream world filled with biscuits, candy, and milk rivers. Shit, this is the dream world. The countenance of the Wind Shadow powerhouse flickered, and he looked at his hands, only to see that they have turned into biscuits. Although the dream world cannot compare to the 36 primary material planes and the Tsangji plane in essence, and it has never given birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. However, the dream world's laws are twisted and chaotic, making it a headache. Holy Spirit Warlocks are impervious to all magic. No one can pull their soul from their body into the dream world. However, once a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is pulled into the dream world, it will be very dangerous. 30 seconds, as long as I persist for 30 seconds, I will have a way to get out of this world. The Warlock Monarch rank Wind Shadow powerhouse is indeed a seasoned powerhouse. Even though he is in a desperate situation, he still doesn't give up. He turned around and fled into the distance with his candle-like legs. It's no use, you are doomed to die here. The phantom ruler suddenly appeared, opened an eye, and fired a green ray at the Warlock Monarch rank Wind Shadow powerhouse. The Warlock Monarch rank Wind Shadow powerhouse gritted his teeth, burned his soul force, and suddenly formed a shadow screen in front of him. When the green ray landed on the shadow screen trembled and evaporated. The Warlock Monarch rank Wind Shadow powerhouse said loudly, "Yang Feng, I have a big secret. As long as you let me live, I will tell you this big secret." The soul force of a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is extremely powerful, far surpassing that of an Infinity Warlock. However, in the dream world, if you don't enter with your body, the consumption of soul force cannot be made up. In the dream world, fighting the phantom ruler who can obtain a steady stream of dream force, the Wind Shadow Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse can only wait for death. It is only a matter of whether he will die sooner or later. What secret? Without stopping his attack, the phantom ruler asked indifferently. The Warlock Monarch rank Wind Shadow powerhouse answered, "There is a mole from the Gamana universe in your world of warlocks." Yang Feng was very indifferent. Oh, there was a traitor in the world of warlocks. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would have already guessed it. If there were no spies, it would be impossible to find the headquarters of the major forces so easily. Yang Feng has been exploring the astral boundary since a long time ago, looking for planes with intelligent life forms as well as various resource stars. However, if it were not for the integration of the Battle Demon Sect's resources and the intelligence support of the Battle Demon Sect's tens of thousands of years of astral boundary development, it would have been impossible to easily find those planes with intelligent life forms. The Wind Shadow Warlock Monarch uttered with a cold smile, "That mole is one of the higher-ups from the core world. Are you done? If you're done, then go to hell." The phantom ruler slowly opened its second eye, and a crimson beam shot out from the second eye and stabbed into the shadow screen formed by the Wind Shadow powerhouse Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse like a crimson spear, broke through the defense of the shadow screen, and stabbed into a ridiculous biscuit person behind the shadow screen. The ridiculous biscuit man's body disintegrated, and then he was engulfed by the green light. When the biscuit person died, The Wind Shadow Powerhouse Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse inside the Starfield Battlestar, who is shrouded in shadows, revealed his true face, and fell to the ground. Yang Feng glanced at the Wind Shadow Powerhouse Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, and his eyes lit up, and then flickered with regret. She's a beauty. Unfortunately, she's already dead. The Wind Shadow Powerhouse Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse is about 1.7 meters tall, has wheat-colored skin, and wears a black leather armor engraved with countless mysterious runes. She has a slim waist, huge breasts, exquisite facial features, and a mysterious rune containing the essence of wind is engraved on her forehead. Lying quietly on the ground, she breathes smoothly, looking like she is sleeping. But in fact, she is already a soulless existence with only a body left. With a thought from Yang Feng, a sealed crystal coffin suddenly appeared, and mechanical arms grabbed the Wind Shadow Powerhouse Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse and placed her into the sealed crystal coffin. After being enchanted with countless seals, the coffin was put away. In the hive with a different interior, a crystal suddenly became dim and lifeless. A dignified look in his eyes, the Red Rhombus Race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse uttered unhurriedly, Judge Jufei is dead. The eyes of the Flamewell Race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse shimmered with vigilance, and he uttered unhurriedly, Judge Jufei is a Wind Shadow powerhouse. She is proficient in assassination secret methods and has mastered the essences of wind and shadow. Even if the assassination fails, few people can stop her if she wants to escape. That Yang Feng is a universe child for a reason. He's a scary monster. Among the Gamana universe's 18 sacred races, the Wind Shadow powerhouse is not the most powerful race. However, it is the most difficult race to deal with. Once a Wind Shadow powerhouse reaches adulthood, they can master one of the essences of wind or shadow. Top geniuses can easily master the essences of wind and shadow, and they are top assassins. In the Wind Shadow powerhouse territory, there is a Holy Meteor Mountain, which is filled with the skulls of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. At the top of the Holy Meteor Mountain, there is a skull of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. Assassinating a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse is the Wind Shadow powerhouse's greatest pride. As such, the other races of the Gamana universe fear the Wind Shadow powerhouse greatly. The most troublesome thing about the Wind Shadow powerhouses is that they wield the essences of wind and shadow. Even if the assassination fails, they can easily escape by relying on the power of the two essences. Defeating them is easy, but killing them is not so simple. The Wind Shadow Powerhouse Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse actually died at Yang Feng's hands. When they thought of this fact, the Red Rhombus Race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse and the Flamewell Race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse felt a chill in their hearts. The Red Rhombus Race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse said unhurriedly, "It seems that we have to act in advance. I originally wanted to consume more of the Bai family's vigor. But if this stalemate continues, there will only be more and more variables." The Flamewell Race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse nodded. The hive that originally looked ordinary, but there is something else inside. All of a sudden, the hive carrying the two Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses expanded 50 times, and hives flew out of the giant hive. In total, 36 hives flew out of the giant hive. A dense crowd of Infinity Warlock and Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses flew out of the 36 hives and flew towards the Cloud Sea Plain like a tide. The Bai family is finished. Seeing this scene, a thought welled up in the minds of all the warlocks present. The dozens of warlock groups on the edge of the battlefield turned into streams of light and fled into the distance without hesitation. The Cloud Sea Plain. The 39 Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky, and formidable life force poured into a blood-red, ordinary-looking wooden staff. The ordinary-looking wooden staff is the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Xigu Wood Staff. The life force of the 39 Infinity Warlocks was consumed rapidly, and they began to shrivel up. Countless runes appeared on the Xigu Wood Staff, and it shone brightly, blurred, disappeared, and then appeared outside the barrier of the Bai family's divine country and pointed at the eight-eyed freak. A dot of red light shot towards the eight-eyed giant monster, and the eight-eyed giant monster, who had been suppressing the three great divine powers of the Bai family to the point that they could barely breathe, crumbled inch by inch, and disappeared without a trace. Yang Feng inhaled a breath of cold air at once, So this is the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure. Without an Empyrean-grade secret treasure to protect themselves, Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will not be able to withstand a single blow. Empyrean-grade secret treasures are extremely powerful. They can slay Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, and even injure and severely wound Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. It is precisely because the Western world's 3 dynasties and the Great Cloud Dynasty have Empyrean-grade secret treasures that they can confront each other. No one dares to act rashly and annex the other. In the 36 primary material planes, there are as many powerhouses as clouds. There is no lack of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. They watched helplessly as the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties occupied the Tsangji Plain. In addition to being apprehensive of the core world's human warlocks, the most important factor is that the 4 forces have Empyrean-grade secret treasures. After the Xigu Wood Staff killed the 8-eyed freak, it blurred, appeared in the middle of the Gamana universe's huge army, and pointed at it. A red ray shone, and the entire void collapsed. The 300+ Infinity Warlock rank and 3000+ Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses of the Gamana universe, as well as a dozen+ weak Divine Force rank divine countries of the Bai family, were completely engulfed by the collapse of the void. In the void, there is a strange, twisted cave. There is no trace of life in the cave. After the Xigu Wood Staff released 2 attacks, of the 39 Infinity Warlocks of the Bai family in the Cloud Sea Plane, 3 junior Infinity Warlocks turned into countless specks of dust, and then collapsed and disappeared. Empyrean-grade secret treasures are extremely powerful. Except for Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, no one can use their power freely. Even the great Holy Step powerhouses, who are known as the strongest under the Warlock Monarch realm, cannot exert the power of Empyrean-grade secret treasures. If an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse wants to use the power of an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, they have to exchange their life for it. The Xigu Wood Staff blurred and was about to disappear. At this moment, the void cracked, and a tremendous Holy Spirit Warlock rank demonic might suddenly erupted, and a huge hand descended from the sky and grabbed the Xigu Wood Staff. Chapter 872. The Cloud Sea Plane. 6 Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty turned into ashes, and all their life force disappeared. The Xigu Wood Staff suddenly shone with red light, and it struggled to break free from the huge Holy Spirit Warlock rank ghost hand. You're already at the end of your rope, yet you still want to struggle? The huge ghostly hand in the sky uttered a grim voice and grabbed the Xigu Wooden Staff again. Only when the Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks operate the Xigu Wood Staff with all their strength can they threaten Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences. Now that the Great Cloud Dynasty's Infinity Warlocks are at the end of their rope, to be able to shake off a Holy Spirit Warlock rank existence in their prime is already amazing. Cut off the connection with the Xigu Wood Staff. In the Cloud Sea Plane, Bai Wuqing's eyes flashed with a look of struggle, and he ordered coldly. If this goes on, the dozens of Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty will be turned into ashes. Even so, they won't be able to keep the Empyrean-grade secret treasure Xigu Wood Staff. The Infinity Warlocks operated secret methods and cut off the connection with the Xigu Wood Staff. The Xigu Wood Staff trembled slightly, the red light disappeared, and it was grabbed by the huge ghost hand. An arrow exuding the breath of nature like a green leaf dropped from the sky, hit the huge ghost hand, and ran through it. A green vine extended from the void, coiled around the Xigu Wood Staff, and wrapped around it. A black demonic saber strangely appeared on the battlefield and cut the green tree vine in half. A huge demonic hand engraved with black runes suddenly reached out and grabbed the Xigu Wooden Staff. A gold dragon claw with 5 claws extended from the void, slammed into the huge ghost hand, and blasted it away. A sea of blood suddenly emerged and swept towards the Xigu Wood Staff. Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences appeared one after another and fought over the Xigu Wood Staff. Waves of terrifying power reverberated in this star field. The imperishable rank powerhouses of this universe have appeared. However, the perfect rank powerhouses haven't appeared yet. It seems that the perfect rank powerhouses of this universe are still asleep. After all, this universe is half an energy level lower than the Gamana universe. It is very strenuous for it to accommodate perfect rank powerhouses. Our mission has been completed perfectly. We can retreat now. The Red Rhombus Race Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses watched as the Holy Spirit Warlock rank existences fought over the Zigguwood staff with apprehension in his eyes. Waves of unique fluctuations suddenly spread out from the huge beehive sect. The other beehives flew up one by one, absorbed countless experts, opened up astral passageways, and flew away from the astral passageways. There was also a huge astral world passage above the giant beehive. He wanted to jump into the astral world passage. A huge hand formed from the power of countless stars, exuding traces of terrifying holy might, pointed at the huge beehive and smashed towards it. 9 beehives ejected from the giant beehive. Rays of light flashed within the 9 beehives, and threads intertwined with each other. The 9 beehives resonated with each other, forming a tortoiseshell wall. The huge finger formed from the power of countless stars poked out and instantly pierced through the tortoise shield formed by the 9 beehives. The endless power of stars enveloped the 9 beehives and erased them. After destroying the 9 hives with one strike, the huge finger formed from star force shrunk by half, and then stabbed at the giant hives. The giant hive shone brightly, and countless barriers collapsed and turned into ashes. 2 Warlock Monarch rank breaths rose from the giant hive, and a scarlet rhombus defensive boundary and a fire boundary formed from violent flames suddenly appeared. When the endless starlight slammed into the rhombus barrier, it directly shattered the rhombus barrier. Then, the starlight slammed into the flame barrier formed by the endless raging flames, instantly shattering the flame barrier. When the endless starlight slammed into the giant hive, it was purified inch by the starlight until only 1/3 of the wreckage remained. Only then did the astral passageway open again, and he jumped into the astral passageway. A giant hand formed by the power of the stars suddenly stretched out and grabbed the Ziggu wooden staff in the center of the battlefield. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse gave up on pursuing the Gamana Universe's powerhouse after giving him a casual blow, failing to kill him. With the Great Tribulation approaching, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is aware that the only way to survive is to improve their strength. Curses. If you don't become a Holy Spirit Warlock, you're just an ant. In the Cloud Sea Plain, Bai Wuching watched as the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses fought over the Zigguwood staff in the void, and his eyes flashed with anger. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses have clearly noticed that the Gamana Universe's powerhouses besieged the Bai family. If any one of them had taken action, they would have been able to wipe out the Gamana Universe's powerhouses. However, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses kept silent and watched as the Bai family and the Gamana Universe's powerhouses fought. Eventually, they were forced to use the Zigguwood staff and consume all of the Bai family's power before they took action to fight over the Zigguwood staff. Over the years, the Bai family has plundered who knows how many treasures from many warlock groups. Now that the Bai family's most precious Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the Zigguwood staff, has been taken away, Bai Wuching felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The battle between the Bai family and the Gamana Universe's powerhouses caused them to drop from a top force protected by an Empyrean-grade secret treasure to an ordinary superforce. They no longer have the means to threaten Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. A good chance. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and the huge mechanical legion gave up chasing the Gamana Universe's powerhouses and quickly flew back to the fleet. A huge astral passageway suddenly appeared, and the huge fleet jumped into the astral passageway. As soon as the fleet entered the astral boundary, it blurred, and then its speed soared by far surpassing the speed of light, distorted, and flew towards the depths of the astral boundary. Before long, the giant hive, which is in the process of recovering, appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. The Starfield Battlestar's primary artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam slammed into the giant hive. Under the bombardment of the Star Sector-level interstellar battleship's main cannon, 1/20th of the beehive was directly blasted into smithereens. A dense rain of light shot out from Yang Feng's fleet, slammed into the broken parts of the giant hive, and tore the giant hive to pieces. Luoan glanced at Yang Feng, speechless. This guy is really a madman. He dares to chase after 2 warlock monarchs. Xinghe Mingxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, feeling some admiration for Yang Feng's audacity. Riches come from danger. If I can kill these 2 warlock monarchs of the Gamana universe, the universe's favor I'll get won't be a small amount. Moreover, The corpses of the Gamana universe's Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses have great research value and can be sold for a good price. However, it is already very difficult to kill a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, let alone 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. He's really bold. 2 intact hives flew out from the dilapidated giant hive, and together with 40 Infinity Warlock rank Gamana universe's powerhouses, 700 Bright World Warlock rank, 3000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank, and 600,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses launched a decisive attack on Yang Feng's fleet. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, and then ordered coldly, Magic Seal Mechs, attack. The Magic Seal Mechs are one of Yang Feng's trump cards. In the Magic Seal Mechs, there are countless talented girls with a high soul synchronization rate with the Magic Seal Mechs. The girls with a high soul synchronization rate with the Magic Seal Mechs can display Junior Infinity Warlock rank strength within 30 minutes. As the leaders of the Magic Seal Mechs, the 2 peerless geniuses Regina and Wu Maiying can even display Quasi-Warlock Monarch rank strength within 30 minutes. 100 Magic Seal Mechs suddenly flew out of Yang Feng's flagship. Under the leadership of Regina and Wu Maiying, the 100 Magic Seal Mechs mixed with the 1 million 5th generation battle robots and slammed into the Gamana universe's powerhouses like a sharp spear. Countless rays of light shone, and the 100 Junior Infinity Warlock rank Magic Seal Mechs attacked together, almost collapsing the space and blasting countless Gamana universe's powerhouses into ashes. Luo looked at the 100 beautiful girls in Magic Seal Mechs, stunned, and cried out, Infinity Warlock, 100 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. How is this possible? The Battle Demon Sect. When did the Battle Demon Sect cultivate 100 Infinity Warlocks? Xinghe Mingxian was also stunned, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity. Infinity Warlock, that's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, how can there be so many? Mai Shuanghua's eyes flashed with astonishment, and she almost couldn't believe her eyes. So young, they are so young. What method did Yang Feng use to cultivate so many young Infinity Warlock? Chapter 873. Infinity Warlocks are known as Infinity Warlocks. In the world of Warlocks, every Infinity Warlock is a pinnacle force. The Great Cloud Dynasty, which has dominated the Zhangji Plains eastern world for 10,000 years, has no more than 100 Infinity Warlocks. Yet Yang Feng casually took out 100 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, which stunned Mai Shuanghua and them, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Yang Feng said, Mai Shuanghua, Luo Xinghe Mingxian, please take action and annihilate the Gamana universe's other race powerhouses. I will go after the 2 Warlock Monarchs. Yes, Sect Master Yang. Mai Shuanghua and the other 2 nodded, turned into 3 streams of light, flew towards the Gamana universe's army, and slayed the Gamana universe's powerhouses. The pursuing fleet suddenly separated. Except for the Starfield Battlestar, the rest of the huge fleet shone brightly and slaughtered the Gamana universe's powerhouses who were intercepted as cannon fodder. With flashes of light, Yang Feng piloted the Starfield Battlestar in hot pursuit and frantically bombarded the broken giant hive. Pieces of the divine hive continued to shatter and scatter in all directions. A few minutes later, the Starfield Battlestar finished charging, and a brilliant beam from its main artillery barreled towards the giant hive. A red rhombus shield and a huge flame barrier appeared on the giant hive. When the brilliant beam slammed into the red rhombus shield, it was in a stalemate for a while before the red rhombus shield was smashed, and was finally blocked by the flame barrier. When the Starfield Battlestar's secondary beams slammed into the flame barrier, it took nearly a minute before the flame barrier was smashed. The Flamewell Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse gritted his teeth and roared, Damn it, a mere Infinity Warlock dares to chase us. If we weren't seriously injured by the Holy Spirit Warlock just now, I would really want to go back and burn that damn Yang Feng to death. The red rhombus on the forehead of the Warlock Monarch rank red rhombus race powerhouse cracked, and cracks appeared in many places on his body. A copious amount of blood flowed out from the cracks on his body and glittered with starlight. The wounds cannot heal. The Holy Spirit Warlock rank attacks contain formidable law force. Originally, before the giant hive was destroyed, the other universe's Warlock Monarchs could use the hive's power to heal their injuries. Now that the hive is being chased by Yang Feng, it has no time to recover. The eyes of the red rhombus race Warlock Monarch shimmered fiercely, and he uttered in a deep voice, We can't keep the Tier 2 hive. Abandon him and retreat separately. The eyes of the Flamewell race's Warlock Monarch shimmered with a decisive shade. All right. Light shone from the Tier 2 hive, and 5 Supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses and 300 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses flew out of the Tier 2 hive and flew towards the Starfield Battlestar with 1,000 Glorious Sun Warlock rank and 10,000 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. This force is the personal guard of the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses as well as their last line of defense. A last-ditch struggle. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. The doors of the Starfield Battlestar opened, and a swarm of 5th-generation battle robots formed an invincible mechanical sea. Under the command of Agnipe and the other 5 powerhouses, the mechanical sea collided with the Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legion. In the process of pursuing the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, Yang Feng's troops have already annihilated the Gumana's powerhouses left behind by the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses and are ready to jump in front of the warp gate. After several battles, the 5th-generation battle robots under Yang Feng's command have fallen from 1 million to 840,000. However, 200 Dazzling Light units have evolved into Bright World Warlock rank Dazzling Light units, and their strength has risen instead of falling. When the 2 most tyrannical legions collided, the Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legion was pierced through. Yang Feng's 5th-generation battle robot legion easily divided, tore apart, surrounded, and annihilated the Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legion. Sure enough, the 5th-generation Battle Robot Legion is powerful. Although the 4th-generation Battle Robot Legion is huge, but it can only serve as cannon fodder. Yang Feng watched as his 5th-generation Battle Robot Legion defeated the Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legion in one fell swoop, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. Dazzling Light units have unlimited evolution potential and can evolve into dazzling rulers. However, they also need to kill countless enemies and devour the power of countless powerful enemies in order to evolve into dazzling rulers. In this battle, Yang Feng annihilated several Gamana Universe's Powerhouse Legions and killed no less than 100 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, which is why the Dazzling Light units have evolved so quickly. A Crimson Ray and a Flame Ray flew out of the Tier 2 hive, turned into 2 meteors, and flew in 2 different directions. When the Tier 2 hive was in perfect condition, the Tier 2 hive was naturally faster and possessed all sorts of incredible long-distance navigation abilities. However, after the Holy Spirit Warlock destroyed 2/3 of the Tier 2 hive and chased by Yang Feng, the Tier 2 hive became more dilapidated and slower. It can no longer compare to the escape ability of the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses. You want to escape? Yang Feng looked at the 2 Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses disappearing in the distance and raised the corners of his mouth. Countless sealers flew out of the Starfield Battlestar. The swarm of sealers flew to the Tier 2 hive and released sealing light that enveloped the Tier 2 hive. Enveloped by the sealing light, the huge and dilapidated Tier 2 hive came to a standstill. Countless devourers suddenly flew out, pounced on the Tier 2 hive, and devoured the hive structure. While devouring the Tier 2 hive structure, the devourers transmitted the composition of the hive as well as the various materials and components contained in the hive to the database formed by the Level 5 optical computer network. Devourers are one of the ultimate weapons of the Shizu. Although they aren't as tyrannical as specialized analysis robots, but they also have a feedback ability that can feed back the devouring process to the Level 5 optical computer network for analysis. The door of the Star Sector-level interstellar battleship opened. From a dimensional cave, a scorching sun interstellar battleship flew out and anchored in this star area. The light of the Starfield Battlestar distorted, and it chased after the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse of the Red Rhombus race. In the world of Warlocks, there are too many powerhouses proficient in the essence of fire. However, the power used by the Red Rhombus race powerhouse aroused Yang Feng's interest. In the vast universe, there were countless unimaginable and peerless powers. Many strange powers could even allow the weak to defeat the strong, and defeat terrifying enemies that were a few great realms above them. Take the Dream World for example. In the Dream World, some bloodline warlocks with the bloodline of dream life forms can easily slay a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Only powerhouses who have advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock rank can possess a trace of immortality, making it difficult for existences of lower realms to kill them using strange methods. Even quasi-holy step dream lifeforms born in the dream world can't pull the soul of a holy spirit warlock into the dream world. The power wielded by the Red Rhombus race powerhouse is very strange and powerful. Yang Feng has never seen it in the Tsangji plane. If he can kill it, then even if it's only its corpse, it will have great research value. During the pursuit, Yang Feng finally witnessed the terror of the Red Rhombus race powerhouse. In the starry sky, Red Rhombus gates suddenly appeared. Every time the Warlock Monarch rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse passes through a Red Rhombus gate, he will appear 10,000 kilometers away. If it wasn't for the fact that the red rhombus on the forehead of the Warlock Monarch rank Red Rhombus race powerhouse was seriously injured, he would have to rest and recover after opening a Red Rhombus gate. Otherwise, he would have escaped without a trace. In a part of space, there was a slight distortion in space, and a huge star sector Cosmos battleship suddenly appeared in space. Did that guy escape to this plane? This plane doesn't have any restraints on me. It's a grade 4 plane. There is no information about this plane in the database. This is a newly discovered plane. Yang Feng looked at the celestial body below, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. He pondered for a while, and then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the celestial body. This celestial body is a grade 4 plane. Yang Feng doesn't know what kind of powerhouses are hiding in this unknown plane. If the Starfield Battlestar came to this plane and aroused the hostility of this plane's powerful existences, things would get troublesome. Purple Lily Academy is a private academy in the capital of the Anjlaman state, Boga. In the rear of a warehouse of the Purple Lily Academy, there are 6 female students surrounding a beautiful girl with purple hair, a tall and sexy figure, a pair of huge breasts, a pair of sapphire-like eyes that look like they can speak. The eyes of a blonde female student with a tall and sexy figure and somewhat rough skin, who, despite wearing heavy makeup, could not conceal the pimples on her face, flashed with flames of jealousy. She pushed the purple-haired girl against the wall and shouted sternly, "Claire, you bitch. You're showing off your 2 lumps of rotten meat on your chest to seduce my boyfriend, Lika. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The eyes of the blonde female student flashed fiercely, and she roared, "Tear this bitch's clothes." Chapter 874. Don't. Claire's cry didn't stop the girls. Instead, it made them more excited. They rushed up and tore her school uniform to pieces, revealing the underwear inside. In a pond behind the warehouse, a transparent ripple flashed, and a human figure formed at the bottom of the pond. It is Yang Feng. This corpse is most compatible with my soul fluctuations. If I disguise myself as him, even if Holy Spirit warlocks don't use secret methods, they won't be able to see my origin. At the bottom of the pond, Yang Feng looked at the corpse of a handsome boy wearing a Purple Lily Academy uniform. His eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he reached out with a hand, and a rune entered the body of the boy. A wisp of blood essence and a wisp of soul that hasn't dissipated yet turned into a rune and flew into Yang Feng's hand. His body blurred slightly, and he turned into an existence identical to the corpse. At the same time, he exuded a soul breath different from Yang Feng's true body. By extracting the blood essence and soul of an aboriginal that matches your soul, you can easily blend into another plane and disguise yourself. In this way, it is easier to deceive the plane origin. The most perfect way to deceive the plane origin is to divide a part of your soul and have it directly reincarnate into a life form of the plane. In this way, even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, if they don't use special spells or secret treasures, they won't be able to see through your origin. As soon as Yang Feng entered this plane, he was suppressed by the plane. Before he finished analyzing the plane origin will, he can only display Moonlight Warlock rank strength. Of course, he can also extract the power of the 9 small worlds inside him and display Supreme Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. However, this consumes a lot of energy and can't be sustained for long. Yang Feng pointed at the body of the boy, performed a memory reading spell, and easily read the memories of the boy. The boy's name was George. He was an ordinary 2nd grade student of the Purple Lily Academy. His family was a combination. His father was a police officer, his mother was a teacher, and he had a younger sister who wasn't related by blood. George confessed to Dahlia, one of the 5 school beauties of the Purple Lily Academy, whom he had always admired. After being rejected by the other party, he went to the Lotus Pond, where he was pushed into the pond by an unknown person and drowned. Young Feng put George's body into a jade box, somewhat speechless. What an unlucky guy, drowning just because he confessed. The nobles of this world are really cruel. On Earth, young Feng had also experienced his youth. Although he didn't fall in love early, he had seen his friends being bullied by other students because of their cute girlfriends. However, the most they would do was push and shove, ridicule, and fight. It was only in a world where the aristocracy was so powerful that there would be aristocratic youths who would go to such extremes and kill people at every turn. Because to those young nobles, killing a person was just a little troublesome, that's all. The water in the pond suddenly churned, and young Feng walked out of the pond without a single drop of water on him. As soon as young Feng walked out of the pond, he heard bursts of crying coming from afar. Looks like we still have to deal with the other side. Young Feng turned around, took a step, and, leaving behind after images, strangely appeared behind the warehouse. Stop. No. Claire's school uniform was already torn apart. She fell to the ground, covered her chest with both hands, and cried like a pear blossom bathed in rain. The blonde girl with a sexy figure and a rather coquettish appearance showed a somewhat twisted and ferocious smile, and her eyes flickered with the flames of jealousy. She took out a paper knife and slashed at Claire's face. Fuck, you smelly bitch, you used this face to seduce my boyfriend. I'll slash your face, it seems that you can still seduce others. Just as Claire was about to lose all hope, a figure that she was very familiar with, who wasn't very tall, suddenly blocked her front. Pa. Young Feng slapped the coquettish blonde girl in the face, forcibly knocking out 3 of her teeth. Her whole face was somewhat distorted and swollen. George, you dare hit our big sister Pauline, you little bastard, are you looking for death? The eyes of the other 5 delinquents flashed with ominous glints, and they rushed at young Feng. Although they were girls, but they were not weak in fighting. With the speed of an ordinary person, young Feng rushed into the midst of the 5 delinquents in a few steps, slapped each of them in the face, and kicked them to the ground. Young Feng swept the 6 delinquents with a glance, his eyes flashed with indifference, and he said coldly, "Listen up, Claire is my younger sister. This is just a small punishment. Next time, I won't let you off so easily. Get lost. A bunch of trash. You, just, wait. George, you're dead. You actually dared to attack me. We, the Rose Society, won't let you off." Pauline, whose face was swollen, looked at young Feng with fear in her eyes. Her mouth leaked air, and she howled a few times like a prodigal dog. Then, together with the other 5 girls, she glared at young Feng with resentment and fled. A peculiar light flashed past young Feng's eyes. Count yourselves lucky. If young Feng had met scum like Pona when he was at his peak, he would have crushed them as if they were ants. He wouldn't have cared about them at all. However, in this other plane, where there may be powerful existences above the Infinity Warlock rank, young Feng didn't want to expose his identity before he fully analyzed the plane origin will. Brother George, woo. When Claire saw young Feng's appearance, she immediately hugged him and burst into tears. Young Feng hugged Claire. When she finished crying, he patted her on the back and said, let's go home. Okay. Claire blushed, tidied up her clothes, and followed young Feng out of the campus. While walking, Claire stole glances at young Feng, and her pretty face unwittingly flushed. When did Brother George become so manly? Although young Feng's appearance is no different from George's, but his temperament and eyes have undergone earth-shaking changes. His every move is full of majesty. At the same time, there is a feeling of being one with nature and transcendental. The same person, one trained in etiquette, holds his head high, puffs out his chest, and is full of confidence. The other has a hunchback, a protruding belly, a gloomy expression, and a sense of inferiority. Even if it is the same person, the charm of the person who holds his head high and is full of confidence is more than 10 times greater than that of the hunchback, protruding belly, and a sense of inferiority. Young Feng is a supreme Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse in charge of countless planes. He is an ambitious and ruthless overlord who controls the life and death of countless intelligent life forms and races. Naturally, His temperament is not something that the lowly young man George can compare to. George, Claire, my darling, you're back? Today's dinner is steak, white bread, and potato soup. Happy? As soon as he returned to an ordinary single house, a woman with purple hair, a tall figure, a pair of breasts that almost burst out of her clothes, slightly fat, and some crow's feet at the corner of her eyes, but still charming, came up to him and greeted him with incomparable enthusiasm. This woman is George and Claire's mother, Hannah. Claire cheered. It's great that there's steak. Mom's steak is the best. Beef is expensive in this world. George's family can only afford to eat steak about once a week. Every time they eat steak, it is equivalent to a small festival for this ordinary family. Hannah stared at Claire's eyes. Suddenly, she frowned slightly, hugged Claire, and said softly, "Darling, your eyes, are you crying? What's the matter? Did someone bully you?" Claire said coquettishly, "No, I accidentally got sand in my eyes, so I shed tears." Hannah looked at Claire worriedly, then hugged her darling daughter and walked towards the table. "That's good, let's go eat." Yang Feng silently followed Hannah to the dining room. In the dining room, there is a long square table with steak, white bread, and potato soup on it. Sitting next to the table is a burly, capable middle-aged man with short blonde hair. This middle-aged man is George's father, Wade. After dinner, Yang Feng returned to his small room. The damage caused by a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, even a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse would find it difficult to remove. Based on the information I have so far, if there aren't enough treasures of heaven and earth or special healing secret treasures, he would be able to escape. It will take him at least 3 months to recover to the point where he can escape. It will take him half a year to recover to the point where he can fight me. 3 months is the best time to get rid of the Redstone Warlock Monarch. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he exuded queer fluctuations of power and began to analyze the laws of the plane origin will. The computing power of each level 5 optical computer is comparable to that of an Infinity Warlock. The computing power of the level 5 optical computer network is comparable to that of a top Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. The will of the world plane was being rapidly analyzed by him. Suddenly, Claire knocked on the door. "Big brother, are you free?" Yang Feng gave the task of analyzing the plane origin will to the level 5 optical computer network and opened the door. Chapter 875. As soon as he opened the door, a beautiful young girl, Claire, dressed in a white nightgown, exuding a trace of a bath fragrance, mixed with a fresh and sexy aura, appeared in front of Yang Feng, making his eyes light up slightly. Claire took a look at Yang Feng, her pretty face flushed, and she entered Yang Feng's room, jumped onto Yang Feng's bed, rolled around, and got up. Then, she patted the spot next to her and said, "Big brother, come and sit down." Claire was not a delicate young lady, but a very lively and energetic young girl full of sunshine. She is also one of the 5 campus beauties of the Purple Lily Academy. Bright and cheerful, she has countless admirers. Yang Feng smiled slightly and sat next to Claire. As he smelled the fragrance exuded by her, his tense mind relaxed slightly. Claire hugged the quilt with fear in her beautiful eyes. "Big brother, the Rose Club is the most powerful club in the Purple Lily Academy. The leader of the Rose Club is Brigitte, the granddaughter of Grand Duke Ankh. They are the most powerful force in the Purple Lily Academy. Anyone who provoked the Rose Club has basically been expelled from the academy. Let's not go to school tomorrow, let's find a way to transfer schools. On this plane, there are 3 classes: aristocrats, commoners, and slaves. George's family belongs to the commoner class. An aristocrat doesn't need a reason to kill a slave. If the slave's owner is another aristocrat, they will have to compensate the other aristocrat a sum of money. Aristocrats can't kill commoners in the city for no reason. If an aristocrat kills a commoner, then the evidence is conclusive, the aristocrat will be sentenced to 3 years in prison at most. But if a commoner kills an aristocrat, no matter what the reason is, they will only be sentenced to death. With Grand Duke Ankh's power, it is easy for him to kill George's family. That was why Claire, who had always been lively and good at sports, was bullied by the 6 members of the Rose Club and didn't know what to do. Yang Feng smiled confidently and patted Claire on the shoulder, and a rune entered her body. "Don't worry, Claire, I'm here. They won't dare to bully you." I believe you. Claire's tender body trembled slightly, her pretty face blushed slightly, her heart pounded wildly, and like a frightened deer, she jumped out of bed. As if Yang Feng was a scourge, she slipped to the door, opened the door, turned around, and said with a sweet smile, "Good night, big brother." With that, Claire left the room, leaving only traces of fragrance in the room. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Feng and Claire went in the direction of the Purple Lily Academy. "George, Claire, you, lowly siblings are really idiots. You actually dare to come to Purple Lily Academy. Be obedient and come with me." There were 5 delinquent girls following behind Pona, and 6 tall men dressed in black suits exuding a valiant aura stood in front of Yang Feng's group of 2. The figures of the 6 men in black blurred, and they blocked Yang Feng and Claire's path of retreat, looking coldly at the 2 of them. Claire's beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, her pretty face turned pale, and she grabbed Yang Feng's big hand, her delicate body trembling. What she feared the most has happened. Claire is a lively person with excellent athletic performance. When she faced Pona's group of 6 at the time, even if she couldn't beat them, she could still escape. But because she feared the power of the Rose Club, she didn't dare to resist. Now that the Rose Club has finally made a move, dispatching 6 strong bodyguards at once, she is filled with fear. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with killing intent. Not flustered in the face of danger, he said lightly, "Then let's go." The 5 delinquent girls looked at Yang Feng fearfully and took a few steps back. Bona gave Yang Feng a resentful look, showed a ferocious smile, and walked towards the Purple Lily Academy. "That's Claire, a member of the Rose Club. Claire offended someone from the Rose Club. She's finished this time. After offending someone from the Rose Club, it's impossible for her to stay in the Purple Lily Academy. It's a pity that a good girl like Claire is going to be ruined." When the students in the Purple Lily Academy saw Claire, Pona, and company, their faces flickered, and they immediately retreated and discussed in low voices. The Purple Lily Academy was a private academy for the nobles. It had the best facilities and the best teachers. There are many children of greater aristocrats here. The Rose Club is a society where the children of aristocrats gather. The bigwigs at the top of the Rose Club are the children of greater aristocrats. It is because of this that the Rose Club can run amok in the Purple Lily Academy, with no one daring to provoke them. Yang Feng and Claire were taken to a 10-story tall, extremely wide building behind the Purple Lily Garden. That incomparably wide building was the headquarters of the Rose Society Rose House. On the first floor of the Rose House, the floor is covered with exquisite carpets and the ceiling is inlaid with crystal lamps. The decoration is extremely luxurious. There are 3 people sitting at a huge round table. One of them is a gorgeous woman with dazzling blonde hair, a curvaceous figure, and snow-white skin. She has a noble and elegant temperament. The other is a skinny man with swollen eyes and a poor complexion. Clearly, he has been drinking too much, but his small eyes flickered with a sinister and cunning light. A tall man with similarly swollen eyes, who seemed to have drunk too much and was constantly yawning. Behind the 3 of them stood 20 maids. Each of the maids had light makeup on, and their beauty was outstanding, pleasing to the eye. As soon as Paulina entered the room, she turned from a ferocious tiger into a kitten. She said respectfully, "Leader, these 2 dared to rebel against the Rose Club." When the skinny man saw Claire, his eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of greed and said with a sinister smile, "Claire, one of the 5 campus belles of the Purple Lily Academy. Not bad, this chick has quite the flavor. I like her, I want her to be my pet." The burly man said in a cold voice, "Ivan, I've already given way to that woman last time. This Claire, it's my turn now." Ivan said coldly, "Doppler, women who fall into your hands will be tortured to death by you. Don't always make us wipe your ass for you." Doppler sneered, "Women who fall into your hands won't have a good ending either. After you get tired of playing with them, they will all fall into your brothels. Letting others play with your women, you really are a disgusting guy." Ivan said coldly, "Doppler, do you want to duel with me?" Doppler said with a sinister smile, "Come on then. I just recruited a sharpshooter. He killed 36 people in a duel. Do you want to be the 37th person to die under his gun? Private grudges between nobles can be settled through duels. However, most nobles are extremely afraid of death, so some greater nobles will specially recruit some tyrannical sharpshooters to fight in their place. Many tyrannical sharpshooters will be recruited by nobles for money, fame, and profit, and become dueling tools for those nobles. The gorgeous blonde girl with a noble bearing, Brigitte, said indifferently, "That's enough. Claire and her sister are my prey. Don't touch them." Ivan took a deep look at the beautiful, lovely, and energetic Claire. Greed flashed in his eyes as he said, "Brigitte, you can keep George and give Claire to me. How about it?" "I owe you one," Brigitte said coldly. "They are my prey." Ivan frowned slightly and sighed slowly. A look of pity flashed across his eyes. Grand Duke Ankh was one of the most powerful people in the Angleiman Federation. Ivan and Doppler's family background was slightly inferior to Brigitte's. A cruel glint flashed through Brigitte's eyes. She eerily smiled and ordered, "George, you actually dared to hit my men. Men, break his right hand." 6 burly men in black clothes rushed at Yang Feng at once. Ding dong. Analysis of the existential plane's origin will completed. A voice sounded in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. The analysis speed is so fast, comparable to that of a warlock monarch. Amazing. Moreover, this place should be in the crevice between universes like the Heart of Eternity. With the information from the Heart of Eternity plane, I was able to analyze it so quickly. Yang Feng had a pensive look on his face, as if he was daydreaming. At the moment when the 6 burly men in black clothes rushed in front of Yang Feng, he raised his hand, and a black ray flashed past. The 6 burly men in black clothes exploded and turned into minced meat that sputtered and hit Brigitte, Ivan, and Doppler. "Ah, so disgusting, so disgusting." Ivan, who was insufferably arrogant and despotic a moment ago, turned pale with fright, trembled, and vomited. Drops of yellow liquid dripped from the chair he was sitting on. Complexion pale, Doppler let out an earth-shattering scream. Someone come quickly. Help me. Ah. The noble and elegant Brigitte touched the minced meat on her face, then her complexion turned pale, and she let out an earth-shattering scream. Bang, bang, bang. From hidden corners of the building, 8 bodyguards with pistols emerged at once and fired at Yang Feng. Ding, ding, ding. When the metal bullets hit Yang Feng, they ricocheted and didn't even leave a white mark on his body. Monster. That's a monster. How is this possible? Humans. How can there be humans that bullets can't harm? This is impossible. Seeing this scene, the complexion of the 8 top gunmen changed dramatically, and they almost collapsed. Chapter 876. Brigitte turned pale and screamed, "The Transcendent Church, you're a member of the Transcendent Church." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. The Transcendent Church? Interesting. Sure enough, people with high social status have far more information than ordinary people. The reason why those in a higher position appear to be more far-sighted than those in a lower position is that there is a huge information gap between them. Yang Feng, who is disguised as I do, has no extraordinary power in his head. When Brigitte saw the inhuman power Yang Feng displayed, she guessed his origin. This is the huge gap between the two. Yang Feng glanced at the 8 gunmen and said with a cold smile, "Your marksmanship is pretty good. I need a few lackeys to serve me. If you don't want to die, kneel." 3 of the 8 gunmen turned around and fled, abandoning their employer. The other 4 continued to shoot. One of them knelt on the ground, his knees buckled. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he snorted coldly, "A bunch of ants, how foolish." The bodies of the 3 gunmen who turned around and fled swelled and exploded strangely. The bodies of the 4 gunmen who continued to shoot were cut into countless pieces, collapsed, and scattered, and blood flowed on the ground. When the remaining gunman saw his comrade die in such a strange and unimaginable way, he was so scared that he peed his pants. Yellow liquid flowed out from his pants. "Spare me, spare my worthless life. I am the only son of Earl Shawns." "Earl Shawn? You want to kill me? Earl Shawn won't let you off." Pale-faced, Ivan knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Yang Feng, and pleaded bitterly. Despite his pale face and fear in his eyes, Doppler still maintained the dignity of an aristocrat. "Heretic of the Transcendent Church, I am the first successor of Marquis Ron's family. If you dare to touch a hair of mine, my family will never let you off. Doppler's words have just fallen, when his body suddenly twisted, curled up like a fried dough twist, and exploded with a bang. Countless blood mist fragments scattered on the ground. Brigitte is very quick-witted. Without the arrogance of a greater aristocrat, she prostrated on the ground humbly and kowtowed respectfully to young Feng. "Greetings, sir. I am willing to serve you, sir." This world was a bit similar to the world around the First World War on Earth, where Angelayman's flintlock corps ran amok. One by one, those martial artists fell under the volley of flintlocks. Tigers, lions, and leopards, the kings of beasts, could not even withstand a single blow from a gun. They were reduced to prey for humans. For the crystallized gun of human civilization to be ineffective against young Feng, a smart aristocrat like Brigitte naturally knows how terrifying the person in front of her is. Even in the Transcendent Church and the Devil Church, only the top existences could be impenetrable by weapons and impervious to fire and water. Young Feng swept Ivan with a glance and said lightly, "You're disgusting, so go to hell." "No, no, no, save me." A look of horror on his face, Ivan's body collapsed inch by inch. Finally, he screamed miserably and turned into a disgusting scarlet object, ending his sinful life. Brigitte became even more afraid when she saw this scene, and she kowtowed again and again until her forehead broke. Young Feng snapped his fingers, and dark blue flames suddenly emerged and enveloped the corpses in the room. Under the burning of the deep blue flames, all the bloodstains were completely incinerated. There is no longer any smell of blood in the room. It is so clean that it looks like it has just been cleaned. If it wasn't for Brigitte prostrating on the ground and the frightened gunman, it would seem as if nothing had happened in the room. "Young lady, what's going on? Why are you like this?" Suddenly, the head maid among the 20 maids in the room came to Brigitte anxiously and tried to help her up. Claire pulled young Feng's clothes, her beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity, and she whispered, "Big brother Georges, what's going on? Why is senior sister Brigitte prostrating on the ground?" As the head of the Rose Club, Brigitte has a lofty status and controls the entire Rose Club from behind the scenes. Such a stunning beauty was actually prostrating on the ground and kowtowing to this side. It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Brigitte looked at the anxious, mature, and charming head maid, and a creepy feeling welled up in her heart. Could it be that they didn't feel anything just now? Young Feng smiled indifferently, walked to the chair Brigitte was sitting on, sat down, and said flatly, "Recently, I like to keep pets. Brigitte, be my pet." "Yes, master." Brigitte is willing to be master's most obedient pet. Brigitte got up, came to in front of young Feng, knelt beside him, and tried to imitate the expression of the girl she took in as a pet, trying her best to please young Feng. "What's going on? What happened to Miss Brigitte? Could it be that Miss Brigitte fell in love with that man?" But with Miss Brigitte's pride, even if she fell in love with a man, she wouldn't do this. Dumbfounded, the 20 beautiful maids standing in the back couldn't believe their eyes. Brigitte was the leader of the Rose Club. She had a powerful aura, and she had the demeanor of a queen. The maids have never seen her give a man a good look. She is a queen who is superior to men. Such a beautiful queen actually lowered her proud head to curry favor with young Feng, such a seemingly very ordinary boy. It was simply inconceivable. When the mature and beautiful head maid saw this scene, her face alternated between green and white. She wanted to rush up to protect Brigitte, but she didn't dare to. As the precious granddaughter of Grand Duke Ankh, Brigitte is doted on by Grand Duke Ankh. She is usually very strict, and no one dares to resist her. Claire's pretty face alternated between red and white, and she stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. This, big brother Georges, when did he become like this? When did he win Brigitte's heart? Young Feng ordered in an indisputable tone, "Claire, go to school first." "Yes." Claire responded unconsciously, turned around, and walked outside. Young Feng asked flatly, "What is the Transcendent Church?" There was a flash of surprise in Brigitte's beautiful eyes, yet she still replied respectfully, "The Transcendent Church is a church that believes in the 3 transcendent monarchs. The 3 transcendent monarchs are the Vajra Transcendent, the goddess of the earth, and the 6-eyed Transcendent. According to legend, the Vajra Transcendent has the most powerful divine body. No spell can break his divine body. As long as the goddess of the earth is on earth, no attack can harm her. The 6 eyes of the 6-eyed transcendent wield different divine authorities. Among them, 2 eyes wield the divine authorities of fire and ice respectively. The other 4 eyes wield divine authorities and have seen divine authorities are all dead. Below the 3 transcendent monarchs, there are 36 superior transcendent monarchs, 72 intermediate transcendent monarchs, and 608 lesser transcendent monarchs. The 36 superior transcendent monarchs are, Brigitte carefully explained to Yang Feng, the gods that the believers of the Transcendent Church believe in, as well as the various authorities wielded by those gods. Yang Feng listened carefully, without the slightest impatience. In battle, the more information the enemy has, the more targeted the enemy will be. Fear comes only from the unknown. When the first hive came to the Light of Eternity plane, the reason why Yang Feng didn't destroy it at once, but chose to probe the limits of its power and various data. The first-hand data allowed him to fight the hive with ease. The fleets under his command all focused their firepower on their respective targets. They would never waste their firepower on units that were difficult to kill. Yang Feng asked, "Can you contact the people of the Transcendent Church?" "I can." Brigitte hesitated for a while, and then said, "However, the people of the Transcendent Church are eccentric and have strange abilities. When I meet them, I hope that you can be by my side, Master." Brigitte has seen some people of the Transcendent Church before. Although they have some extraordinary powers, but they are also ordinary and can be killed by gunmen. But after seeing how terrifying Yang Feng is, Brigitte is suddenly filled with fear of these mysterious existences. Yang Feng extended his index finger, and countless runes floated, converged on his fingertip, and formed a crystal necklace. He revealed a strange smile and said, "Put on this crystal necklace. In this way, you will be under my protection at all times. The spells of those people can't hurt you." Brigitte hesitated for a while, then looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile on his face. When she thought of Ivan and Doppler, who collapsed without warning, she gritted her teeth and put the crystal necklace formed from runes on her neck. As soon as Brigitte put on the crystal necklace, she felt an endless stream of power gushing out from the crystal necklace, transforming and strengthening her body, making her body stronger with every passing moment. She was pleasantly surprised. Infinity Warlocks, known as Infinity Warlocks, are first-rate powerhouses in all planes of the universe. They can easily change the fate of an ordinary person with a raise of their hand. Those gods could use God's blessings to give permanent blessings to mortals they liked, making ordinary mortals incomparably powerful in an instant. Infinity Warlocks can also make ordinary people they fancy instantly powerful through spells. Chapter 877. Feeling the power gushing out of her, the corners of Brigitte's mouth rose into a mysterious smile. "Master, the contact person of the Transcendent Church in the Purple Lily Academy is an acquaintance of yours." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Who?" Brigitte uttered a name that Yang Feng is very familiar with and stared at him, "Dahlia." Yang Feng thought for a moment, and then uttered coldly, as if talking about a stranger, "It's her." The intelligent Brigitte guessed the truth from Yang Feng's reaction. Sure enough, he's not George's. In other words, he's no longer the original George's. I wonder which transcendent he is. Yang Feng looked at Brigitte with slight appreciation. "Let her come see me." "No, take me to see her. You should know where her lair is, right?" Brigitte flashed a perfect, ladylike smile. "Yes. Master, I will take you to see her." Deep in the jungle behind the Purple Lily Academy, there is a 3-story tall beautiful house built. Black crows are shrieking on both sides of the house. A thick fog spread out from the exquisite bungalow, completely obscuring the road leading to it. Yang Feng and Brigitte came from afar and arrived in front of the thick fog. In front of Yang Feng's group of 2 was the gunman who was lucky enough to survive. Brigitte pointed at the thick fog and said, "Dahlia is inside. Without prior contact, you won't be able to get in. This road is only 100 meters long, but several of my men have gotten lost in this thick fog." "Petty tricks." Yang Feng smiled faintly. As soon as his words fell, the thick fog collapsed and disappeared, revealing the road leading to the house. Even a level 3 apprentice warlock can use extraordinary pharmaceutics or other methods to block the path with thick fog. For an infinity warlock like Yang Feng, this method can be broken with a thought. Brigitte's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. Amazing. He's definitely a powerful transcendent. The three passed through the passage and arrived in front of the house. Bang! 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 The gunman, Nicole, took the initiative to step forward and fired a few shots at the lock of the house, breaking the lock and pushing open the door. In the center of the house, there was a huge altar. In the center of the altar, there were two demon gods. One of the demon gods had the body of a human, but it had 6 eyes on its head. The other demon god had a ferocious ghostly face and a ghostly horn on his head. His body was covered in black scales and he gave off a ferocious aura. Regardless of which demon god the Fiend Celestial Church believed in, they would be traced back to the 3 great Fiend Celestial Kings. They were all the subordinates of the 3 great Fiend Celestial Kings. Hence, when the believers of the Devil Church prayed, they would pray to the 2 devil gods at the same time. In front of the huge altar, there were 6 people prostrating themselves. They were all silently chanting a mysterious prayer. Even when Yang Feng and his party broke in, they didn't panic. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and his eyes turned into a pair of transcendent pupils, which contain countless runes and are specialized in peeking at the origin of the power of gods, fiends, and transcendent, and looked at the 2 idols. The spectral wolf transcendent is just a feeble divine force rank god. There's nothing to fear. However, the strength of the 6-eyed transcendent is unfathomable. It should be a strong divine force rank god. If the Vajra transcendent and the goddess of the earth are gods of this rank, then they are just strong divine force rank gods. They pose little threat to me. However, according to myth and legend, the Dark Transcendent King, who dealt a heavy blow to the 3 transcendent and their subordinates by himself, is the most terrifying existence of this plane. He should possess warlock monarch rank power. He may even be a mighty divine force rank god. Yang Feng mused. From Brigitte, Yang Feng learned that according to the myths and legends of this world, the 3 transcendent and their subordinates originally dominated the world. During the era of the 3 transcendent, the entire Western world had their temples. The Transcendent Church dominated all wealth, land, and power in the world. The unknown Dark Transcendent King descended from the sky and defeated the 3 transcendent monarchs and all the subordinates in one fell swoop with absolute power. The Dark Transcendent King easily erased most of the Transcendent Church, leaving only a small part of it remaining. After that world-shaking war of the gods, the Dark Transcendent King, the 3 transcendent monarchs, and the many subordinates disappeared without a trace. In the absence of gods, humans developed step by step. The Transcendent Church is a church that has slowly risen in the past decade. After the people of the Transcendent Church displayed some extraordinary powers, they attracted many elites to join them. They are one of the most powerful extraordinary forces of this era. Georges, it's you. You're really lucky. You didn't drown. The prayer ended quickly. When a burly, handsome young man with short hair and a trace of hostility between his eyebrows saw Yang Feng, his eyes flashed fiercely, and he sneered. Yang Feng looked at the young man and said flatly, "So it was you who pushed me into the pond." "That's right. Since an ant-like commoner like you dared to confess to Her Highness the Holy Maiden, you deserve to die. I didn't kill you last time, but this time, you're dead. No one can save you." The eyes of the young man shimmered with madness, his body swelled up, black scales emerged on his body, and he rushed towards Yang Feng like a fiend. Dahlia frowned slightly, but didn't stop him. The other 4 people of the Transcendent Church sneered. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, the marksman Nico fired 6 shots at the young man. The 6 bullets hit the young man's body, piercing through his black scales and causing blood to splash out. However, they did not kill the young man. Instead, they caused his entire body to be shrouded in a black aura, giving off an even more savage aura. "It hurts. Ant." A ferocious glint in his eyes, the young man turned around and rushed towards the marksman Nico. As soon as the young man moved, his body strangely floated in the air, the demonic chi and black scales disappeared without a trace, and he struggled with a look of horror on his face. Victor, what's wrong with you?" When the 5 believers of the Transcendent Church saw this scene, their countenance changed dramatically, and they cried out in alarm. An ant that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Feng smiled coldly. The young man trembled slightly, twisted strangely in midair, and exploded into countless fragments that scattered about. The 5 believers of the Transcendent Church were stunned, and then they were shrouded in endless fear. There were no signs of Yang Feng casting a spell, nor were there any fluctuations of magic. Victor died in his hands in such a strange way. This method was simply shocking to the extreme. I am Dahlia, the holy maiden who serves the spectral wolf transcendent. Sir Idu, it's a pleasure to meet you. A bright smile blossomed on Dahlia's face, and her pure and holy temperament suddenly changed to become charming, enchanting, and sexy, making people want to embrace her and kiss her. When Brigitte saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel jealous. This slut. Dahlia's beautiful eyes blurred, and she strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. She watched helplessly as Yang Feng extended a finger and pointed at her forehead, and a premonition of death welled up in her heart. No, I don't want to die. Dahlia's eyes are shrouded in endless fear, and then 2 strange runes appeared in her eyes. The eyes of the spectral wolf transcendent statue enshrined beside her shot out 2 beams that entered Dahlia. The breath of Dahlia, who was originally just an ordinary person, rose steadily and reached the level 3 warlock rank in an instant, and wisps of level 3 warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from her. My lord. Great my lord, praise you. When the 4 believers of the spectral wolf transcendent sensed Dahlia's breath, their countenance changed dramatically, their eyes shimmered with fanaticism, and they prostrated themselves on the ground and sang hymns loudly. Petty mortal, is it you who blasphemed my holy maiden? Dahlia opened her eyes, surged with divine force, and exuded faint divine might. She looked at Yang Feng in front of her and uttered coldly. Suppressed by the fearsome divine might, the marksman Nico knelt on the ground, his face pale, and his body trembled. Brigitte was suppressed by a fearsome force, and she looks like she is about to kneel on the ground. The rune necklace around her neck flashed, and a powerful force surged out to protect her. In an instant, she felt her body fill with warmth, and the divine might is no longer a threat to her. Interesting, a mere feeble divine force rank god dares to talk to me like this. You don't have your own divine country, do you? Yang Feng smiled coldly, countless mysterious runes appeared in the transcendent pupils in his eyes, and he inserted his hand into Dahlia's abdomen. Countless karma threads suddenly appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. He looked along a karma thread connected to Dahlia, and then revealed a smile. Caught you. In a secret room of a hidden luxurious palace, a big hole suddenly appeared in the void, and a big hand extended from the big hole, grabbed the spectral wolf transcendent, and pulled him into the big hole. Inside the bungalow, Yang Feng pulled the spectral wolf transcendent out of Dahlia's body and threw it on the ground like a piece of trash. My lord. This is my lord. When the believers of the Transcendent Church saw Yang Feng grab the god they believed in and throw him on the ground, they were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. Chapter 878. Dahlia looked at the spectral wolf transcendent thrown on the ground by Yang Feng, and then at Yang Feng, and fell into a daze. How could this be? How can he be so powerful? Stunned, Brigitte's heart churned, and a myriad of thoughts ran through her mind. That's a transcendent. How can he defeat a transcendent so easily? The eyes of the marksman Nico lit up, and he stared at Yang Feng with worship in his eyes. The 4 believers of the spectral wolf transcendent fell into a daze. If they hadn't sensed that the source of their divine force came from the spectral wolf transcendent, they would have thought that the spectral wolf transcendent was a smokescreen used by Yang Feng to deceive them. If the spectral wolf transcendent had his own divine country, then he could stay in it. Unless it was a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, no one would be able to capture him from tens of thousands of kilometers away through the connection between a god and a believer. The spectral wolf demon god was a bizarre-shaped, inhuman god that was worshipped by human beings because he boasted terrifying power that far surpassed that of ordinary people and could provide the most powerful extraordinary power to his believers. Now that he was thrown on the ground by Yang Feng like trash, the mysterious halo shrouding him has disappeared. The believers of the spectral wolf transcendent vaguely felt as if something collapsed in their hearts. After the spectral wolf transcendent got up from the ground, he saluted Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Sir, I am the spectral wolf transcendent, a subordinate of the mighty transcendent king six-eyed transcendent. Please forgive me for my previous offense." When the believers of the spectral wolf transcendent saw the god they believed in bow to Yang Feng, their hearts turned ashen. Yang Feng glanced at the spectral wolf transcendent and said flatly, "Take me to see Sir Six-Eyed Transcendent." The spectral wolf transcendent replied with a bitter smile, "Sir, after the battle between Sir Six-Eyed Transcendent and the Dark Transcendent King, there was no trace of him. We, his subordinates, can't contact him." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with dignity, and he asked solemnly, "What rank is the Dark Transcendent King? Strong Divine Force rank? Or Mighty Divine Force rank?" Gods are generally far stronger than human warlocks of the same rank. Once a great divine power rank god burned his divine power crazily. Only those geniuses who had condensed a small world and cultivated the best secret techniques could contend against him. It is because mighty divine force rank powerhouses are so terrifying that Yang Feng was so shocked when he saw the Gamana universe's eight-eyed freak fend off three strong divine force rank gods. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the spectral wolf demon god as he said, "He is a strong man of the greater divine power level. Moreover, he is a pinnacle powerhouse among the greater divine powers." Back then, he had barged into the god kingdom of the three great demon deity kings alone and severely injured them one by one. Barging into the god nation, Yang Feng couldn't help but crease his eyebrows, a dignified look in his eyes. A divine kingdom was the ultimate defensive weapon possessed by a god. Every divine kingdom contained the divine power, and countless natural treasures controlled by that god. Within their divine kingdom, gods could use the power of the divine kingdom to strengthen themselves and weaken the enemy. Moreover, the environment of the divine kingdom could also strengthen their divine legions and increase their combat power. Generally speaking, if a mighty divine force rank god entered the divine kingdom of a strong divine force rank god, the one to be quelled will be the mighty divine force rank god. For the Dark Transcendent King to barge into the divine kingdom of the three great demon deity kings and severely injure them one by one, it shows that he is far more powerful than imagined. Their strength was far above that of ordinary greater divine power level gods. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. Barging into a divine kingdom, the Dark Transcendent King may have reached the quasi-holy step in strength. There is another realm between the Warlock Monarch and the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, and that is the quasi-holy step. Although quasi-holy step powerhouses are still Warlock Monarchs, but they are far stronger than ordinary Warlock Monarchs and have comprehended a trace of holy step power, which is why they are called quasi-holy. Only quasi-holy step powerhouses can barge into the divine kingdom of a strong divine force rank god and, while besieged by countless divine legions, seriously injure the strong divine force rank god. Yang Feng asked, "What about the Dark Transcendent King?" The spectral wolf transcendent uttered with hatred in his eyes, "The Dark Transcendent King? He was too arrogant. In the final battle, although he seriously injured the three transcendent kings and us, but he was also seriously injured by us. He escaped from the divine kingdom of the earth, and his whereabouts are unknown." Yang Feng shook his head. In the world of warlocks, the strong are respected. Many powerful beings like to be alone and look for opportunities to improve their strength. According to the spectral wolf transcendent and the information he has grasped so far, the Dark Transcendent King should be a powerhouse who wholeheartedly practices cultivation to improve himself and plunder resources. It is because the Dark Transcendent King plundering is second nature and he is accustomed to being arrogant that he barged into the divine kingdom of the three transcendent kings and was seriously injured by them. Yang Feng asked, "In this world, apart from you transcendent, are there any other powerful beings?" The spectral wolf transcendent thought for a while, and then shook his head, saying, "No." Yang Feng smiled, "That's easy." In the starry sky, the hatch of the star sector-level interstellar battleship opened up, and a large number of enhanced Type 4 battle robots flew out, descending towards the ground like meteors. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true god Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless runes flew out of the imprint and formed a chain that stabbed towards the spectral wolf transcendent. The spectral wolf transcendent's face fell, and he frantically burned divine force. A fearsome divine might spread from him, and a copious amount of black transcendent force surged in an attempt to resist the erosion of the rune chain. The spectral wolf transcendent only released a trace of his power, but it injured his 5 believers and Nico, and caused them to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Brigitte clearly felt a powerful force pour out of the collar around her neck and protect her, resisting the erosion of the spectral wolf transcendent's power. Brigitte's gaze fell on Yang Feng, and it filled with worship and awe. Amazing, this is a true transcendent. He's really strong, but he's even stronger than such a transcendent. In an instant, the strange rune chain stabbed into the forehead of the spectral wolf transcendent and forcibly took control of him. Greetings, Lord. When the true God Empyrean Imprint's rune chain entered his body, the spectral wolf transcendent knew that the situation was hopeless, and he stepped forward and saluted Yang Feng decisively. When the spectral wolf transcendent's 5 believers saw the God they believed in salute a human, their faith collapsed again. Yang Feng smiled confidently and strode outside. Let's go, Brigitte. Watch how I take this world into my hand. Brigitte looked at Yang Feng's confident and domineering face, and her heart stirred, and she followed behind him. The spectral wolf transcendent took his 5 believers and went out as well. What's that? As soon as Brigitte walked out of the room, she looked up and saw stars twinkling in the sky. Meteors were descending from the sky. An air defense alarm sounded in the sky above the Bogas city. A series of biplanes took off from the military base outside Bogas city and flew toward the meteor-like 4th-class battle robots in the sky. What's that? When the Angleiman Federation's ace pilot Finis saw a Type 3 Undyings, his eyes flashed with shock. Kill him. The sky of the Angleiman Federation belongs to only the Angleiman Federation. The hot-blooded slogan of the Angleiman Federation's Air Force came from the communication device on board. An unknown premonition welled up inside Finis. By virtue of his strong intuition, he shot down 115 Denico's Empire's planes and became an ace pilot of the Angleiman Federation. Finis hesitated for only a moment, and then shouted the slogan and pulled the trigger. The sky of the Angleiman Federation belongs to only the Angleiman Federation. The cannons on the dozens of biplane fighters rumbled, and a dense barrage of cannons rained down on the 4th-class battle robot. A despairing scene appeared. Transparent energy shields appeared around the 4th-generation battle robots. When the cannons fired by the biplane cannons slammed into the transparent energy shields, they collapsed. A Type 3 Undyings opened its electronic eyes and glanced at Finis. A trace of despair welled up inside Finis. It's over. Boom. Boom. With a flash of an afterimage, the 200-plus biplane cannons that rose into the sky were chopped into pieces, burst into countless fragments, and fell from the sky. The Angleiman Federation's Air Force headquarters. Hart, the commander-in-chief of the Angleiman Federation's Air Force, roared with anger and fear on his face. Damn it, how could this be? What the hell are those monsters? In the Air Force headquarters, everyone's faces were pale, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The 200-plus biplane cannons were the strongest air force that could be mobilized in the vicinity of the Angleiman Federation's Boga city. Yet such an air force was destroyed in an instant. The power of the steel beings that fell from the sky was simply appalling. The most frightening thing was that it wasn't just one steel being that fell from the sky, but countless. Hart's face was pale. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his body trembled slightly. Damn it, what's going on? Are aliens invading our planet?